Live from London, this is BBC News. I'm Catherine Biarahanga, and we begin with breaking news. President Trump says the US has carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran, obliterating them. And sirens have sounded out across Israel in what is being described as one of the most intense bombardments yet. Iranian state TV has just announced a fresh salvo of missiles on Israel. We'll be hearing more on that in a moment, but first, let's hear from President Trump during an address at the White House.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump at the White House with that address there. And as we've been reporting, sirens have been sounding out across Israel as Iran launched a fresh salvo of missiles across the country, the most intense yet. My colleague Mark Lowen was on air presenting the program when the air raid sirens went off in Tel Aviv. Let's have a watch.
As you can hear, the sirens have just begun to sound around us here in Tel Aviv. We have received notifications on our telephones to say enter the protected space in your area, that there is a red alert for the city centre of Tel Aviv. So what we're going to do is we're going to just come down. We're going to come down from our live position here on our balcony, and we are going to take shelter in our hotel bunker. For the time being, I will hand you back to the studio in London, but you can see very much that the threat from Iran remains and that there is now a detection of an incoming missile. So we are going to interrupt this broadcast in order to take safety.
My colleague Mark Lowen in Tel Aviv there. Well, let's go to Jerusalem now and speak to Noga Tanopolsky, a journalist there in Israel. And Noga, we were speaking about 10 minutes or so ago after those air raid sirens went off. You mentioned hearing blasts there in Jerusalem. What more are you hearing there?
So I can tell you, first of all, that a second barrage has been launched towards Israel. I think the figures I gave you earlier were a bit exaggerated. We're talking now, apparently the first barrage was somewhere between 30 and 50 missiles, but it did overwhelm the Israeli air defenses because there are more than 10 sites in which massive damage or some damage has been detected. In the city of Haifa, the northern capital of Israel, for some reason, the sirens never went off, but there was at least one missile landing. There's extensive damage in the city of Haifa, and we're expecting sirens to start sounding again any minute because of a second barrage that has been identified as having been launched a few minutes ago from Iran. I do know that there are at least some people wounded in Haifa, in those missile land impact sites, but I don't have more specific details than that right now.
Noga, we're also hearing from Israel's state broadcaster Kan, also saying that there were 10 hits in Israel from Iran's missile barrage. How does this compare to what you've all been experiencing there over the past week or so, that we've seen the exchange of missiles between Iran and Israel?
This is clearly a major retaliation. This compares to what we saw in Israel on, I think, Friday night, Saturday, Sunday, the initial days after the first Israeli surprise attack on Iran. It did take Iran about 18 hours to be able to scramble and organize themselves. They had also lost much of their top military brass in the Israeli initial attack. But this is the magnitude of those first attacks. And it's possible that the missiles being launched now are more powerful themselves. For instance, in the last 2 days, while there were a smaller number of missiles launched at Israel, the Israeli authorities reported that at least 2 of these missiles, and I'm talking massive missiles, 10, 12-meter long missiles, some of them came with cluster warheads, so that the impact is not just, the impact of the falling missile, which is very significant, but that its impact triggers the explosion of, it can be 25 bombs that it was carrying in its warhead. So that's one of the reasons we saw significant damage. I don't know what has been launched at Israel right now. I don't yet have information about the landings, but I do see a situation with numerous casualties. I don't know if wounded or dead. Also in the Tel Aviv region, not just in Haifa, but the Haifa missile impacts are significant because for some reason, very unusually, the Israeli air defense, air raid siren system failed. And so people were just in the vicinity of their air raid shelters and not necessarily in the bomb shelters. So we definitely have to keep an eye on developments there in the next few minutes as we begin to hear about the wounded being evacuated to hospital.
And Noga, we've heard from Iran's foreign minister condemning the US strikes on its nuclear sites as outrageous and says Iran is reserving all options to defend its sovereignty. How prepared is Israel for an extended conflict with Iran?
I don't think that Israeli citizens have it in them right now. I mean, they may not have a choice, but I think Israelis are very, very, very much worn down by 20 months of war since October 7th, 2023. For Israelis, it has been nonstop there has never been a full return to normalcy. Even after a few months when schools did reopen, for example, half the kids had parents on the war front, teachers on the war front. So nothing has returned back to normal there. I don't think there's been a single moment since the morning of that October 7th that Israelis haven't kind of been holding their breath and waiting for the next impact in one way or another. So I think this thrusts the entire country and the Palestinian territories around us in the West Bank and most catastrophically in Gaza. It thrusts us all back into a full-bore war footing. The particularity of this war with Iran, that obviously Israel doesn't have a border with. It's not that there's a front that the soldiers are fighting in. It's a battle in the air to a great extent, but the second scene of battle is simply in people's homes. This is a battle in which even the most posh neighborhoods, of Tel Aviv or surrounding well-to-do suburbs have become active war zones with entire buildings, 14-story buildings, having one side of them razed off by a missile that made it through the air defenses. And the Israeli air defenses have also shown that while they do a fairly good job, even an astonishingly good job, Israel is not hermetically protected, and it was better protected when the missiles being launched, although they were Iranian missiles, were launched from Gaza. These were smaller kind of ballistic rockets. The principal damage done by them was just their impact. We're in a completely and totally different reality now, in which the most powerful weapons of war available to people are being launched at, people's homes, schools. And so it's very different. Israelis are clearly unnerved. And I don't feel that they have been properly prepared for what this may entail. If this war keeps lasting for another week or two, I think we're going to see significant fissures in Israeli society. We've already seen, by the way, thousands and thousands of people hoping to try and just flee the country, many of them fleeing in yachts, in sort of improvised ferries that have come together from Haifa port, from Ashdod port, taking them to Cyprus and away from here.
Noga, thank you. That's Noga Tanopolsky, a journalist in Jerusalem. Thank you for bringing us the latest that you're hearing there. Now, President Trump said 3 key sites were hit in Iran. Let's take a look at them. They were Fordo, Natanz and Esfahan. President Trump said that Iran's facilities had been obliterated. Esfahan is a uranium conversion plant, whilst Natanz is an enrichment plant. Even before the US strikes, the International Atomic Energy Agency said Natanz has sustained severe damage. But the main site hit was Fordo. The uranium enrichment site is situated about 60 miles or 100 kilometers south of the capital, Tehran. It's located in a mountainous region. It's thought to consist of 2 main tunnels that house centrifuges used to enrich uranium, as well as a network of smaller tunnels. Reaching this underground installation, which is around 60 meters below ground, required more powerful bunker-busting bombs, which only the US has. The bomb's official name is the GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator, and the only planes that could carry such bombs are B-52 stealth bombers. Senior Department of Defense officials confirmed the bomb was used in the attacks, with 2 being deployed for each of the nuclear targets. Well, let's go live to our North America correspondent, Nomia Iqbal, who's in Washington for us. And Nomia, just talk us through the reaction to those US strikes on nuclear sites in Iran.
It's been pretty mixed. There's been support, but there's also been condemnation. So within the Republican Party, there is this sort of power struggle between those who are pro-war, the hawks, and those who are isolationists, those who believe that America should have a more restrained foreign policy and not intervene in foreign wars. Indeed, that's one of the big reasons why many people supported Donald Trump. And there are Republicans such as Thomas Massie, who, for example, has tweeted saying that this was unconstitutional. He had actually got together with some members of the Democratic Party, a sort of rare moment of bipartisanship, to introduce a measure to stop the president from, in their view, unilaterally bombing Iran, saying that he needed to get the permission of Congress. It's a bit of a constitutional debate whether or not he needed that here in the US. But overall, the Republican Party certainly stands behind the president in the actions he's taken against Iran.
And Nomia, in his address to the nation a few hours ago, President Trump warned Iran not to target Israel or US interests in the region. Now we're seeing a fresh barrage of missiles being fired towards Israel by Iran. What's the likely reaction from the Trump administration, do you think?
Well, it was a huge gamble by President Trump, and the speech that he gave, the address to the nation, was fairly contradictory in the sense that he came across to say this was one and done, that this is just a few military strikes, strategic strikes, and that's it, we will not get involved again. But then also threatening Iran, saying that if you don't negotiate, then we will come after you again. And so I think ultimately, if the Iranians react in a way that harms America, and they certainly threatened that last week, the supreme leader said that puts Donald Trump in an extremely difficult position. It's a very seismic moment for his presidency, because I think given that there are up to 40,000 American troops based across the region, if any of them should be killed in any way by Iran as a result to the action taken by President Trump, I think that certainly a lot of members of his base, those very faithful supporters who do not want any foreign intervention, might feel betrayed by that. But Donald Trump very much is still hoping for some kind of negotiation. This is probably a strategy to put maximum pressure. But will Iran want to negotiate whilst they're being bombed by Israel and have now been bombed by the US?
And just give us a sense of the conversation there in the United States about the prospect of a continued conflict in the region, perhaps this conflict widening and the US having to put more resources, perhaps more troops in the region.
As far as the public is concerned, they don't want it. Plenty of polls in the past week have suggested that nearly half of Americans do not want to get dragged into these foreign interventions. They are war-weary, not just because of what's happening in Ukraine and the American sort of support of that, but because of the legacy of Iraq and Afghanistan. There are plenty of people in this country who did not support what happened in Iraq, and they felt that the weapons of mass destruction, the suggestion why they needed to go into Iraq, they didn't believe it. And so many people are skeptical about this one as well. They do not want America to get dragged in. And if, troops on the ground, that would be a huge red line. I'm not sure that would actually happen. I think the US has changed the way it gets involved in wars. So it's more by air, as we have seen in Iran. But nonetheless, I think the appetite for a prolonged war is not what any lawmaker or most Americans want. And certainly, I don't think it's what President Trump wants either.
And we've seen those divisions, as you mentioned there, within his administration about what should happen in Iran. Do we have a sense of who is advising the president, who he's listening to, or is this very much his own military action now?
Well, it's interesting because his Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, had given testimony earlier in the year in which she had said that Iran was not imminently capable of producing nuclear. And he was asked about Tulsi Gabbard's comments earlier in the week, and he said she's wrong, which was quite staggering, because if you're not listening to your Director of National Intelligence, who are you listening to? Which led to a lot of speculation that perhaps he's listening to the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, who has for decades claimed that Iran is moments away from having a nuclear bomb, but has never delivered the evidence. And we know that they'd been in touch constantly. Mr. Netanyahu said it today that they're constantly on the phone with each other. But then Tulsi Gabbard yesterday in a stunning U-turn, said that the media had taken her comments out of context, that she called the media dishonest, even though the video shows of her testimony that she had indeed said that Iran wasn't close to making a nuclear bomb. And so she basically aligned with President Trump. We believe she was also in the Situation Room when Donald Trump took that crucial decision to strike Iran. In terms of who he's listening to, I think ultimately we know that the president believes in his own instincts. Yes, he is surrounded in his second term by loyalists, people who are supportive and faithful to his agenda, as opposed to his first term, which was very much establishment politicians, is how he would view it, people who kind of hemmed him in. But ultimately, President Trump has said many times that the decisions he takes are his decisions, his instincts. And so based on that, one can only assume that was the case when he decided to strike Iran.
Nomia, thank you. That's our correspondent, Nomia Iqbal in Washington there. Well, before Iran's latest missile strike on Israel, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke after the US strikes on Iran, praising President Trump for the decision and for the US support for Israel.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
And the Israeli President Isaac Herzog also reacted to the US strikes, saying in the pages of human history, this is a moment when the principles of liberty, responsibility and security have triumphed. A decisive moment between the axis of terror and evil and the axis of hope. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, United States of America. Meanwhile, the UN chief, Antonio Guterres, has issued a statement about the strikes. He said, I am gravely alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran today. This is a dangerous escalation in a region already on the edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. There is a growing risk that this conflict could rapidly get out of control with catastrophic consequences for civilians, the region and the world. BBC correspondent Mark Lowen was on air with us from Tel Aviv just a few minutes ago when he was forced to take cover as air raid sirens blared across Israel. He sent us this update from his bomb shelter.
Well, we were on our balcony position here in Tel Aviv, broadcasting live as the alert sounded on our phones that an incoming missile was due in Tel Aviv city centre imminently. We then heard the sirens going off around us, and then we heard the incoming whistle of potentially a destination. A couple more bangs there that could have been some kind of interception. We have come here to our bunker in our hotel. A quick view here. This is our BBC team as we have taken shelter in the bunker until we are told by the Israeli authorities that it is clear for us to re-emerge. But a very clear reminder that the threat of this war is not over with the American bombings of Iran, that Iran has promised to retaliate, and we are immediately seeing some kind of military retaliation, this time towards Israel.
And Mark is back with us live from Tel Aviv. Mark.
Catherine, thanks very much indeed. Yes, we were in that bunker for about 40 minutes. Initially, what we heard was while we were broadcasting here at about 7:30 in the morning local time, that is 04:30 GMT, we heard first of all the alerts on our phones suggesting that there was an incoming projectile imminent, and then about 2 minutes later the siren started playing, started wailing, and then an announcement from the hotel saying we needed to get into a safe space, and that is when we came off air and we went into the bunker. But we were held there for about 40 minutes, and during that time there were a lot of missiles. There's a huge Iranian barrage that came in right across Israel. Reports of direct hits in Haifa in the north of Israel. There were also some impacts and interceptions here around Tel Aviv, and when we looked at the app on our phone showing where the sirens were, it was really across large swathes of the country. Our hotel shook at a couple of moments, and my colleagues who have been here for longer suggest that this was the most intense missile barrage that they had felt since one of them since the war began with Iran 10 days ago. So we then got the all clear. The message came through on our phones from Israeli Home Command that the threat was over, and we were safe to come out of our bunkers. And so here we are now back with you. But as I said there in my report from inside the bunker, a very visceral reminder, if it were needed, that the threat is not over, and indeed that this is potentially how Iran will try to retaliate after those bombs by the US. Let us get the scene from my colleague Dan Johnson, who is in Jerusalem. Dan, what did you experience there?
A very similar thing, Mark. A huge barrage of missiles and interceptions, a very heavy round of interceptions over Jerusalem. It does feel like they were largely successful, although I can see just on the horizon here there is a plume of smoke rising up, so it looks like one of those missiles may have got through to hit, but that does look like it's on the edge of the city, so no reports yet in terms of damage or casualties, but I think we are seeing the sort of Iranian response that may now be to come. It had been threatened, it had been promised, especially if the US got involved in striking Iran, and this is hitting home to Israelis now what they may face. Before some of them have even properly woken up and absorbed the news that the US has got involved, we've all heard the air raid sirens and seen the threat from the skies.
Yeah, indeed, and even though there was a lot of reporting that that Iran was burning through its missile stockpile, and indeed Iran's missile launchers had been so severely damaged in 10 days of strikes from Israel, a reminder that they do still have that capability. And as you and I were talking on air, Dan, about the Iranian drone that got through yesterday as well, Saturday, in northern Israel, northeast Israel, the first time that an Iranian drone hit as well. So there are still rockets, missiles and drones that are getting through and breaching Israel's various different missile defense shields.
Absolutely, yes. Every day the Iranians have been able to get missiles through Israeli air defense somewhere in the country, not necessarily to cause extensive damage or large numbers of casualties, but that has happened. We've seen buildings damaged, we've seen homes ruined, we've seen people killed and hundreds injured across Israel, and everybody now will be holding their breath to see if there is more of that to come, as has been threatened. The Israeli air defenses are phenomenally powerful, incredibly effective, but they're not 100% guaranteed to be able to shoot down everything that is coming into this country. And Iran has repeatedly fired barrages of tens or hundreds of missiles, and some of those have got through. Now, how much more is left? What is their capability? That is the huge question now. Israel says the airstrikes that it has been conducting across Iran over the course of this conflict have wiped out 2/3 of the Iranian missile launch positions, so it's definitely got more difficult for Iran to launch missiles. How many more missiles does it have to launch, and where's it going to fire them now? Will it focus its firepower on Israel, or will it do as threatened now that the US has got involved in this conflict? Will it seek out US targets in this region to focus on and hit? That is an enormous question in terms of how Iran responds to the US involvement in this. The Ayatollah had said the US would suffer irreparable damage if it directly struck Iran. That is now the reality, and it's a moment of truth for Iran. What does it have in response? What does it want to do? How will it show its own people and the world that it can respond as it has threatened? It's a huge moment of danger for this country, for the region, and for the wider world as well, because we could see disruption to international oil flows. That sort of disruption could affect everyone around the globe.
Dan Johnson in Jerusalem, thanks very much indeed. Well, let us turn to Noga Tanaporsky, a journalist with 2 decades of experience covering the Middle East, who is also in Jerusalem. Noga, good to talk to you again. I was talking there to Dan, to my colleague Dan Johnson, about what he experienced in Jerusalem. I'm sure you also heard and felt similar experience to what we had here in Tel Aviv, and also questions really over how many Israeli interceptors there are still. We were talking about the questions over how many Iranian missiles remain, how many Iranian rockets and drones remain, but you know, Israel also is burning through its interceptors.
It absolutely is at quite an astonishing pace, and that doesn't look like it will let up. I don't know the figures. The Israeli army has been kept very close to the chest with those figures. But we do know that even in days in which the Israeli airspace has been completely closed, we have seen through, tracker websites that American airplanes continue to deliver armaments and defensive armaments, in particular to Israel. So I have the sense that, at least in terms of being able to arm its air defenses, that Israel for now is okay, even though we don't have specific information. I believe that some of those American reports in recent days reflected increased Israeli requests to the Americans for those interceptor missiles, but not necessarily reflected really, like the emptying of the stocks. We're going to have to see that over the next few days. If Iran follows through and really unrelentingly sends barrages of missiles into Israel, we're going to know that fairly quickly.
Yeah, and I was reading a report that every night it was estimated that Israel is spending some $200 million in terms of the interceptors that it is sending up into the air. So a huge financial drain, of course, also on Israel. What reports are you hearing, Noga, about the damage from this latest missile barrage in different parts of the country?
The latest that I'm hearing is 11 wounded, at least one of them fairly gravely, in various sites around the country. That's the interesting part to me. So there has been extensive damage, and I believe some sort of casualties in Tel Aviv or in the vicinity of Tel Aviv, and similarly confirmed. Sorry, I now have new information. 17, the number's up to at least 17 wounded, and mass damage in property. The pictures I'm seeing are astonishing, of entire blocks of flats and houses, these kind of row houses just in rubble. I don't know if that is in Haifa or in Tel Aviv, but the pictures are very dramatic. I expect that the number of wounded and maybe even of dead is going to rise, because the ambulances are still racing to the original impact sites of these missiles. So we're just getting this information in right now.
And it does make one think very much about how Iran generally is going to respond to this American bombing, doesn't it, Noga? Because even though Donald Trump warned that Iran had to immediately come to the table and reach a peace deal, otherwise there would be more American bombing to come, it appears that in the first few hours at least, Iran seems undeterred, and this is far from over.
Absolutely. Iran said it would be defiant if such an American attack occurred, and it is being defiant now that an American attack has occurred. It's important also to note that we don't yet have any information about whether this American bombing achieved any of the war objectives set forth by Prime Minister Netanyahu. We just heard from Rafael Grossi, the head of the UN nuclear watchdog, that for now, no unusual emissions have been, radiation has been detected in the site of any of the three nuclear reactors bombed by the United States. That also could still come. This is also fairly close, but it's a good sign that at least these bombings have not caused massive damage in terms of the ecology or human life. But that may not last. And if the United States returns and bombs again, that could change. And again, we do not know if the goal of eliminating the nuclear military threat from Iran has been achieved, if we're anywhere closer to it or not. Right now, we're in just a very, very risky period in which civilians are paying a very heavy price for war in more than one front, in which apparently Iranian infrastructure is really getting pounded, but we don't know how far the impact of that will go.
Noga Tarnopolsky, veteran Middle East correspondent, live with us from Jerusalem. Thanks very much indeed. Let me just give you the reports that we are getting through from the Israeli emergency services, that they say they are that paramedics are providing medical treatment and evacuating 11 casualties to hospital, including one in moderate condition and 10 others in mild condition. The one in moderate condition has shrapnel injury as the Israeli teams continue to assess the damage from this Iranian missile barrage. You are with BBC News. I'm Mark Lowen, live in Tel Aviv. A reminder, if you have just joined us, of our breaking news. President Trump says that the US military has carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran and destroyed them. They were at Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. Iranian officials confirmed that all 3 strike sites were mentioned were attacked, but said there was no irreversible damage. Well, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu praised what he described as President Trump's bold decision, while the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called the attacks a direct threat to international peace and security. In the last hour, sirens have sounded out across Israel in what is being described as one of the most intense bombardments yet. Iranian state TV has announced a fresh barrage of missiles on Israel. During his address at the White House, President Trump said future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier if Iran does not make peace. Let's take a listen to what the president said a few hours ago.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
President Trump's statement there a little earlier, flanked by his defense secretary, his vice president, and also his secretary of state. Very much an attempt to show political unity on an issue that has frankly divided the Republican Party. Well, let me just show you what we experienced here in Israel in the last hour or so. A huge barrage of Iranian missiles and rockets that were fired towards Israel that took us off air as well. And down into our bunker here in the hotel, as many other Israelis will have done as well. Israeli TV is now giving an updated tally of how many of those were launched. They say there were 30 missiles launched in 2 consecutive barrages in different parts of the country, I have to say, around Tel Aviv, but also in the north around Haifa. There were 10 missile hits and 11 people injured. You'll remember, of course, that Israel has 3 different missile defense shields to deal with incoming fire at various different altitudes. There's the Iron Dome, which basically deals with rockets coming largely from Gaza and also from southern Lebanon. There is one called David Sling, which is dealing with kind of medium height projectiles. And then there is a top altitude defense shield called the Arrow, and they have all been working in overdrive to intercept the Iranian rockets and missiles, but several of them have breached those defense systems, and as we heard in the last hour, a huge barrage of missiles and rockets that actually shook the hotel here, and we heard the whistle of interceptions as we made a speedy exit towards our bunker. Well, in the past hour, Iran's Foreign Minister Sayed Abbas Araghchi condemned the US strikes and says that Iran is reserving all options to defend its sovereignty. In a post on X, Araghchi adds that the events this morning are outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Each and every member of the UN, he wrote, must be alarmed over this extremely dangerous, lawless and criminal behaviour. Well, the BBC is not allowed currently by the Iranian government to report from inside Iran, but our colleagues at BBC Persian, which is part of the BBC World Service, monitors reaction from the country. A little earlier, I spoke to my colleague Kasra Naji from the BBC Persian language service, who updated us on reaction to the strikes.
We've had the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran issuing a statement, not giving any details of the extent of the damage to these 3 sites, but going on and on about how this attack was a violation of the international law. It was an attack on nuclear facilities that international law forbids in a big way, and that they wanted, the statement said Iran wants the international community, or hopes the international community will condemn this attack. We also had a statement from this nuclear safety agency in Iran saying that there is no risk of radiation getting out of these facilities spreading to the outside. They said they have measured the vicinity, there's no rising level of radioactivity, and they also say that it is because one of the reasons why there is no spread of radioactivity is because they have taken certain measures beforehand. This is a reference to the fact that some Iranian officials in the last few days, they've been saying something to the effect that they have moved their highly enriched uranium from Isfahan and from Fordo to secret places that they have not told the IAEA, the atomic agency, the UN atomic agency, which is very serious. It means that possibly some 400 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60% and more uranium enriched to 20% are somewhere that are not under the IAEA observation, i.e. they don't know where it is at the moment.
But just to be clear, Khazra, even though the president himself is talking about complete obliteration of these sites, there's been no visual evidence so far provided by the Iranians and no comment about the extent of the damage in Fordo beyond the kind of condemnation from the Iranian government over the strikes themselves.
Yes, in fact, that's right. We don't know how extensive the damage is. Iranians haven't said anything, and I just seen something from the Israeli side saying they don't know how extensive the damage was, but they think that nevertheless the attack has set back Iranian nuclear program for many years.
Yeah, setback is not exactly the same as completely destroyed. So we will wait to see evidence of the extent of that damage, because, of course, so there was so much debate as to whether the program could be completely obliterated, and indeed the know-how with it. Khazra, what is your sense now of what the likely retaliation is going to be from Iran? Obviously very difficult to read the regime, but what are the kind of the calls coming out in the Iranian state media so far? Are they on the hawkish side, or are they on the kind of more de-escalation side?
They are on the hawkish side, and I've seen some messages on social media by some Iranian commentators, mostly hardliners in Tehran, saying that, well, the Americans have asked for it and we will give it to them. So they are planning some kind of a military reaction. We will have to wait and see what that might be. You know, they have this extensive ballistic missile silos in various parts of the country. They can use that to attack American bases in the region, or they have these proxies in Iraq who could do much the same sort of thing from the Iraqi side. So we just have to wait and see. But I expect some fireworks in the next few days before the dust settles. But I'm not sure the dust will settle anytime soon, in the sense that already President Trump is threatening that if Iran doesn't come to the negotiating table to agree to a peace deal, there will be more attacks. So that's from him suggesting that there will be more trouble for Iran in the future. So, and also the fact that this stockpile of highly enriched uranium we're not certain where it is now. That is another cause for trouble in the weeks and months and probably years to come.
Kasra, our US partners at CBS News have reported that the White House passed a message to Iran that this was an attack on the nuclear facilities and not an attempt at regime change. But what is your assessment of the position of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at the moment? Not only after 9 days of this devastating war with Israel, but now with the kind of crown jewels, if you like, in Iran, the nuclear enrichment sites, if not obliterated, at least severely damaged. What is the strength that he still has over his country?
This attack last night is obviously a major blow to Iran. Don't forget that the nuclear program in Iran has been going on for over 20 years, and it has cost the country hundreds of billions of dollars, if you take into account the cost of the sanctions against Iran because of these nuclear facilities and nuclear activities, the nuclear program. If you take that cost into account, it goes up to hundreds of billions of dollars. And today, that is in ruins, that program. So there's not much of that is left, obviously. I mean, even if the damage is not that extensive, they might decide to repeat the attack and make sure that the facilities are completely razed to the ground or rendered completely useless. So anyway, the program is in ruins. And that is a blow to Iran's supreme leader and his standing. After all, he has to explain what happened. Why did we spend so much money on something that has come to this and has cost the country so much and has sent the country into poverty from being a rich country? So I suppose politically it will be very difficult for him. But he's a survivor. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has survived many of the big crises in the past decades. So we will have to wait and see. But this, together with Israeli attacks of the last 9 or 10 days in Iran, it has the whole thing, the two together, the attacks by Israel and the US, has obviously weakened the regime and its pillars and what keeps it going. And particularly a lot of the attacks by Israel has been against Iran's Revolutionary Guard and military sites, which means both of these, the military, as the army, the Revolutionary Guard, these are pillars of this regime, and they have been weakened. So we are looking at a regime that is probably on its knees, but hasn't quite fallen yet, and it may not fall, or it may. We just don't know.
Kasra Naji there from the BBC Persian service, and as you were hearing from Kasra, we were showing you pictures there, live pictures coming into us from Haifa in northern Israel, which is one of the areas where the Iranian missile barrage this morning hit. You can see there that emergency teams are picking their way through some of the damaged sites. They are working in Haifa, and they are also working in Tel Aviv. We also have pictures coming through from Tel Aviv showing the impact of the missiles in this city. The Israeli authorities are now saying that at least 16 people have been injured in the barrage of missiles this morning, which forced us off air and into our bunker, and that there were at least 10 missiles that hit various parts of the country. There was a second barrage then that was focused on the north of Israel while we were in the missile bunker. There are also reports coming through of continued Israeli military activity in Iran. The Israeli Defense Forces are saying that they hit primed missile launchers in fresh strikes in western Iran. And the military say that the Israeli Air Force struck several ballistic missile launchers and eliminated Iranian soldiers, in their words. So the fire in both directions very much continuing after those American strikes. Well, let us turn now to Benham Ben Tablelou, who is joining us live from the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy think tank. He is a senior director there. Very good to talk to you, sir. Thanks very much indeed for joining us. Can I get your reaction first of all to the American strikes this morning?
Pleasure to be with you. The reaction is that this strike was nothing short of historic, whose implications we simply will have to wait to see. The first indication of a potential measure of success would be what the U.S. government will put out, which is a battle damage assessment, basically saying how damaged, how destroyed, per what President Trump had said, were these three critical nuclear facilities, one of which, of course, was the crown jewel of the Islamic Republic's atomic enterprise, the Fordo fuel enrichment plant, which was buried about 300 feet underground. Here where I live and work in Washington, those three facilities that the U.S. struck today have been talked about, debated for nearly 2 decades. Potentially, there is the chance that Donald Trump may have been able to close the door on those three facilities, but it's unclear if he's been able to close the door on the broader Iran nuclear debate.
And indeed, it has left the US extremely exposed in this region, and indeed other potential US allies, not just from Iran, but also from Iran's proxies in the region.
Certainly. I will say, though, however, many of those proxies in the region have been neutered, particularly when you look at the ones closest to Israel. Nonetheless, there still is the Houthis in Yemen with significant long-range strike capabilities brought to you by the Islamic Republic. They have been battered, however, for the past 2 months by the U.S., as well as the Shia militias in Iraq, which thus far have not played an outsized role in the cycle of violence we've seen in the post-October 7 Middle East. The greatest threat, particularly to U.S. forces, however, will come directly from Iranian territory. Even though the Israelis have been striking medium-range ballistic missiles, missile and military bases and bunkers and fuel fabrication and production facilities, the shorter-range ballistic missiles, which would reach the southern parts of the Persian Gulf where the U.S. has bases, are believed to be more precise. So there is a significant threat to U.S. service persons as the Islamic Republic is considering its response.
Do you really believe that this is something that is going to bring the Iranians back to the negotiating table, that that Iran is going to be, in effect, bombed into negotiations?
In the very, very, very short term, no, I do not believe that. And therefore, I also believe that the Islamic Republic has more dangerous political options here instead of just military options. If the Iranians escalate militarily, not only were they proven to have been for the past week outgunned by the Israelis, the U.S. will prove in short order that they will be outgunned against the Americans. How the Iranians marry political options and military options matters greatly, just like how President Trump married political options with military options. For too long in the Western debate of Iran's nuclear program, it's been or. I think Trump tonight showed that it can be and one wonders the degree to which this combination will feature in Khamenei, the supreme leader of Iran's approach.
And do you think, even though if the nuclear facilities are indeed destroyed, the know-how, the nuclear know-how still exists? So do you believe that Iran will be unable to bounce back from this in terms of rebuilding a nuclear program?
Well, what we've seen from the Israelis is the targeting campaign against a whole host of atomic scientists, people involved in the weaponization effort, a whole host of research laboratories, a whole host of centrifuge production facilities, a whole host of sites tied to the lifeblood and the supply chain of Iran's domestic fuel cycle capabilities. But even pushing past those, my concern right now is not facilities, it is actually fissile material. Beyond the battle damage assessment, my concern is if the Islamic Republic ever managed to divert highly enriched uranium or fissile material from any of those three facilities that the U.S. struck today, and if they did, where did they take it, and will a game of cat and mouse on the intelligence side take place to find it?
Ben Tablalou from the Foundation for the Defense of Democracy think tank in Washington. Thanks very much indeed.
Thank you.
Live from Tel Aviv, this is BBC News. I'm Mark Lowen with continuing coverage of our breaking news today. President Trump says the United States has carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran, obliterating them in his words. And in the past hour or so, we have seen a number of explosions over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem after Iran launched a missile attack. Israel says a number of areas were hit in the north and center of the country, with at least 16 people injured. Sirens sounded in several regions as Israel's defensive systems operated to intercept the threat. We will be hearing more on that in just a moment or two, but first, let's take a listen to President Trump. During an address at the White House, he said future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier if Iran does not make peace.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody and In particular, God, I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, as you heard there, President Trump said that 3 key sites in Iran were hit. Let's take a closer look at them. They were at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. President Trump said that Iran's facilities had been, in his words, completely obliterated. Isfahan is a uranium conversion plant, whilst Natanz is an enrichment plant. Even before the US strikes, the International Atomic Energy Agency, that's the UN nuclear watchdog, said that Natanz had sustained severe damage from the Israeli strikes. But the main site hit today was Fordo. The uranium enrichment site is situated about 60 miles, that's about 100 kilometers south of the Iranian capital, Tehran. It is located in a mountainous region and is thought to consist of 2 main tunnels that house centrifuges used to enrich uranium, as well as a network of smaller tunnels. Well, reaching this underground installation, which is at least 60 meters below ground, required more powerful bunker-busting bombs, which only the US possesses. Its official name is the GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator, and the only planes that could carry such bombs are B-2 stealth bombers, which were indeed used. Senior Department of Defense officials confirmed that the bomb was used in the attacks, with 2 being deployed for each of the 3 nuclear targets. Well, in the past hour, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi condemned the US strikes and said that Iran is reserving all options to defend its sovereignty. In a post on X, Araghchi adds that the events this morning are outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Each and every member of the UN, he wrote, must be alarmed over this extremely dangerous, lawless and criminal behaviour. Well, as we've been reporting, sirens have been sounding across Israel as Iran launched a fresh salvo of missiles across the country, the most intense yet since the war began 10 days ago. I was on air presenting this programme when the air raid sirens went off in Tel Aviv. Let's take a watch. As you can hear, the sirens have just begun to sound around us here in Tel Aviv. We have received notifications on our telephones to say enter the protected space in your area, that there is a red alert for the city centre of Tel Aviv. So what we're going to do is we're going to just come down. We're going to come down from our live position here on our balcony, and we are going to take shelter in our hotel bunker. For the time being, I will hand you back to the studio in London, but you can see very much that the threat from Iran remains and that there is now a detection of an incoming missile. So we are going to interrupt this broadcast in order to take safety. And not just one missile, I can tell you. It was an extremely intense barrage, one of which shook our hotel as we were going into our bunker, because I then sent this video from a bomb shelter in this hotel just moments ago after my team and I were forced to take cover. Well, we were on our balcony position here in Tel Aviv, broadcasting live as the alert sounded on our phones that an incoming missile was due in Tel Aviv city centre imminently. We then heard the sirens going off around us, and then we heard the incoming whistle of potentially a destination. A couple more bangs there that could have been some kind of interception. We have come here to our bunker in our hotel. A quick view here. This is our BBC team as we have taken shelter in the bunker until we are told by the Israeli authorities that it is clear for us to re-emerge. But a very clear reminder that the threat of this war is not over with the American bombings of Iran, that Iran has promised to retaliate, and we are immediately seeing some kind of military retaliation, this time towards Israel. Well, I can tell you we are safely back on our balcony position here because we then got the all clear from Israeli Home Command to come out of the shelters. We were in there for about 40 minutes after that barrage across the country. And let me just show you the live pictures of some of the impact sites. In Haifa in the north of Israel, where there was pretty extensive damage there. As you can see, the emergency services picking their way through some of the damaged buildings. And also in Tel Aviv too, there was pretty extensive damage in some buildings. The rescue work is continuing at the site of the impact in both cities. The Israelis are saying that there were at least 30 missiles launched at Israel by Iran, with 10 impact sites, and at least 16 people have been injured. Here at a hospital in Tel Aviv, among the injured there are 2 children who are being treated there for mild injuries. It is, of course, a reminder, if it were needed, that this war is still absolutely active and that in both directions they are still firing. The Israeli Defense Forces are saying that they also carried out more strikes today inside western Iran. They launched a new wave of airstrikes. According to the Israeli Defense Forces, ballistic missile launchers they say were used in the attack on Israel this morning were destroyed in strikes. And also the Israeli Air Force says that they have eliminated some Iranian soldiers. Let's turn to our world news correspondent Joe Inwood, who is monitoring the story from London. Joe, give us a sense of the wider international reaction there has been as parts of the world really have woken up to this breaking news this morning.
Yeah, we're not getting much from other governments at the moment. We have had Antonio Guterres from the United Nations who, as you said before, Mark, saying that this is a dangerous escalation. I think the really interesting reaction is the idea that the Iranians are seemingly downplaying this. They've been saying that the amount of damage that was done was not that significant. I think one other thing that really struck me when I listened to the Donald Trump statement was when he said, talked about the Iranian reaction, called on the Iranians to declare peace, to end this. He wasn't referring to them not retaliating against United States targets, against American bases in the region. He was talking about any attacks at all when it comes to whether or not the US would carry out more airstrikes. So I think we could well see this not be the last US involvement in this conflict.
Yeah, indeed. Joe, I know you've spent time out here over the last 20 months, as I have repeatedly since the 7th of October, but just worth, I think, putting things a little bit in context here that, after the 7th of October, the Hamas attacks on Israel, the huge fear, of course, was that it would spill over into a wider regional conflict, and that has happened. I mean, the spark of the 7th of October has ignited a very combustible region. And now we're at a situation, unparalleled situation, where there are direct attacks on Iran and threats from Iran to retaliate, and also threats from Iran's proxies to retaliate.
Yeah, I think we can't overstate what a dangerous moment this potentially is. This is the moment that people have been really concerned about for many, many months. That what started with that attack on October the 7th, of course, things were going on before, but the recent flare-up started then, has now turned into what seems really like it potentially could turn into a full-blown war, not just between Israel and Iran, but the involvement of the United States as well. I think really what we're going to have to watch for over the next few days is how Iran decides to react. I mean, you have experienced yourself over the last few hours the attacks that they've launched on Israel, but do they decide to take action not just against Israel, which is, we should point out, and as we see in the sky, although the Iron Dome air defence system is not impervious, it is very, very robust. There are other targets around the region, other softer targets. US bases could be allied bases. I was speaking to some defence experts in the last few days about what British bases would be vulnerable to and how well protected they are. And I think it's fair to say British facilities in the region are very, very vulnerable indeed, especially to any sort of ballistic missiles. So the various options for escalation if either side decides to take this even further are legion and are potentially very dangerous. And I think there's going to be a hope here in the UK and in other European capitals where, of course, they have been calling for de-escalation and for diplomacy. There's going to be a hope that this doesn't escalate even further and potentially, they'll be hoping it de-escalates, but that doesn't seem to be where we are at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about the threat to American assets in the region, Joe. I mean, some 40,000 American troops are stationed here. I mean, in Qatar alone, there is the largest American contingent in the Middle East of some 10,000 troops. And the Houthis, for example, in Yemen, the Iran-backed group, have already said, I mean, they said yesterday that they would restart attacks on American vessels in the Red Sea if America did get involved militarily. So we watch to see what their reaction will be. But also, Joe, I know that you were reporting also yesterday on, we were watching the European foreign ministers meeting the Iranian foreign minister in Geneva. And it appears very much that Donald Trump has completely sort of frozen Europe out of this equation. He himself said after those talks that, the Iranians want to talk to the Americans and that Europe doesn't have a role in all of this. So this is the US going unilateral, not quite unilaterally, in consultation with Israel, but Europe is kind of nowhere to be found in all of this.
Yeah, Europe has been trying to find its voice, but that voice is not being listened to really by anyone. We saw Abbas Araghchi speak to the foreign ministers of the UK, of Germany and France over the last few days. There was nothing conclusive that came out of that. We heard Sir Keir Starmer, when he met Donald Trump over at the G7 in Canada, say he was confident that this was not going to happen. They thought it could be avoided, and I think last night it proved just how little influence European diplomats and European capitals have on shaping the thinking and the actions of the man in the White House.
Joe Inwood, our world news correspondent, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's cross now live to Jerusalem and my colleague Dan Johnson. Hi, Dan. Give us a picture of what you went through this morning in that part of the country as the Iranian missile barrage came in.
Yes, probably about 90 minutes ago now that the air raid siren sounded here and the alerts came through on the phone warning that missiles were heading towards Israel, and then the more precise warning, an alert that Jerusalem was being targeted too. And then very quickly after that we heard quite extensive interception explosions in the sky. You could see the streaks of the Israeli air defense missiles going up to meet the Iranian ballistic missiles coming in, and we could hear those missiles being intercepted and see the flashes in the sky. It was quite a heavy barrage. It does sound like it was one of the most extensive attacks that Iran has launched over the last 10 days of this conflict. But in terms of Jerusalem as a city, it looks like the air defences were very effective here and that they were able to intercept almost all of those missiles. There was a plume of smoke on the horizon, but it didn't look like any serious damage there. But we know that some of those missiles have got through in other parts of the country. They have caused injury and damage to Israelis this morning, and that's why the state of alert is still in place, the tighter restrictions, no schools, no work today, a ban on gatherings, and everybody aware that there could be more to come in terms of the Iranian response, and that might not just be targeted at Israel.
And just give us the latest that we're hearing, Dan, from the Israeli authorities in terms of numbers injured and the missiles that actually did get through and did breach the Israeli defense systems.
Yeah, the latest details are that around 30 missiles were fired this morning, which is not the largest number, but it probably depends exactly where they are targeted. 2 waves, we're told, that came from Iran towards Israel, and at least 10 of those missiles having got through the Israeli air defences this morning and hit targets across the country. We know 11 people so far are reported to have been injured. The emergency services responding at different sites around Israel. We've seen pictures coming through of some damaged buildings. So there is destruction, there are casualties, there are emergency teams at work trying to assess that level of damage and destruction and to help those people who are wounded. 25 Israelis have died over the last 10 days of this conflict. No reports of anybody having been killed in this country yet this morning, but we're still awaiting for the full details of how extensive the Iranian attack this morning was and what the level of damage is. The Israeli air defenses, the Israeli Air Force rather, has already announced that it's conducting retaliatory strikes over Iran in response this morning. So if anybody thought that the US getting involved was going to lead immediately to the sort of peace and prosperity that Benjamin Netanyahu spoke to, I think Israelis were always going to be aware that there was likely to be something extensive in terms of a response from Iran, and there could be more of that to come now in the hours and the days ahead.
Dan, just give us a sense of how historic this is in terms of Benjamin Netanyahu, what we are seeing here. This is a man who has been talking about the imminent threat from Iran for 30 years, and he has finally got the ear of the best friend of Israel, as he describes it, ever in the White House, and he has persuaded an American government to directly bomb Iran. I mean, in the nitty-gritty of what is happening here, let's just kind of step back and just kind of assess the enormity of what we are seeing.
It is a huge, staggering, really important moment, and how precisely Benjamin Netanyahu has convinced Donald Trump that the threat is as real as he believed, and that he has managed to convince him to launch these attacks. We'll have to wait for the full detail. That'll take people who are closer to the White House and to Donald Trump's team to give us an insight into exactly what it was. Maybe Donald Trump lost his patience with the Iranians. Maybe he thought negotiation and diplomacy, although he'd offered a 2-week pause for it, didn't look likely. They weren't taking him seriously. Maybe they were all negotiating tactics all along, and that this was his intended plan. We'll have to wait for that sort of detail. But for Benjamin Netanyahu, this is a significant achievement. The fact that he has been able to get that heavier weaponry that he relied on the Americans for to target those nuclear sites, particularly the Fordo bunker hidden within that mountain, something that Benjamin Netanyahu and the Israeli military had wanted to target, had been attacking on some level, but couldn't penetrate without those heavier weapons. That is why they needed US support. They've been able to launch those strikes. The Iranians are playing down the impact of this. Their initial response was to say that Donald Trump was bluffing about having eradicated their nuclear program, that the strikes were limited in their extent and their damage, and that the sites had already been evacuated. But then you've got the foreign minister saying that this will have everlasting consequences, that it's an outrageous act, that international law and UN charters have been breached here, and that Israel and the US will pay the price. We know the Ayatollah, before this happened, said that there would be irreparable damage to US interests if the Americans did get involved in this. What does that mean? What's that going to look like? What does Iran have left in its stockpile, in its armory? How capable is it of finding targets to hit and reaching them? We know that the Israeli airstrikes over the past 10 days have taken out something like 2/3 of Iran's missile launch sites. So how practical is it? How capable are they? Are they going to take time to restock, to resupply, to find targets, to calculate a response? Or are we going to see more in terms of an immediate reaction? That is the key question for the hours and the days ahead now.
Yeah, and as we have seen this morning, they are still militarily capable of breaching Israel's defense shields. Dan Johnson in Jerusalem, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's bring in Sarah Yael Hirschhorn, who is a historian at the University of... She's based in Tel Aviv, apologies. The University of Haifa, and a fellow at the Jewish People Policy Institute. Very good to talk to you, Sarah. Is this a good day for Israel?
I think it is a good day for Israel. Israel had accomplished many of its goals in the past week of eliminating some of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, assassinating top nuclear scientists and IRGC leaders, and generally taking control of Iranian airspace. But it was clear that they were limited in their capacity to strike, especially the Fordo nuclear reactor, as well as some of the other sites that were hit this morning without American assistance. And I think they got what they had hoped for from the Trump administration.
And yet the threat is not over, as we have seen here, as I'm sure you have seen, and plenty of other Israelis across the country have seen this morning.
Absolutely. I just returned from the bomb shelter about half an hour ago, and we are bracing for further retaliatory strikes this morning. It is clear that Iran has said not only that the United States installations in the Middle East are considered to be fair game to the Iranian regime after the strike, but that it will continue inflicting as much damage upon Israeli civilian targets as possible.
Can I ask you how much you think domestic politics is at play here in what Benjamin Netanyahu has done? Because, of course, he left himself extremely exposed by leaving the country extremely exposed to the 7th of October attacks, and his nickname of Mr. Security went up in smoke. And he has managed to get back a lot of support over all of this. But, not to downplay the real and very clear danger that Israelis feel from from Iran. But to what extent do you think Netanyahu has been trying to push for a widening of Israel's military campaigns to try to strengthen and shore up his position?
Well, look, the threat of the Iranian regime has been a 30-year project of Benjamin Netanyahu, even before he became prime minister of the State of Israel. So clearly, he has had a long-term agenda here. And unfortunately, because of October 7th and the criminal charges he's facing and other forms of polarization in Israel over the last many years, he lacks credibility in facing the Israeli public when it comes to threats. Yet at the same time, all of Israeli political establishment, military, security, and other state apparatus have come behind Netanyahu and his assessment of the threat. And I think that any Israeli prime minister, from the far left to the extreme right, probably would have taken the same actions as Benjamin Netanyahu over the course of the past week. It's just that it is difficult for Israelis to feel confident with him as the figurehead because of his past history.
Well, sorry, you are a historian. I mean, let us look back a little bit at history in the last 20 years. In Iraq and Libya, both of whose countries had despots removed only to descend into political chaos. Now you have the Israeli foreign minister saying that, that there is a need to undermine the regime in Iran. Do you not fear, potentially, of how history could play out again in Iran if Israel and indeed potentially the US were to push even further now for the removal of the Ayatollah and regime change there?
Well, look, we don't even need to go far back in history. We can just look back to October 7th when Israel, retaliated against Hamas in an act of self-defense, which I think was entirely justifiable. But now, 19 months into this war, there is still no endgame about finding new leadership of the Gaza Strip, or to what would happen if Hamas was removed from power. And as you mentioned, there are many, many other cases across the Middle East over the past 30 or 40 years, which suggests that regime change is a very difficult concept if you're not sure what the future is going to look like. It seems to me that they are trying to revive the idea of installing the son of the late Shah of Iran as a potential placeholder as while they try to assemble a new Iranian republic of some kind. But this seems like a very, very tenuous strategy. The Shah was deeply unpopular and had, caused great damage to his own people. Some of that has not been forgotten since 1979, even as the current Iranian regime has certainly alienated its public, and much of the Iranian people would like to see them go. But having the current regime go is one question, but what replaces it and what comes after is certainly quite another. And I think here in Israel, we are looking at that quite skeptically, wondering whether the goals of this war were truly the elimination of the nuclear project, regime change, or something else entirely, some kind of peace deal. And what would that look like? Because Israel will not feel secure until it has a regime in power that is friendly, or at least I would say apathetic to the state of Israel's aspiration to live in peace and security with its neighbors. And we don't know what a future regime might look like today.
Sarah Yael Hershorn, historian at the University of Haifa, thank you very much indeed. Well, let me show you the live scene in Haifa in northern Israel, which was one of the areas that was hit by the Iranian barrage of missiles that came through this morning. Two separate barrages, one of which hit largely central areas of the country, and the second one which hit the north of Israel. There were 30 missiles, according to the Israeli authorities, that were fired. At least 10 broke through the missile defense shield and hit various parts of the country, and there are at least 16 people who have been injured. We've got a line coming through from Iran. The Iranian armed forces say that they targeted multiple sites in Israel, including Ben Gurion Airport here in Tel Aviv. That will, of course, do nothing to calm fears about the airspace over Israel, which remains closed for the foreseeable future. So you can see the emergency teams picking through the damage there in Tel Aviv this time after those missile strikes that we all heard and felt in various parts of the country. Well, here is an Israeli official speaking about the missile attacks on Haifa this morning.
What we have over here is a rocket attack on Haifa city. Our ambulances and intensive care unit rushed to the scene. We discovered over here 4 minor wounded and 2 people with anxiety reaction. That's it. Our EMTs and paramedics rushed them to the hospital within 10 minutes, and thank God that's everything for now. One of my volunteers lives over here in the building behind us. He was minor wounded. He left everything, gave first aid, and only after the event he went to the hospital to check himself. Other than that, everything is okay.
One of the Israeli officials talking there about the missile barrage that was fired this morning, a very clear reminder that despite the American strikes on Iran this morning, this war continues apace. You are with BBC News. I'm Mark Lowen, and we are live here in Tel Aviv. A reminder, if you have just joined us, of our breaking news today that President Trump says the United States military has carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran and, in his words, completely destroyed them. They were at Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. Iranian officials confirmed that all 3 strike sites mentioned were attacked, but said there was no irreversible damage. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu praised what he described as President Trump's bold decision, while the UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres called the attacks a direct threat to international peace and security. And in the past hour or so, we've seen a number of explosions over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem after Iran launched a massive missile attack. Israel says a number of areas were hit in the north and center of the country, with at least 16 casualties reported. Sirens sounded in several regions. We heard them here and were forced into our bunker as Israel's defense systems operated to intercept the threat. Now, during his White House address, President Trump said future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier if Iran does not make peace. Let's listen to what he said in his address to the nation.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel. And God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
A triumphant President Trump there. A quick reminder of the difficulty of reporting this story fully, because even though we are getting the statements from President Trump, we are getting the statements of Israeli officials, and we are being able to see the impact of Iranian missiles here in Israel, it is very difficult to get material out of Iran, and the Iranian government does not currently allow the BBC to report from inside Iran. So we are depending a lot on eyewitness testimony and on our BBC Persian language service. They and others contribute to our live page on our BBC website. If you go to bbc.com/news, you will get all the up-to-date reports and analysis from across this region, and also eyewitness testimony as well. So it is a vital resource, as is our BBC Persian service. But just in case you're wondering why we're not getting more material out of Iran, it is because of the reporting restrictions placed by the Iranian regime. Well, let's speak now to Fawaz Gerges, who is Professor of International Politics at the London School of Economics, and who joins us on the line. Fawaz Gerges, thanks very much indeed for being with us. How dangerous a moment do you feel this is at the moment?
Well, I think it's very dangerous. It's a cliche if I say it's dangerous, because everyone knows the potential implications and consequences. If I may quote the General Secretary of the United Nations, who just made a statement, who said he is gravely concerned about the escalation in the Middle East. And he believes it's a very dangerous escalation, and it carries the risk of basically region-wide war. And he said what President Trump did this early morning represents a threat to international peace and security. I think we have to wait and see how Iranian leaders process the American attacks and how will retaliate. As you know, the Iranian supreme leader is not available. They cut all his communications because the Israelis and President Trump have threatened to kill him. So he has not released any statement. The Iranian foreign secretary has made it very clear. He is now in Europe, still in Europe, after his journey to Brussels. He said Iran will defend its sovereignty. My take on it, it all depends on how Iranian leaders basically view what the American president did this early morning, whether it's a limited attack or whether it's really all-out attack against the Iranian regime. It's based on their perceptions and capabilities. We need to know whether they have the capabilities to really launch a frontal attack against American bases in Bahrain, in Kuwait, in Iraq, and in terms of the oil industry. So it's a fast-moving target, as you well know, and it's dynamic, and we have to wait and see. We have no clarity because the dust has not settled on the battlefield yet.
You talk about the Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, and the fact he's in hiding. I mean, there were even reports, actually, Fawaz, I'm not sure if you saw them yesterday in the New York Times, that he has even chosen 3 potential successors as Supreme Leader were he to be killed. We have not been able to stand up those reports, but even that very much suggesting his vulnerability. I mean, what is your take on whether he could potentially still cling on to power at 86 years old and after the damage that Israel and now the United States have inflicted on his country?
Well, as you well know, there has been a great deal of speculation, in particular, in the United States and Israel, about regime change. So, because many Israeli hardliners believe that this is not just about Iran's nuclear program, it's about really trying to, destroy the regime itself, its ability to respond, its infrastructure, and replace it with a pro-Western friendly regime. I have no doubts in my mind that the Iranian regime, regardless of what we think of it, is deeply entrenched. It has a revolutionary base of support that they will fight to the end. And we know very well that Iran does not depend on one strong man like most Arab countries. It has institutions. The reports I have seen, a credible report that Ali Khamenei, the Supreme Leader, has transferred some of his authority to the National Security Council. The National Security Council in Iran is the highest executive decision-making. It's a institution. It's a collective decision-making, because he knows very well. I mean, his life depends from 1 hour, 0 hour, to a few days, to a few years. So regardless of what happens to Iranian Supreme Leader, executive authority now lies in the Iranian National Security Council. You have more than a dozen or so of military and civilian decision makers. So, but at the end of the day, it all depends on whether Iran has the capabilities to respond to American attacks and whether it perceives the American attacks as limited. And it was ironic, or it was that President Trump really repeated the fact that this was a single, limited, targeted attacks against the 3 major Iranian nuclear sites. He does not really have any intention of basically trying to broaden American attacks unless the Iranians respond. And we have some reports for your own viewers that the Americans sent a message to the Iranian regime as they were bombing Iran that they were not really interested. They have no ambitious grand strategy for regime change in Tehran.
You have watched this region for a long time, Fawaz. Just give us a sense of your fears of what could happen if the regime were to be pushed out or to fall, based on the echoes that we have seen in Iraq, Libya, and in other parts of a combustible region.
For BBC viewers here in the UK and worldwide, I think it's very misleading to compare Iran to Bashar al-Assad Syria, or to Libya, or to Iraq. The Iranian clerics have been in power since 1979, 1980. Iran is much more institutionalized than other countries. This is not a one-man's regime, a strong man. Thirdly, they have a revolutionary base of support, even though this base of support has been weakening and waning and declining as a result of the oppressive policies domestically by the Iranian regimes. Here's what I fear. I don't really think we're going to see regime change because it's almost a mission impossible. What I think is that the Iranian regime has already moved its basically grade weapons uranium out of the Isfahan laboratories. Iranian officials have made it very clear that the weapon grades uraniums are no longer really in the major nuclear laboratories. And secondly, I think regardless of what happened, if the Iranian regime survives, and my take on it, it's most likely to survive, I think Iran will make a dash, a secretive dash, to build a nuclear deterrent, a credible deterrent. So historians, I think, again, I could be wrong, will look at this particular moment and say that Iran, basically, this moment really motivated Iranian leaders to build a nuclear weapon, because in their eyes, in the eyes of Iranian leaders, a credible, effective deterrence is a nuclear deterrence. Because despite everything they have done, they have failed to deter the Israelis and Americans from attacking Iran and Iranian sovereignty. So this is a very dangerous moment, not only for the Middle East, but I think for regional stability, for international peace and security. And we could really hardly imagine the likely consequences if this turns into a region-wide conflict. And also in terms of the political economy of energy, in terms of oil, in terms of gas, in terms of commercial shippings, in terms of terrorism. I mean, this is a serious, serious situation.
Yeah, we often use the word existential in this region, don't we, Fawaz, in terms of Israel seeing Iran as an existential threat. But of course, the fear now is that Iran could potentially race even further to try to rebuild and to try to return to a nuclear program, seeing the actual development of a nuclear weapon as ever more existential for the Iranian regime. Fawaz Gerges, Professor of International Politics at the London School of Economics, thanks very much indeed. Let me just bring you a couple of breaking lines that are coming into us from the British Prime Minister, because, of course, world reaction is continuing to come in after those American strikes this morning. Sir Keir Starmer says that he has called on Iran to return to the negotiating table and reach a diplomatic solution to end this crisis, adding Iran's nuclear program is a grave threat to international security, and saying that the situation in the Middle East remains volatile, stability in the region is a priority, and finishing by saying Iran can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and the US has taken action to alleviate that threat. So that line coming in from Downing Street, being careful to not to criticise the UK's staunchest ally, the United States, in terms of its action, but very much calling for a return to diplomacy. Well, let's bring in Noga Tarnopolsky, a journalist with 2 decades of experience covering the Middle East and who joins us live from Jerusalem. Noga, good to talk to you again. I mean, these hopes of Iran returning to the diplomatic table, do they feel hollow, even more hollow to you today after the Americans launched those bombs than perhaps we even thought yesterday?
They absolutely do. I have to say that yesterday I was a little bit skeptical of those Iranian statements, especially because the foreign minister, Arakshi, said that Iran would not engage in any discussions so long as they were under fire. And he said this while leaving discussions with European counterparts in Geneva. And so I thought, well, they're still talking. And they were still talking. But this will, without question, cement the Iranian suspicion that they've had all along now for the last 9 days, which is that the American invitation to talks for them, the fact that the United States had invited them to talks was not more than a ruse. That is what they're saying overtly, and that is what they feel. Now, with this American attack, for the first time, a direct American hit on their very valued institutions, I think that notion will be seen as reality, as proven reality. And unfortunately, I do think that we have to take Mr. Gerges's warning very, very seriously. For now, there's no indication that Iran's nuclear capacity, certainly not its nuclear ambitions, have been hard hit. And there is a chance, well, I have to say, here in Israel, there's almost a parade of victory among the Israeli leadership today, quoting biblical citations as if they were an army of God. I'm talking about the Israeli ministers. Nonetheless, we should be cautious because we do not know yet how this will turn out, what Iranian secrets we may have missed, and what Iranian ambitions are going to be ignited by these hits. There's no way that I know of, including with these massive American bombs, to completely obliterate Iran's nuclear facilities or program. And so both the promises of Prime Minister Netanyahu to do so and the statement we just heard, the recent statement from a few hours ago from President Trump announcing that Iranian nuclear facilities had been obliterated, that is still to be proven, and we don't know how fast they'll be able to scramble and get back on their feet. This could be a big provocation.
Noga, as we speak, we are showing our viewers pictures of the emergency teams in, I think that's Haifa, on the ground in the aftermath of the missile attacks that hit Haifa and Tel Aviv and other parts also, with some 30 Iranian missiles that came through this morning. Give us a sense, Noga, of where Israeli public opinion lies at the moment on the war with Iran, and whether you get a sense from Israelis, from your friends, from your colleagues, that Israelis are willing to suffer the kind of damage we're seeing there on the screen, the constant daily sirens and the missiles that are getting through, if they are able, perhaps, to fight back Iran once and for all.
Well, once and for all is a crucial definition that no Israeli knows. I mean, I don't think anybody knows exactly. None of us have ever been in this situation. I don't think anybody knows where this will lead us. But your question is fundamental. Prime Minister Netanyahu made 3 bets before launching this war on Iran. One was that he would be able to persuade Donald Trump to join, and that bet has succeeded. Another bet, which he has not been hiding in recent days, is that this would succeed in toppling the Iranian regime. I'm very, very doubtful that that will be possible. And to my knowledge, there's no alternative Iranian government in waiting anywhere. Thirdly, his third bet was that he would be able to draw the Israeli public that had come almost to loathe him back to him. Netanyahu has been associated not just with the security failures of October 7th, but no less with mishandling the war and mishandling the home front during these 20 months of war. He's held responsible for blocking any investigation into October 7th, for attempting to impose really serious restrictions through emergency regulations. So now we have to see. The one poll that has come out since the 13th of June, since this war was launched, was an interesting poll by the center-right paper Ma'ariv. And it showed that his party, Netanyahu's party, the Likud, did gain some votes, but they gained them just from other coalition parties. So it didn't actually help reposition Netanyahu in case he ever deigns to call new elections. Now, having brought Trump in, we're going to see. He again is in danger. He is probably going to be, I think, gaining favor among Israelis for having succeeded to bring Donald Trump in, for showing that he's still capable of such a major diplomatic maneuver. However, Israelis are not going to be willing or happy to accept the extent of damage that you're showing, that we're seeing. 8,000 Israelis homeless in the first week of this war, 25 dead, residential areas turned into absolute just war zones, missiles falling on posh neighborhoods of Tel Aviv. I don't think he's going to have a very long time to keep this going, but I'm predicting here, so we have to see.
Noga Tarnopolsky, Middle East journalist, thanks very much indeed. Those pictures we continue to show you of the aftermath of the missile barrage on Haifa. There you can see the damage to buildings there, with the emergency services still on the scene. Interestingly, the Israeli Defense Forces estimate that in Haifa, which is in northern Israel, there was a malfunction of an interceptor that failed and fell. So sirens are not activated when interceptors depart, but they are meant to when there is concern that an interceptor fragment will fall. But that siren did not go off, one of the sirens in Haifa. So that would explain how some of the damage, and perhaps that would explain some of the injuries as well in Haifa. Well, Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, has been commenting on the latest developments in Iran. Joining me now is Tony Bonsignore, our political correspondent. Tony, give us a flavour of what the British Prime Minister has had to say.
Morning, Mark. Yeah, so let me give you the official words from the Prime Minister that we've had just in the last few minutes here from Downing Street, and I can give you a little bit more information through our sources as well. So a statement from the Prime Minister said, Iran's nuclear program is a grave threat to international security. Iran can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, he says, and the US has taken action to alleviate that threat. The Prime Minister continues, the situation in the Middle East remains volatile and stability in the region is a priority. We call on Iran to return to the negotiating table and reach a diplomatic solution to end this crisis. So that's a statement we've just had in the last few minutes from the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, from Downing Street. What I can also tell you from our sources is that there was no UK involvement in these strikes, which is one of the questions I think that MPs will be asking this morning. Lots of people will be asking this morning. So we're told no UK involvement in these strikes, and I understand that the Prime Minister was told in advance that these strikes were going to happen.
Interesting that you talk about that, Tony, because there was also speculation as to where the American B-2 bombers would have taken off from, because they can take off from Diego Garcia, that base down in the Indian Ocean, which was basically given back to Mauritius recently, but Britain still has overall control there, and the US is allowed to use that base. And the fact that the B-2 bombers appear not to have gone from Diego Garcia, but we think they took off from Guam, the US overseas territory, is there speculation that the Americans were keen to avoid some kind of row with the Brits over whether they would be allowed to use what is essentially still a British base down in the Indian Ocean?
Good question, Mark, to which I don't have an answer. As you can imagine, phones to Downing Street, we've been in touch with them all morning. This happened very early UK time, and that will be one of the questions. Lots of questions. Another question that we don't have an answer to is whether the US asked the UK for help in this or support in this. We just do not know that at this stage. All I can tell you, and we've just learnt this in the last few minutes, is that we've been told no UK involvement in this, and Sir Keir Starmer was told by the US about it in advance.
Worth remembering, Tony, as well, that Britain's relationship with the Israeli government has deteriorated quite considerably as the war in Gaza has dragged on, with Britain having been one of the 4 countries that actually sanctioned 2 Israeli ministers a couple of weeks back, 2 far-right ministers in Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet. So, the sense I'm sure from Israel is that they're not particularly keen to kind of work with Sir Keir Starmer at the moment, and certainly from Donald Trump there was a complete dismissal of any European attempts at diplomacy with Iran yesterday after those talks in Geneva. So you get the sense that Britain is absolutely not in one of the driving seats at the moment.
Again, it's very difficult to speculate at this early hour, and as I said, speaking to Downing Street, we understood that the UK was told about this, but I think those are the kind of questions that MPs will have here about where we go from here, what the prospects are for a negotiated settlement, especially after a week of very frantic negotiations. Of course, we had David Lammy in Washington, then to Geneva for those talks with Iran's foreign minister and those top EU diplomats. And there is, of course, a sensitivity within the governing Labour Party about this whole issue and about the UK's relationship with Israel. I'm sure those are questions that MPs will be asking through informal channels today and through more formal channels when MPs return to Westminster tomorrow.
And Tony, very briefly, if you can, any news on getting British nationals out of Israel? Any kind of new information or directives from the British Foreign Office about that?
No, I mean the last thing, of course, we know is that David Lammy was putting in place a process to get British nationals out of Israel, but I imagine again those will be questions given this escalation overnight. Those are questions for Downing Street today, and of course we'll give you those answers as soon as we get them.
Tony Bonsignore, our political correspondent, thanks very much indeed. Live from Tel Aviv, this is BBC News. I'm Mark Lowen with continuing coverage of our breaking news today. President Trump says the United States has carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran, obliterating them, in his words. We've seen a number of explosions over Tel Aviv and Jerusalem in the past few hours after Iran launched a missile attack. Israel says a number of areas were hit in the north and center of the country, with at least 16 casualties reported. Well, Israel says a number of areas were hit in the north and center of the country, with those casualties reported, and 30 missiles in total were managed to breach the Israeli defense shield. Sirens sounded in several regions as Israel's defensive systems operated to intercept the threat. These pictures show some of the damage from Iranian attacks. Well, we'll be hearing more on that in just a moment or two, but first let's take a listen once again to President Trump. During an address at the White House, he said future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier if Iran does not make peace.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, as you heard there, President Trump said that 3 key sites were hit in Iran. Let's take a closer look at them. They were at Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. President Trump said that Iran's facilities had been, in his words, completely obliterated. Well, Isfahan is a uranium conversion plant, whilst Natanz is an enrichment plant. And even before the US strikes, the International Atomic Energy Agency, that's the UN nuclear watchdog, said that Natanz had sustained severe damage. But the main site hit this morning was Fordo. The uranium enrichment site is situated about 60 miles, that's about 100 kilometers south of the Iranian capital, Tehran. It is located in a mountainous region. It's thought to consist of 2 main tunnels that house centrifuges used to enrich uranium, as well as a network of smaller tunnels. Reaching this underground installation, which is at least 60 meters below ground, required more powerful bunker-busting bombs, which only the US has. Its official name is the GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator, and the only planes that could carry such bombs are B-2 stealth bombers, which were indeed involved today. Senior Department of Defense officials confirmed that the bomb was used in the attacks, with 2 being deployed for each of the 3 nuclear targets. Well, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke after the strikes, praising President Trump for the decision and for the US support for Israel.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
A delighted Benjamin Netanyahu there, but even despite the American bombing this morning, the war absolutely goes on. A little earlier, Israel confirmed that 30 Iranian missiles were fired towards Israel. We heard the sirens here, we heard the alert. We went down to our bunker very quickly for some 40 minutes, and you can see here the live pictures in Haifa in northern Israel. That's pretty close to the Lebanese border. That was one of the areas that saw direct hits of those Iranian missiles. The Israelis are now saying that there were 10 direct impacts of the Iranian missiles that got through, and at least 16 people are injured. It is reported that one of these sirens failed in Haifa to warn of an interceptor going up, and so that could potentially have explained some of the injuries up there. Here in Tel Aviv as well, there were missiles which we heard around our hotel. Our hotel shook a little bit, and we heard the whistle of the interceptions. This is the skyline now live here in Tel Aviv as Israelis wake up and try to comprehend the scale of what is happening. Let us turn now to Trita Parsi, who is Executive Vice President at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft, a think tank that advocates for a US foreign policy centered on diplomacy and military restraint. Trita Parsi, I would venture that diplomacy and military restraint is quite the opposite of what we have seen this morning.
Certainly, this was an illegal attack, a violation of Article 56 of the Additional Protocol to the Geneva Convention, and done in a manner that really makes a mockery of diplomacy, because there was still an opportunity to be able to strike a deal that would be far more effective than this. We still don't know exactly what damage has been done, but it does appear extremely unlikely that the Iranian nuclear program has truly been eliminated, and that results most likely that there will be continued bombing and not this kind of a one and done that Trump seems to have envisioned.
And yet, diplomacy only really works when both sides are willing to sit down and talk. And what we've had from Iran over the last few days has been not only a complete pushback, not only saying that they're unwilling to negotiate under bombardment, but saying that Europe's proposals were completely unworkable, refusing to roll back enrichment to 0%. So do you actually believe that there was any chance of getting the Iranians to engage in meaningful diplomacy?
Certainly. I mean, I would remind your viewers that, of course, the United Kingdom kept on saying that that Ukraine should not have to negotiate while it was being bombarded. So it seems to be the very same logic that the Iranians have applied here. I nevertheless think that it was a mistake of them, not that they didn't talk to the Europeans, because I don't think they're that relevant in this equation any longer, but rather that they refused to engage directly with the United States. I think it would have been much better if they had done so. But when it comes to the requirement of zero enrichment, which incidentally the Europeans abandoned more than 15 years ago and were trying to convince the United States to drop as well, because they recognized correctly that as long as that was the negotiating position or the red line of the West, there would never be a deal. And the only time we've had a deal is when the West actually accepted that there would be restricted enrichment taking place in Iran under strict inspections rather than pushing for zero. When Trump started this negotiation, he had not adopted the zero enrichment position. That's the Israeli red line. His red line was no weaponization. That's part of the reason why the negotiations actually were successful at first. Halfway through, he shifted the goalpost and adopted the Israeli red line of zero enrichment. And it's since then that we have seen this trajectory towards military confrontation, which was highly predictable.
Trita, we've just had a comment from Rafael Grossi, head of the UN nuclear watchdog, the International Atomic Energy Agency, who has said that there will be an emergency meeting of the agency on Monday. What is your fear now in terms of how Iran might try to utilize what remains of its nuclear know-how? Because, of course, facilities can be destroyed, know-how can't, and whether they will actually try to rush to weaponize if they were not already doing so?
Well, there's no evidence that they were doing so. I think it's important to remind the viewers of that, and the IAEA has testified to that. I do fear, however, that that is a very likely outcome, that this is the natural reaction that they would have, as almost any other country would have, to this type of an attack. Of course, there's other things that they may do in the medium, which is, for instance, walking out of the NPT altogether. Which would mean that the IAEA would no longer have any access to what is happening inside of Iran's nuclear program, because they would be kicking out all of the inspectors. All of these things were predictable, and part of the reason why the IAEA, as well as nuclear experts and non-proliferation experts throughout, have warned about this only looking as a success in the short term, but in the long term actually being a failure. This is exactly what happened when the Israelis bombed the Iraqi nuclear reactor, Osirak, in 1981. At first, it looked as a great success, but later on, we learned that as a result of this, Saddam Hussein quadrupled his nuclear budget. And had he not invaded Kuwait in August 1991. Had he only waited 6 months or so, he would have actually had a nuclear weapon, and the world had no idea what was going on in the Iraqi nuclear program at the time.
And yet, critics of Iran would say, well, look, enrichment at 60%, which is where Iran was at, in enriching about 400 kilograms of uranium to 60%, there is no other need for that. There is no need in terms of energy, in terms of medical use for enrichment at that level, apart from trying to make a nuclear warhead. And get that coupled with the extremely secretive behavior of the Iranian regime with regards to nuclear weapons inspections over the years means that, you know, Iran has maybe not brought today on itself, but I mean there was absolutely no trust remaining between Western governments and certainly the Israeli government and Iran.
Well, the Israeli government is not part of these arrangements because it is a nuclear weapons state that is not part of the NPT. So that's not really a factor here. It is absolutely true that there is no civilian use of 60% enriched uranium, and that this was very clear that this was part of what the Iranians viewed as their leverage that they would negotiate away. Already in the very beginning of these negotiations that Trump conducted, the Iranians agreed to go down to 3.67%, which then negates almost everything else that was part of the premise of your question, because that was part of the negotiation to get rid of that. And that option still existed. The United States and Israel chose to start war instead of actually fulfilling these negotiations.
Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President at the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us here on BBC News. Well, let's turn to our Chief North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue, who is live with us from Washington. Gary, it's still early where you are, of course, but I'm sure it's been a fairly sleepless night for all of you, just as it has been for us. Just give us your sense of the enormity of what we are seeing here, that an American president who campaigned on America first and ending the eternal wars has now actually done what was the unthinkable and attacked Iran.
Yeah, and I think there is some surprise here that this has come around so quickly, particularly, Mark, after that 2-week deadline that the president issued on Thursday through his press secretary. We know that after that, of course, there was some meetings in Europe with the Iranians, and yesterday the Iranian foreign minister speaking as well. So it's possible that those public statements, along with what the Americans were hearing through the back channels, made them make up their mind pretty quickly that Iran wasn't going to, that it backed itself into a position in the same way as, in some ways, Donald Trump has backed himself into a position setting these deadlines. So that's all kind of in the mix at the moment. There is some criticism coming from Democrats in Congress, as you can imagine. I think the question will be to what extent this split in Donald Trump's base over attacking Iran and getting involved in another foreign war, as it's put, how much that will fracture further as a result of this. One thing I think is worth bearing in mind, Donald Trump, the other day said really that, ground troops, putting boots on the ground was somewhere you really didn't want to go ever. And I wonder whether he's starting to think that perhaps using these bombers at tens of thousands of feet, using these missiles fired from submarines miles and miles away, is a sort of step short of really breaking his promise or getting involved in that sense. I think that may be a pretty optimistic view, because certainly where you are, there's clearly no doubt that America is now a combatant in this conflict.
Gary, given that this is very much a unilateral American move alongside Israel, i.e. not in cooperation with America's Western partners, can we read anything into the fact that the B-2 bombers were deployed to Guam, to the US overseas territory, and which is very far away from Iran, and not, for example, to Diego Garcia, the base in the Indian Ocean that Britain still effectively runs and allows America to operate from? Can we read anything into that in terms of the Americans trying to avoid a kind of a diplomatic collision with the Brits about this?
I think that's possible, although what I would say is that Donald Trump is unlike previous US presidents. He doesn't feel he needs that kind of cover from his allies. if he's going to do something, he doesn't mind doing it alone. Much of his foreign policy is about America first, and some people say America alone. So I'm not entirely sure. I mean, clearly that would have put the British government in a pretty difficult position, and maybe it didn't want to do that. David Lammy, the Foreign Secretary, was here last week, and he went off to Geneva to deliver a pretty tough message to the Iranians after having met with the National Security Council people here in Washington. America has these various options militarily, flying these B-2s, and of course they can refuel in the air. They can, be refueled in the air, so they can span the globe, quite frankly, independently. So that may well have been a factor. We'll learn, I think, in the coming days. And Mark, we're expecting in probably about 3 or 4 hours from now, a briefing from the Pentagon. The Pentagon doesn't do briefings anymore, basically, but the Defense Secretary, the Secretary of Defense, and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs are going to stand up at 8 o'clock local time, and they will be asked a lot of questions by journalists in that room, and I'm sure that will be among them. And also, what kind, with what confidence can they at this stage say what they've achieved? Because obviously this was done at night time. They've got to wait for the satellite imagery to come in. They have other means as well of trying to bottom out what they've actually achieved. But the president, described it as a sort of total success within minutes of it happening. And I think people will feel that the jury is a little bit out on that right now until there's some more concrete evidence.
Yeah, just a couple of moments ago while you were talking, Gary, we were watching the B-2 bombers, which were taking off, I think, on an earlier training mission. There, of course, we can see Donald Trump in those pictures. But Gary, I also wonder, there were calls before this morning from Democrats, for example, for Trump to come to Congress and reiterating the fact that Congress needs to give approval for America to go to war. Just explain the kind of potential political and constitutional fallout and complications that there could be, because I presume Trump's argument will be, well, America has not gone to war. This is an individual strike which did not require pre-authorization from Congress.
Yeah, I think to the extent that he chooses to engage with those in Congress calling for that, I think that will be the argument. People here, they use the phrase here, one and done, and that's how they're trying to describe this action, that it's an isolated action, and it's designed to bring the Iranians back to the table. It's a pretty optimistic view, but it's the view at the moment. And also, to be honest, American presidents of all flavors over the last quarter century or so have really eroded Congress's ability to have a say, if you like, in military action. Ever since September the 11th and the authorization for military force and things like that, there's been a sort of a shift in power away from Congress when it comes to war-making power. Now, constitutionally, nothing particularly has changed, but the president, this president in particular, we know, has started to take more and more executive power into the White House, into the administration. He wants to centralize that power, make the presidency even more powerful than it currently is. And so I think he will spend very little time worrying about what Congress thinks. And of course, even though narrowly, he controls both the House and the Senate right now.
Indeed. Gary O'Donoghue in Washington, thanks very much indeed. Let's go to Jerusalem now and bring in my colleague Dan Johnson. Dan, I want to ask you in a moment or two about the air raid sirens and the missiles this morning, but let's just first of all pick up on the potential blowback to America. Give us a sense of America's vulnerability, if you like, in this region, the kind of American military presence here, and what we have heard even as recently as yesterday from the Houthis, the Iran-backed rebel group in Yemen, and how Americans could be targeted by them.
Yeah, there are a range of options for the Iranians to target if indeed they decide to do that. You've got thousands of American service personnel on air bases around this region in countries like Iraq, Kuwait, Qatar, the Gulf states, and you've got naval bases in Bahrain. They're all within reach of Iran if Iran chooses to target them. You've got American companies that are based in this part of the world. We know that diplomats were encouraged to evacuate over the past few days, not just Americans, but other international diplomats. Perhaps that was a sign of the likelihood of this sort of strike that we've seen. But no doubt there are still many people left in the region representing America. They could be vulnerable if Iran chooses to do that. There are also the threats to international shipping. The Houthis said that they would target ships again in the Red Sea if this happened. There's what Iran could do to international oil supplies with its control over the Strait of Hormuz. So many different ways in which this could play out now. It's in the hands of Iran's supreme leader, I guess, the Ayatollah, who had threatened that if the US did launch strikes against his country, it would feel irreparable damage. And it may not just be the US and Israel that feels that damage. It could be something that hits worldwide.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you mentioned the Strait of Hormuz. About a fifth of all international oil, crude oil, goes through those waters, so that is a very vulnerable pressure point. Meanwhile, Dan, if in the shorter term Iran continues to retaliate directly towards Israel, as you and I heard and felt this morning, give us a sense of what was going on in Jerusalem.
Yeah, just as most Israelis were waking up, before some had even managed to absorb the news that these US strikes had taken place overnight, they heard the alerts through their phones and then the sirens sounding, the instruction to go to the shelters as another Iranian missile attack was launched towards Israel. We heard the loud interceptions over Jerusalem. It was really heavy for a few minutes, but it looks like here, at least in this city, the air defences were strong and managed to intercept all those missiles, but that's not the case right across Israel. At least 10 missiles have got through and hit at different sites. The emergency teams are still responding there. It happened about 2.5 hours ago. We have pictures coming through that show some of that damage at different sites around the country. 16 people are reported to have been hurt in those attacks, and Israelis are braced for more of that. They'd already been put on high alert. Workplaces and schools across the country closed today. The airspace remains closed, as it has been for the entirety of this conflict, and gatherings are banned. Israelis are not ordered to stay at home, but they are essentially encouraged to stay off the streets to try to keep themselves safe in the expectation that there will be further attacks coming from Iran. It's just a question now of exactly how heavy that is, when it comes, and what other targets Iran chooses to hit, and what the response and the impact is on other neighbouring countries now. Which states are going to support Iran as allies? Which states are going to support the Americans? And will Iran, if it does target those potential US vulnerabilities in this region, what sort of a fight is it then picking with its neighbours?
Dan Johnson in Jerusalem, thanks very much indeed. Big questions, some of which we will put now to Mina Al-Oraibi, who is Editor-in-Chief of The National and a Middle East analyst. Mina, very good to have you with us here on BBC News. What are your concerns and your thoughts this morning for the wider region as we face not only the American bombing of Iran, but also potential massive blowback from Iran?
The American decision to enter the war, despite the fact that diplomats in the region thought they had at least a few more days to try to come up with solutions that would not include the Americans entering this war. So there's a huge concern that this has gone ahead. Now, the American president announced, as we were just hearing from your correspondents, announced that this was a huge success, a spectacular success. The question is, what is the target here? If it's only to take out those 3 sites that the U.S. struck, then of course militarily the U.S. has the largest military in the world, and it would be a success. There's no question about that. But then what happens? And that's the big question, and that's the big concern. Particularly if this now becomes a much more wider war and more attacks are carried out by the U.S., then America is back at war in the region once again.
And yet you talk about how there was the space of a few more days potentially to negotiate, but sources suggesting that those negotiations were not really going very far, and well, certainly the Americans saying that they believe that that Iran was stringing them along. Donald Trump gave Iran a 60-day deadline, and it was on day 61 that Israel struck. So do you not feel that diplomacy had run its course?
Diplomacy can never run its course, otherwise we'll have wars going on for years on end. The diplomacy I was referencing was the efforts that were being put in the last few days, particularly by regional players, speaking to all sides, speaking to the Iranians, Israelis, and the Americans to try to find a way out. The meeting that happened in Geneva with the three countries, the French, the Germans, and the British, did not go very far, but at least it was seen as an opening of what could possibly happen to ensure that the war doesn't become wider and greater. I agree with you that diplomacy so far has not been successful, and therefore we see the strikes that are happening both in Iran and Israel. And yet, what other option is there? So if the US stops now and it is a one-off strike, then that is one thing. However, if there are continued strikes and how the Iranians react, we could see that the region being caught up in this war, but also for both the Iranians and the Israelis, as citizens, as ordinary people, this is a very scary war that is only escalating. And without diplomacy, there is no horizon to de-escalate.
And if this is not a one and done, if this continues and escalates, potentially trying to push the supreme leader out of power in Iran, what is your fear there about what could potentially come next, and the lack of thinking on Israel's part, for example, about the day after?
So this idea that suddenly this war doesn't become about Iran's nuclear program or even its missiles, rather becomes about regime change, is quite concerning, because what is the plan here? And we've seen, be it Iraq, be it Libya, even Syria up until a few months ago, concerns that, again, you get a country that gets caught up in incredible chaos and turmoil without an end in sight. And so the question becomes, is this suddenly going to become a mission about regime change or regime collapse? What comes in its place, and what is not only the destabilizing elements for the entire region, but also the suffering of the Iranian people, is something that we cannot ignore. And rightly so, also, of course, thinking about what this means for Israel. Israel is no more secure today than it was when you said the talks were ongoing with the Iranians regarding their nuclear program. And so the question is, what is the end game? Now, if there is a move for regime change, there is no clear opposition that would come in its place. And also, what happens to a country of 90 million people without proper governance or actually a clear end in sight of how the war ends?
Mina Al-Oraibi, Editor-in-Chief of The National and Middle East Analyst, thank you very much indeed for your time here on BBC News. Well, a quick reminder that President Trump says the US has completed a successful attack on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Iran's foreign minister says that the attacks violate international law and will have everlasting consequences. Reports indicate that America's B-2 bombers were used. They are capable of carrying the only bombs thought to be able to penetrate underground nuclear plants. The 3 nuclear sites in Iran that are located in Natanz, Isfahan and Fordo, which is buried deep underground. Iranian authorities have confirmed that part of the Fordo complex has been attacked. It comes as the conflict between Iran and Israel enters its 10th day. Israel says it was in full coordination with Washington over the strikes. Our World News correspondent Joe Inwood has the very latest.
In the end, within 2 weeks, meant waiting 2 days. Donald Trump said he would take a fortnight to decide whether or not to bomb Iran's nuclear sites. As he arrived back in Washington yesterday evening, not a hint about what was about to take place. And then, in the early hours of this morning, confirmation that the US had bombed 3 nuclear sites in Iran. President Trump calling them very successful, adding that a full payload of bombs was dropped on Fordo, Iran's main enrichment site.
Thank you very much.
Flanked by his Vice President, Secretaries of State and Defense, he delivered a presidential address to the nation with a message for the world.
Tonight I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier.
These are the type of planes which carried out the attack. Long-range US B-2 stealth bombers, equipped with GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators. the only weapon able to damage Iran's nuclear plant at Fordo, buried deep underground. That facility was one of the 3 hit last night. The attacks came as diplomatic efforts continued, but with little sign of progress. For Iran, last night confirming long-held suspicions, as set out just yesterday by their foreign minister.
We have come, unfortunately, to the conclusion that the United States has been in this aggression from the beginning. You know, they deny, they keep saying that they are not involving, but we have many indications that they have been involved from day one.
There had been growing international calls for restraint and negotiations. The UN Secretary-General, Antonio Guterres, called last night's attacks a dangerous escalation. But in Israel, which launched this war, they were warmly welcomed.
History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace.
The White House released these photos from inside the Situation Room. Donald Trump has called on Iran to make peace following the attacks, but Iran called them a grave violation of international law that would have everlasting consequences, saying it reserved all options as to how it would respond. Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Well, Israel's President Isaac Herzog has reacted to the American strikes, saying in the pages of human history, this is a moment when the principles of liberty, responsibility and security have triumphed. A decisive moment between the axis of terror and evil and the axis of hope, he went on. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you, United States of America. Meanwhile, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi condemned the US strikes and says Iran is reserving all options to defend its sovereignty. In a post on X, Araghchi adds, the events this morning are outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Each and every member of the UN, he said, must be alarmed over this extremely dangerous, lawless and criminal behaviour. Meanwhile, the UN chief, Antonio Guterres, has issued a statement about the strikes. He said, I am gravely alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran today. This is a dangerous escalation in a region already on the edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. He went on, there is a growing risk that this conflict could rapidly get out of control with catastrophic consequences for civilians, the region and the world. And the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, that's the UN nuclear watchdog, Rafael Grossi, has responded to the strikes, posting, in light of the urgent situation in Iran, I am convening an emergency meeting of the IAEA Board of Governors for tomorrow, Monday. Well, here is an Israeli official speaking about the Iranian missile attacks on Haifa in northern Israel this morning.
What we have over here is a rocket attack on Haifa city. Our ambulances and intensive care unit rushed to the scene. We discovered over here 4 minor wounded and 2 people with anxiety reaction. That's it. Our EMTs and paramedics rushed them to the hospital within 10 minutes. And thank God, that's everything for now. One of my volunteers lives over here in the building behind us. He was minor wounded. He left everything, gave first aid, and only after the event, he went to the hospital to check himself. Other than that, everything is okay.
Well, those strikes, the Israelis say, they made 10 direct impacts here in Israel with at least 16 people injured. We heard the sirens, we got the alerts, and we went to our bunkers as well. So a very, very clear sign that the war is very much still continuing apace despite those American bombs this morning. Well, the BBC is unable to report from inside Iran, but our colleagues at the BBC Persian service, which is part of the BBC World Service, monitors reaction from the country. Earlier, I spoke to BBC Persian correspondent Kasrin Naji, who updated us on reaction to the strikes in Iran.
We've had the Atomic Energy Organization of Iran issuing a statement, not giving any details of the extent of the damage to these 3 sites, but going on and on about how this attack was a violation of the international law. It was an attack on nuclear facilities that international law forbids in a big way, and that they wanted, the statement said Iran wants the international community, or hopes the international community will condemn this attack. We also had a statement from this nuclear safety agency in Iran saying that there is no risk of radiation getting out of these facilities spreading to the outside. They said they have measured the vicinity, there's no rising level of radioactivity, and they also say that it is because one of the reasons why there is no spread of radioactivity is because they have taken certain measures beforehand. This is a reference to the fact that some Iranian officials in the last few days, they've been saying something to the effect that they have moved their highly enriched uranium from Isfahan and from Fordo to secret places that they have not told the IAEA, the atomic agency, the UN atomic agency, which is very serious. It means that possibly some 400 kilograms of uranium enriched to 60% and more uranium enriched to 20% are somewhere that are not under the IAEA observation, i.e. they don't know where it is at the moment.
But just to be clear, Kazra, even though the president himself is talking about complete obliteration of these sites, there's been no visual evidence so far provided by the Iranians and no comment about the extent of the damage in Fordo beyond the kind of condemnation from the Iranian government over the strikes themselves.
Yes, in fact, that's right. We don't know how extensive the damage is. Iranians haven't said anything, and I just seen something from the Israeli side saying they don't know how extensive the damage was, but they think that nevertheless the attack has set back Iranian nuclear program for many years.
Yeah, setback is not exactly the same as completely destroyed. So we will wait to see evidence of the extent of that damage, because, of course, so there was so much debate as to whether the program could be completely obliterated, and indeed the know-how with it. Kasra, what is your sense now of what the likely retaliation is going to be from Iran? Obviously very difficult to read the regime, but what are the kind of the calls coming out in the Iranian state media so far? Are they on the hawkish side, or are they on the kind of more de-escalation side?
They are on the hawkish side, and I've seen some messages on social media by some Iranian commentators, mostly hardliners in Tehran, saying that, well, the Americans have asked for it and we will give it to them. So they are planning some kind of a military reaction. We will have to wait and see what that might be. You know, they have this extensive ballistic missile silos in various parts of the country. They can use that to attack American bases in the region, or they have these proxies in Iraq who could do much the same sort of thing from the Iraqi side. So we just have to wait and see. But I expect some fireworks in the next few days before the dust settles. But I'm not sure the dust will settle anytime soon, in the sense that already President Trump is threatening that if Iran doesn't come to the negotiating table to agree to a peace deal, there will be more attacks. So that's from him suggesting that there will be more trouble for Iran in the future. So, and also the fact that this stockpile of highly enriched uranium we're not certain where it is now. That is another cause for trouble in the weeks and months and probably years to come.
Kasra, our US partners at CBS News have reported that the White House passed a message to Iran that this was an attack on the nuclear facilities and not an attempt at regime change. But what is your assessment of the position of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei at the moment, not only after 9 days of this devastating war with Israel, but now with the kind of crown jewels, if you like, in Iran, the nuclear enrichment sites, if not obliterated, at least severely damaged. What is the strength that he still has over his country?
This attack last night is obviously a major blow to Iran. Don't forget that the nuclear program in Iran has been going on for over 20 years, and it has cost the country hundreds of billions of dollars, if you take into account the cost of the sanctions against Iran because of these nuclear facilities and nuclear activities, the nuclear program. If you take that cost into account, it goes up to hundreds of billions of dollars. And today, that is in ruins, that program. So there's not much of that is left, obviously. I mean, even if the damage is not that extensive, they might decide to repeat the attack and make sure that the facilities are completely razed to the ground or rendered completely useless. So anyway, the program is in ruins. And that is a blow to Iran's supreme leader and his standing. After all, he has to explain what happened. Why did we spend so much money on something that has come to this and has cost the country so much and has sent the country into poverty from being a rich country? So I suppose politically it will be very difficult for him. But he's a survivor. Ayatollah Ali Khamenei has survived many of the big crises in the past decades. So we will have to wait and see. But this, together with Israeli attacks of the last 9 or 10 days in Iran, it has the whole thing, the two together, the attacks by Israel and the US, has obviously weakened the regime and its pillars and what keeps it going. And particularly a lot of the attacks by Israel has been against Iran's Revolutionary Guard and military sites, which means both of these, the military, the army, the Revolutionary Guard, these are pillars of this regime, and they have been weakened. So we are looking at a regime that is probably on its knees, but hasn't quite fallen yet, and it may not fall, or it may. We just don't know.
Kasra Naji there from the BBC's Persian service. Let me just show you the live scene in Haifa in northern Israel, which was one of the parts of the country that was hit by that Iranian missile barrage, which we felt and heard here in Tel Aviv as well. You can see there that the emergency teams are still on the ground. We've just had some updated figures actually from the Israeli Health Ministry, who now say that 86 people were injured in the Iranian missile barrage, that around 30 Iranian missiles were sent early this morning into Israel. Of the 86 injured, 2 are in moderate condition, 77 are in mild condition. But a reminder there of how the Iranian missiles are still breaching Israel's defense shields and are still causing quite significant damage on the ground in certain parts of the country, and also several dozen injuries. Well, let's speak to Noga Tarnopolsky, a journalist with 2 decades of experience covering the Middle East, who joins us live from Jerusalem. Noga, when you look at those numbers of injured just in this morning, and also since the war with Iran began, I understand about 24, 25 people have been killed. That's a pretty high number for deaths in Israel during a war. How do you feel that is going to affect Israeli public support for this war, and what do we know so far about the level of Israeli public support behind Benjamin Netanyahu at the moment?
These are very nuanced questions and responses, and obviously limited in time. So what we know for now is clearly Prime Minister Netanyahu bet that this would restore his shine as Israel's Mr. Security. We can see that in the photoshopped images he posted of himself over the weekend, something between Hollywood posters and campaign snapshots with a lion roaring behind him and an F-16 Israeli jet. He is hoping for a big boost. It's not clear to me whether he'll get it. He could. I suspect that Donald Trump's involvement in this war is going to be seen as a very big victory for Netanyahu. That said, this is the first war between Israel and another state, a powerful, well-armed state, I think in more than 50 years. Israel's wars have been against terror groups, even what are called the 2 Lebanon wars, the first and the second Lebanon war. These were not wars against Lebanon. These were wars against Hezbollah, terror groups in Lebanon. So this is a very, very different scenario. Israelis haven't lived through this, I believe, since 1973. And it is shocking. Today, 2 entire buildings fell to the ground in Tel Aviv. So we're adding every single day wounded, dead, and homeless. Remember that more than 100,000 Israelis, believe it or not, remain homeless from the evacuations of northern Israel that began on October 8th, 2023, in preparation for that battle with Hezbollah. The Israeli government has proved itself.
Sorry, Noga, to interrupt. You talk about the how rare it is for Israel to go to war with a state in this way, a state that is of 90 million people, very large, and where there is there's no sort of opposition in waiting, let's say, if the regime were to fall. So, given that, and given the apparent lack of sort of thinking of what would happen in the day after if it came to that, how concerned are you about where the war goes from here?
I'm very concerned about where the war goes from here. It's my understanding that at least the Israeli government truly, fervently hopes that this Iranian regime will fall. And as you say, there is no alternative government in waiting. Iran could very easily, if that were to happen, I understand that the current Iranian regime is disliked, but is very powerfully entrenched. So even if this were to happen, as Netanyahu wishes, it's entirely unclear that this would be better for either Israel or for the rest of the world, or obviously for Iran. We're in a very dangerous situation. And I also want to mention that it's dangerous also for Netanyahu. Israelis are not accustomed to seeing their entire residential streets demolished by a bomb. Israeli residential centers are being turned into camps of war. People are dying. I'm not sure how long of a leash Netanyahu has for this.
Noga Tarnopolsky, Middle East journalist, joining us live from Jerusalem. Thanks very much indeed. Well, world reaction has been coming in thick and fast. Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, has been commenting on the latest developments. Joining me now is Tony Bonsignore, our political correspondent from our newsroom in London. Tony, tell us what the British Prime Minister had to say.
Yes, Mark. So let me give you this statement that we got around about an hour ago from Downing Street. The Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, saying Iran's nuclear program is a grave threat to international security. Iran, he says, can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and the US has taken action to alleviate that threat. The situation in the Middle East, he continues, remains volatile, and stability in the region is a priority. We call on Iran to return to the negotiating table and reach a diplomatic solution to end this crisis. That's a message, a consistent message from the Prime Minister in recent days for de-escalation, for negotiation. I can also tell you, Mark, having spoken to Downing Street this morning, that we know that there was no UK involvement in these strikes. We know that the Prime Minister was told them about them in advance, but no request was made for any UK involvement, including using the bases at Diego Garcia and Akrotiri. So that's the information we have at the moment from Downing Street.
Tony, the optics of all of this, David Lammy, the British Foreign Secretary, was in Geneva just yesterday trying to talk to his Iranian counterpart, and yet just hours after that, Donald Trump decides to, well, not only denigrate the European attempts to reach a diplomatic solution with Iran, but then just plough on with military action much earlier than that 2-week window that he had suggested. Doesn't exactly reek of the US working in lockstep with its closest Western allies.
No, and I suspect that will be one of the questions that MPs will want answering. What is the relationship between the UK and the US here? What influence does the UK and other European countries have, especially with regard to coming to an end to this? Because Sir Keir Starmer keeps talking about de-escalation, keeps talking about returning to the negotiating table, and that's exactly, that de-escalation is exactly what hasn't happened overnight. So that will be a question I'm sure that MPs will want to answer, either from the Foreign Secretary or from the Prime Minister when they return to Westminster tomorrow.
Tony Bonsignore, thanks very much indeed.
Thanks.
You are with BBC News. I'm Mark Lowen, live in Tel Aviv. A reminder, if you have just joined us, of our breaking news today. President Trump says that the United States military has carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran and, in his words, destroyed them. They were at Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. Iranian officials confirmed that all 3 strikes were mentioned were attacked, but said there was no irreversible damage. The Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu praised what he described as President Trump's bold decision, while the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, called the attacks a direct threat to international peace and security. Well, in the last couple of hours, sirens sounded out across Israel in what is being described as one of the most intense bombardments yet. Iranian state TV announced the fresh salvo of missiles on Israel. And during his address at the White House, President Trump said future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier if Iran does not make peace. Let's take a listen to what the president said a few hours ago.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Isfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue. I want to thank and congratulate Prime Minister Bibi Netanyahu. We worked as a team like perhaps no team has ever worked before. And we've gone a long way to erasing this horrible threat to Israel. I want to thank the Israeli military for the wonderful job they've done. And most importantly, I want to congratulate the great American patriots who flew those magnificent machines tonight, and all of the United States military on an operation the likes of which the world has not seen in many, many decades. Hopefully, we will no longer need their services in this capacity. I hope that's so. I also want to congratulate the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Raisin-Kane, spectacular general, and all of the brilliant military minds involved in this attack. With all of that being said, this cannot continue. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran far greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Remember, there are many targets left. Tonight's was the most difficult of them all, by far, and perhaps the most lethal. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those other targets with precision, speed, and skill. Most of them can be taken out in a matter of minutes. There's no military in the world that could have done what we did tonight, not even close. There has never been a military that could do what took place just a little while ago. Tomorrow, General Kane, Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth will have a press conference at 8 a.m. at the Pentagon. And I want to just thank everybody, and in particular, God. I want to just say we love you, God, and we love our great military. Protect them. God bless the Middle East. God bless Israel, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Live from Tel Aviv, I'm Mark Lowen.
And from London, I'm Katrina Perry. This is BBC News.
We are continuing coverage of our breaking news today. President Trump says the United States has carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran. In his words, obliterating them. Well, we saw a number of explosions over Tel Aviv, Jerusalem and Haifa in the past few hours after Iran launched a missile attack. Sirens sounded in several regions as Israel's defensive systems operated to intercept the threat. These pictures show some of the damage from Iranian attacks. Israel says a number of areas were hit in the north and center of the country, with Israel's Ministry of Health saying that at least 86 casualties have been reported.
Well, we'll be bringing you more on that in just a moment. But first, let's hear from President Trump as he announced that those strikes had taken place. During an address at the White House, he said future attacks would be far greater and a lot easier if Iran does not make peace.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue.
Well, as you heard there, President Trump said 3 key sites in Iran were hit. Let's have a look at just where they are. So they're Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. President Trump said that Iran's facilities had been obliterated, his word. Isfahan is a uranium conversion plant, while Natanz is an enrichment plant. And even before the US strikes, the International Atomic Energy Agency said that Natanz has sustained severe damage. But the main site hit was Fordo. The uranium enrichment site is situated about 60 miles, 100 kilometres south of the capital, Tehran. It's located in a mountainous region and it's thought to consist of 2 main tunnels that house centrifuges used to enrich uranium, as well as a network of smaller tunnels. Now, reaching this underground installation, which is around 60 metres below ground, required the more powerful so-called bunker-busting bombs, which only the US has. And their official name is the GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator, and the only planes that could carry such bombs are B-2 stealth bombers. Senior Department of Defense officials confirmed that this was the bomb used in the attacks, with 2 being deployed for much of the nuclear targets. Now, we don't have pictures from inside Iran of the damage nor details of Iranian casualties. BBC journalists are currently unable to report from inside Iran due to restrictions by the Iranian government. Now, already Sir Keir Starmer has been reacting to this. He's called on Iran to return to the negotiating table after the US bombed those nuclear sites overnight. In a statement, the UK Prime Minister said stability in the region is a priority, and he described Iran's nuclear programme as a grave threat to international security. The BBC understands there was no UK involvement in those US strikes on those Iranian facilities, and that the Prime Minister was informed of them in advance. He said Iran can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and the US has taken action to alleviate that threat. The European Union has echoed those remarks, the EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas posting on X, urging all sides to step back and return to the negotiating table.
Well, meanwhile here, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke after the strikes, praising President Trump for the decision and for American support for Israel.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
A delighted Israeli Prime Minister there. Well, in the past hour, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi condemned the US strikes and said Iran is reserving all options to defend its sovereignty. In a post on X, Araghchi adds, the events this morning are outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Each and every member of the UN, he said, must be alarmed over this extremely dangerous, lawless and criminal behaviour. Meanwhile, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, that's the UN nuclear watchdog, Rafael Grossi, has responded to the strikes, posting, in light of the urgent situation in Iran, I am convening an emergency meeting of the IAEA Board of Governors for tomorrow, Monday. The UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres has issued a statement about the strikes. He said, I am gravely alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran today. This is a dangerous escalation, he said, in a region already on the edge and a direct threat to international peace and security. He goes on, there is a growing risk that this conflict could rapidly get out of control with catastrophic consequences for civilians, the region and the world. Well, there have been, as we've been saying, Iranian missiles which have been fired into Israel this morning, one of the largest barrages that we have felt here or seen since the war began some 10 days ago. They hit here in Tel Aviv, but also in the north, in Haifa, and also around Jerusalem. Let's go to Jerusalem and speak to our correspondent, Dan Johnson. Dan, just describe what you saw and heard around you.
Yeah, it was just as Israelis were waking up this morning that the air raid sirens sounded after the alerts came through people's mobile phones. For many people, I think they were only just waking up and starting to absorb the news that these US strikes had taken place before they were feeling the first wave of retaliation by Iran. About 30 ballistic missiles that were fired towards different sites across Israel. We heard a very loud set of interception explosions here over Jerusalem, and we know that some of those missiles did get through. There are pictures of damaged buildings coming in from around the country. Reports of quite a few casualties having been sustained this morning. Emergency teams working to go through that debris to try to rescue people and take them to a hospital. No word yet on whether people have actually been killed in those attacks launched by Iran this morning. But we know the Israeli Air Force is already active in response to now attacking further sites across Iran. So although Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke of peace and prosperity in the future as a result of these US strikes, that is not the reality for Israelis this morning. They were already on heightened alert because of these US strikes. There were restrictions on people's movement, on gatherings, workplaces and schools closed. The airspace remains closed as well, and I think the reality is that Israelis will know they are still under threat, that Iran still has missiles, that it is still capable of firing them at this country despite the intense bombardment of the Israeli Air Force over the last 9 or 10 days, taking out about 2/3 of those missile launch sites. Iran is still capable of launching attacks and some of them getting through to cause damage, and the likelihood is now, in feeling that it needs to retaliate to this wave of US attacks, that we see further assault on Israel and potentially on other countries too.
Yeah, you mentioned the potential threat to other countries too. I mean, there are reports now from the Israeli Health Ministry that 86 people have been injured in the strikes here in Israel today. But in terms of the wider threat now, Dan, of course, the real fear is that there could be a direct Iranian strike or Iranian retaliatory strike on an American military asset in the region. Just talk us through what sort of America's military presence is like here and how perilous that moment could be.
Yeah, the American military presence is enormous in this part of the world. You've got air bases and naval bases around the Gulf, across the Middle East. Thousands of troops stationed here who are potentially vulnerable in countries like Kuwait, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and in the Gulf, so they are potentially vulnerable now. Iran has previously, in previous years, attacked American air bases in Iraq. It's caused damage and injury to US service personnel there, and that's the sort of thing that Iran's Supreme Leader, the Ayatollah, had threatened if the US did get involved in this conflict. Now, will he actually do that? Has he got the willpower and the firepower to carry that out? Because it would mean picking a fight with Iran's direct neighbours, and that could potentially escalate things even worse. That's why this move by Donald Trump is a calculated gamble and potentially so destabilising for the region and for the wider world as well. There are American companies that are based here. Their workers are potentially now under threat. There are diplomats who've been evacuated in the main over the last few days. That was certainly the encouragement of the US to get its diplomats and many other countries to evacuate its diplomats from this region too. But no doubt there are many people still left on the ground in most of the countries around here. They're potentially at risk. And then there's the impact Iran could have on global supply lines like oil. That could destabilise the whole economy if it chooses to choke off the oil supply through the Strait of Hormuz. So some big calculations to be made by the US in what we might see in response to this, but now it's for the Iranians to calculate what they want to do and whether they've got the firepower and the ability to actually carry that out.
And Dan, as you and I know, having been here several times since the 7th of October, this is an extremely polarised country when it comes to views of Benjamin Netanyahu after those Hamas attacks. The Israelis who you have spoken to in the last couple of days and talked to about their public opinion on Iran, just kind of reflect their opinions, if you can, and whether there is more support, I presume, for the war in Iran than the continuation of the war in Gaza, for example.
Yeah, it's important to say there is a substantial vocal minority that opposes the various conflicts that Israel's military is involved in. Its military action in Gaza, but also the fights that it's become involved in Lebanon with Hezbollah and with Iran too. But I think the overwhelming majority of Israeli public opinion accepts the evidence that Benjamin Netanyahu has put forward of the threat that is posed by Iran, partially through its proxies, Hezbollah, Hamas, but the Houthis, but also there is widespread belief here that Iran was developing nuclear weapons or would intend to do so, would use its nuclear research to pose a wider, greater, deeper threat to Israelis. So I think that's why we've seen continued public support over the days of this Israeli campaign against Iran, and even people who'd been caught up in the collateral of this. I was talking to an apartment owner who'd seen his home destroyed by an Iranian missile. He was supportive of the action that the Israelis were taking against Iran. He said he wanted that to continue, and he wanted the US to support that so that the perceived threat could be eliminated. Now, nobody thinks that this is going to be an end to it, that this means everything is sorted and dealt with, despite Donald Trump saying that the threat's been eliminated. Everyone knows the reality is that Iran has got further missiles, can fire them, and we've seen the impact of that this morning. Everyone's aware that that is likely to continue, that the likelihood is there'll be more damage, destruction, potential injury, and further loss of life across Israel. But the widespread acceptance seems to be that that is worthwhile because they want to see the Iranian threat dealt with.
Dan Johnson in Jerusalem, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's turn now to our security correspondent, Frank Gardner, who joins us on the line. Frank, good to talk to you. Donald Trump talked about how there will either be peace or tragedy for Iran, and very much continuing to pressure Iran to the negotiating table and threatening more strikes to come. You are a long-time watcher of this region. What sort of appetite do you think there would still be from Iran to actually reach some kind of diplomatic off-ramp to all of this, having just been inflicted with this direct American military intervention?
I think Iran essentially has three choices, Mark, in terms of how they respond. They could do nothing in terms of hitting the United States. They could return to the diplomatic track. They could hit back hard, as they vowed to do. Everlasting consequences is what they're saying, and they've been threatening this for some time. There are reports that Iran has been drawing up, have been making preparations to launch missiles at US bases. Or they could bide their time and hit back at a time of their own choosing, in a way of their own choosing. They could do something like hit a consulate, an embassy, months down the track, because there will be calls for vengeance. Iran is not going to take this lying down. The hardliners will insist on some kind of retaliation. So if they do nothing, then there is a chance to return to diplomacy. And if they retaliate, I think it's almost certain that the US will then hit back even harder. Donald Trump has made that very clear. But as you were hearing there, I think Dan Johnson referred to it, the last sort of parallel we have for this was the assassination of Qasem Soleimani, the head of the Quds Force of the Iranian Revolutionary Guards Corps, which was done on Donald Trump's orders. And the Iranians hit back in a very measured way. They used their proxies to attack 2 US bases, Ain al-Assad and Erbil in Iraq. But there were quite a lot of injuries, but no deaths. And that's partly because Iran gave warning that it was going to do it. Now, they could do something similar, because I don't think Iran wants to escalate this. Their air defenses are completely compromised. They still have got a lot of missiles left, but they haven't got an inexhaustible supply. And they're hurting, there's no question about it. And the US could do a great deal more damage. I mean, it could start attacking things like Bandar Abbas, the port, and other ports in Iran, and could really hurt the country even more than it has been so far. So I think cautious voices will be saying, well, I think we need to be quite measured how we respond here.
You evoke the historical parallel, Frank, of the killing of Qasem Soleimani. Other historical parallels very weighing heavily in all our minds, of course, the removal of the longtime despots in Iraq and Libya that led to complete chaos. One of my guests earlier saying that it is about a half a century since Israel went to war with a state. It is now appearing to do that with the Iranian state, a very large country with no obvious political alternative to the Ayatollah at the moment. I mean, how concerning is it that Iran could go, or potentially, the sort of way of other previous historical basket cases in this region?
It is a concern. I mean, the difference, of course, with Iraq in 2003 is that this is not an invasion. In 2003, the US, backed by the UK, invaded Iraq and occupied it on what turned out to be false premises, because the alleged weapons of mass destruction had all been destroyed after 1991. But in this particular case, yeah, I mean, there would be a power vacuum, there's no question. I mean, large parts of the Iranian population cannot stand their rulers. So despite the very orchestrated demonstrations and, you know, endless fist clenching and flag waving and shouts of death to America and all of that, much of the population, especially younger Iranians, are fed up with living in these conditions. But if there was a vacuum, that would be really bad. No one would benefit from that. It would be chaos. And we saw that in Iraq after the US-led invasion, where US troops simply stood by while criminals basically ransacked and looted the ministries. And Iraqis were going up to American officers saying, why don't you stop them? And I remember US officers, army officers were saying, hey, come on, you guys have had 30 years of oppression, let people let off steam. That wasn't what people wanted at all. So, you know, I don't think that the US has a particularly profound understanding of the Middle East. This could still get a whole lot worse. And as we were hearing there, I mean, a lot depends on how Iran responds now, because there are not only US bases and consulates and embassies, there are a number of economic targets that they could decide to attack if they decide that the Arab Gulf states are in some way complicit in this attack. That said, Israel and Iran could well end their conflict fairly soon if Israel says, right, job done, the nuclear threat has been erased. The truth is, Mark, that we don't know what has been destroyed or not under Fordo. 90 meters down, I mean, we know that these so-called bunker-busting bombs, these GBU-57s, they're actually, General Petraeus said, don't call them bunker busters, they are mountain busters. They can penetrate down to about 60 meters. Now, they dropped several of them on Fordo, but we simply don't know what has been left intact there and what was already moved out, as the Iranians claim.
Well, indeed. And also, as you and I have talked about in the past, Frank, you can destroy the facilities, but you can't necessarily destroy the know-how. And Iran has cherished its nuclear program for so long, often as a kind of negotiating tool with the United States. Is it your sort of feeling that this is the end of Iran's nuclear program, or conversely, could there be a rush to try to rebuild it with what is left somehow? Because now Iran, of course, recognizes that it actually does have even more of an existential threat.
I mean, let's cut to the chase here. The biggest threat in all of this is that the Iranian regime survives and the hardliners say, that's it. We've now got to race to produce a nuclear weapon because that is the best deterrent against future attack. They will look at the difference between what happened to Muammar Gaddafi in Libya in 2003, gave up his weapons of mass destruction. 8 years later, he was dead in a ditch, killed by the Arab Spring protests. In North Korea, rather, by contrast, I meant between difference in North Korea and Libya. In North Korea, you've got Kim Jong-un's regime that has built up to 50 warheads, and nobody is attacking North Korea in a hurry.
Frank Gardner, our security correspondent, always good to talk to you. Thanks very much indeed.
Washington now, and we can speak to our senior North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue. Gary, it's obviously the middle of the night in Washington there at the moment, but what do we know exactly about this operation? Have we received any more details about it?
Well, some detail is starting to emerge. Obviously, we knew pretty early on that these big B-2 bombers were being used to drop these huge payloads on the key site at Fordo and others. We also now, it's pretty clear that a number of Tomahawk cruise missiles were fired from submarines as well, perhaps on those other sites at Natanz and Isfahan as well. We are going to get in about, where are we? Probably a couple of hours, 3 hours maybe, a briefing, a really rare briefing, as you know, Katrina, from the Pentagon, where the Defense Secretary and the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs is going to talk to 60 journalists in a room, and obviously a lot of questions will be asked then, particularly picking up what Frank was saying there about what do we actually know about what's been achieved. The President claimed, 50 minutes after the attack that Iran's facilities have been totally obliterated. I think many people will think that's quite soon to do a complete assessment, and so there'll be a lot of pressure and a lot of questions for evidence for those sorts of statements. And of course, over the coming days, people will get other forms of intelligence out of Iran to give a much fuller picture. But at the moment, we don't really know what these attacks have achieved and whether or not the Americans might have to go back for more.
And let's talk about that for a moment, Gary, because we have spent the last week or so discussing what President Trump might do, a real split within the Republican Party, a real split, in fact, within his close team of advisors as to what should happen. What kind of reaction have we had?
Well, it's interesting, isn't it, that he chose to have Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance with him in the East Room while he was making that announcement. Presidents often do these things on their own, but I think having those key lieutenants there was a sign, look, this is a united view, a united front, and we know that some of those, even in the upper echelons of the administration, are more reluctant to get involved in this way. And of course, the President campaigned. It was as central a pillar of his campaign as immigration was, staying out of foreign wars. Now, everyone in the region now thinks America is a combatant. I wonder whether Donald Trump thinks this is a step short of being a real combatant. His great fear, of course, is troops on the ground, boots on the ground. That's somewhere he will definitely not want to go. And if this is proved to be successful, then perhaps those elements of the Republican Party that are unhappy will be quieted, because this was done from tens of thousands of feet and hundreds of miles away, and very, very little risk to Americans. It will all depend on the nature of Iranian retaliation, whether those bases, those 40,000 troops in the region, whether they become a target, whether there are softer targets. commercial targets, as Frank was mentioning there, whether there's some asymmetric warfare, cyber warfare, all these these various options that Iran could deploy, even though, and this was a key calculation, I think, for this administration, even though Iran is perhaps at its weakest that it's been in a couple of decades because of the degradation of its allies in the region, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Hamas in Gaza, of course, and the regime in Syria, which fell before Christmas. So even though it's at its weakest, it clearly still has options to retaliate.
And we did see, Gary, didn't we, that bipartisan effort through the House from Representatives Massey and Rouhani, trying to remind the president that it's Congress that declares war and he needed their permission before he could launch strikes on Iran. What sort of reaction have we had to him moving ahead without that? I mean, I've seen Democrats using words already like unconstitutional and impeachable.
Yes, and certainly there's also been some reaction, suggesting that the president is ignoring the intelligence. I mean, it's worth saying that yes, there are these constitutional requirements. The president, of course, would say, well, I haven't declared war. We're not at war. This was as the Americans put it, a one and done action. That's what he will say. And of course, this is a president that has not been shy about taking increasing amounts of power to himself, to the executive, from Congress. And I think, in some ways he's not atypical of presidents over the last couple of decades, perhaps since September the 11th, where, there has been a greater willingness of presidents to override some of the concerns in Congress about authorization for military force, as they put it. And, at a moment where he controls the House and the Senate, the House, albeit very narrowly, he may not be spending too much time wondering about congressional opinion.
And Gary, obviously this happened quite late at night, East Coast time in the US. It's the wee hours of the morning at the moment. Is there a sense yet of the reaction from the American public to this?
I think far too early to tell at this point in time. I mean, they will be waking up to see the detail of this unfold. And it's an incredibly important question because, in some ways, either the weakness or the strength, however you'd like to characterize it, public opinion is the thing that is the constraint on American administrations, US administrations. It's something that other parts of the world don't worry about or don't have to worry about as much, but public opinion here really matters. It really matters in a country that has particularly short election cycles like this one does. Congress re-elected in its, the whole House up for election every 2 years. That's a huge pressure in the system here. Obviously, Donald Trump will worry, as every president does, about their legacy, about how will they be viewed by history, and these sort of epoch-making decisions can change that overnight. So there's all sorts of things that will unfold as a result of where the public lands on this issue. And I don't think we'll know that for sure until we know what the nature of the retaliation is, whether or not that can be absorbed without too much anxiety amongst the American public, or whether it starts to really concern people on Main Street. I mean, these are huge questions, and anyone who says they know where this is going, I'd challenge them, to be honest.
Okay, and as you say, we'll be waiting for that press briefing from the Defence Secretary and the Joint Chiefs of Staff in about 3.5 hours' time. We'll have that live here on BBC News, of course. Gary O'Donoghue, Chief North America Correspondent in Washington, D.C., thank you for joining us.
Katrina, let me just bring us a few lines that are coming through from the International Committee of the Red Cross, the international humanitarian organisation, Nobel laureate, of course, and guardians of the Geneva Convention and the rules of war. The ICRC says that they have delegations in both Iran and Israel and are mobilising teams and supplies to scale up to address increasing needs. They say medical personnel and first responders must be allowed to carry out their life-saving work safely. And they say the intensification and spread of major military operations in the Middle East risk engulfing the region and the world in a war with irreversible consequences. So a pretty dire warning there from the International Committee of the Red Cross.
Well, let's get a little bit more regional reaction now, Mark. We're joined by Siavash Ranjabardemi. He's a senior lecturer in modern Middle Eastern history at the University of St Andrews. Just on that point, that warning from the ICRC, how dangerous a moment is this for the region now?
Well, it is a very critical moment in the region, of course. We're back to a direct US attack on a Middle Eastern country after quite a few years. Iran is clearly weighing its options, and of course one option is to target US bases around the region. However, many of these bases are in countries with which Iran has either repacified in recent years or are the only conduits really between Iran and the outside world that are used for negotiations. Qatar, for example, is one example. Iran has patched up with Saudi Arabia. Of course, there are bases in Iraq. Its government is an Iranian ally. So Iran has to tread very carefully here in terms of attacking US bases on the soil of these countries. I also think that many of the Iranian allies in the region, be it Hezbollah or Hamas, will step back. I don't think they want to be involved in what is increasingly a very costly and destructive conflict. And we have to see whether the Houthis in Yemen will do something. They will probably continue to shoot missiles as they have done against Israel, but they don't have the capacity, I think, to ramp up anything more than that. So it is a very dangerous moment for the region, I agree. But I think that the chances of this escalating into a truly all-out regional conflict are not as high as they could have been, for example, if, say, the Assad regime was still in power in Syria and Iran had more ability to mobilize this chain of this network of allies it had until recently.
Now, obviously, we've already seen Iran launch strikes on Israel in the wake of these US strikes. Do you expect further retaliation imminently?
Well, they will continue with the missile strikes. I think that that is a pattern that obviously precedes this US strikes. They will carry on according to their current missile strategy and the amount of missiles they have left and the ability they have to shoot them. They are claiming that they're using more recent, more advanced missiles. Maybe that explains why more are evading the Israeli defenses or actually hitting ground. However, we should remember that Iranian missiles are mostly an imprecise instrument. They at times hit military targets, but as we see, they cause considerable non-military damage as well. On the contrary, Israel is still striking with far more precision Iranian military targets. It's doing that even now. And of course, the original rationale for the Israeli assault and offensive was that of attacking the Iranian nuclear program, particularly. Of the critical element of uranium enrichment, all we have left at the moment, according to Iranian sources, is existing stocks of 60% enriched uranium, which Iranians claimed was moved out of Fordo in anticipation of an American strike in previous days. Continued Israeli strikes are not against the Iranian nuclear program anymore. They have another agenda. It could be the regime destruction agenda, for example, or debilitating the Iranian military, the non-nuclear parts of the Iranian military even further.
I'm just noticing as we're speaking here, the Iranian Foreign Minister Arakchi has posted on X. He says, "How can Iran return to the negotiating table? It never left, let alone blew up." Responding to the calls we've heard from the UK, from the EU, from President Trump himself to return to negotiations, to return to talks. Is there any road for diplomacy now?
Well, it needs to be seen what diplomacy seeks to achieve now, because before this Israeli attack, we had that round of negotiation between America and Iran in Oman, as we know. And that was all about revolving around some form of agreement with regards to Iran scaling back its production of uranium enrichment well below this 60% level, which can have military purposes, although Iran still, nobody claims that Iran has actually built a bomb or was trying to do that. at the IEA or US intelligence level. So obviously now these key uranium enrichment sites have been severely attacked, maybe even destroyed. We have to wait and see what the outcome of this US strike is, and that was only the initial strike. So if and when there will be a return to the negotiation table, as also Prime Minister Keir Starmer has asked, obviously the contours and the parameters of this negotiation will be very different. And there will not be really a functional uranium enrichment production facility if the strikes really have hit their intended targets, unless, of course, Iran builds new ones. So all that will be left to discuss on will be the existing stocks that Iran managed to produce of 60% uranium enrichment before these strikes. And we need to see whether those will survive the next few days, whether Iran has really managed to bring them out, and whether a negotiation can be derived from that. So obviously the parameters for negotiations have changed completely, even since this very inconclusive and preliminary round of talks that we had in Geneva on Friday.
Well, just actually on that, because everyone sort of came out from those talks saying, oh, you know, we're making a bit of progress and this is good and we should carry on and continue. President Trump talking about giving those talks a chance to proceed. What happened Friday evening into Saturday to land us where we are now?
Well, there was clearly no developments on the Iranian nuclear side. I mean, Iran did not step up the production of uranium or move towards a nuclear weapon. Iran has said all along that it feels that it has been duped and it has been fooled by the American diplomatic sort of entreaties and initiative. And it appears that clearly Europe and America are not in lockstep on this. And it was unclear under which mandate Europe was actually negotiating on Friday. It didn't seem to have a mandate from Israel. And it doesn't appear that it was in real tight coordination with the United States as well. And of course, neither Israel nor the United States had any role in these negotiations and kept well away from them. And Trump said immediately thereafter that the role of Europe is more like meaningless. He made statements to this effect. So this also underscores the fact that there wasn't a coordinated, joint-up diplomatic initiative here. And Friday was an attempt by the Europeans to get a negotiation going because nobody else was able really to get something going with Iran in the first week of war. But obviously that fell very short. And now Iran is obviously very aggrieved. And of course, Iran is, and of course, again, the technical parameters of these negotiations have shifted completely. So picking up the very broken pieces of the diplomatic process from now onwards will be a very significant challenge.
Indeed, and as I said a moment ago, the Iranian foreign minister is saying the pieces are not just broken, but they've been blown up, in fact, his words. Siavash Ranjabar-Daimi, thank you so much for joining us here on BBC News. Now, speaking on Sunday with Laura Kuenssberg this morning, Iran's ambassador to the UK, Saeed Ali Mousavi, has called the US attacks on Iranian nuclear sites another dirty page of violation of international law, he said. He was asked whether the US claimed that it had obliterated, the US word, Iranian nuclear facilities was true.
First of all, let me mention here another dirty page of violation of international law and squandering of the dignity and reputation of the United Nations has been making by President Trump. President Trump, after the squandering of the JCPOA, is going to squander the United Nations charters and as well as the non-proliferation regime. So that there is no doubt this attack is a violation of the United Nations Charter and as well as one aggression, armed aggression to the Iranian national sovereignty and Iranian territorial integrity.
What America and Israel would say is that this actually has been an action to take out a serious threat to the stability of the Middle East, a serious threat to the world, after years when your country's leadership has obfuscated, has hid, has repeatedly been in breach of the international rules about nuclear weapons?
Oh, it's very clear that we are the responsible state in the international arena. We are the member of the NPT. We are the member of the IAEA. And comprehensive and extensive monitoring has been doing now the Iranian nuclear facilities. This kind of matters raised by the different Western countries against the Iranian nuclear activities, all of them are politically motivated statements. And I do believe that there is no any evidences regarding for the deviation of the Iranian nuclear activities to the military phase, because we declared that according to the Iranian obligation and as well as the Iranian monitoring to be monitored by the IAEA, there is no any evidence that Mr. Grossi mentioned in his interview with the CNN.
Well, let me tell our viewers what the evidence is. The International Nuclear Watchdog has reprimanded you on many occasions of not coming clean. They reported that you'd breached the rules last month. In 2019, they revealed that you had stockpiled more uranium than you needed. And even back in 2002, it was revealed you'd been running secret nuclear sites. The evidence is there, Mr. Ambassador.
During our interaction with the IAEA, there were and there are some ambiguities regarding for the nuclear activities. With the same procedure with the other countries has their own ambiguities, and so the IAEA inspection comes to that country and as well as to my country, has a different monitoring, has a different inspections regarding to remove any misunderstanding, to remove any ambiguity.
There is no misunderstanding
through the diplomacy.
There is no misunderstanding of the evidence, and I want to ask you about what happens next after these attacks. But before we do that, why on earth does Iran require 60% enriched uranium if it has no interest
this
in
enrichment,
building a nuclear weapon? Yeah. Any security expert you ask will tell you there's only one reason to have that.
Regarding for our enrichment, that that we should mention these activities within the JCPOA and as well as with our inherent rights regarding for the peacefully using of the nuclear energy for generation of the fuel, electricity, medicine, and every R&D activities.
That's uranium.
You see that regarding for the enrichment of the 60%, according to the technical experts, they believe that this level of their enrichment, first of all, would be one part of the R&D activities regarding to different issues related to the nuclear activities, and all of them has been monitored extensively and comprehensively by IAEA.
Well, any security expert you speak to and you ask about this would tell you that there is no need for that kind of level of enriched uranium for anything other than building a weapon. But I want to talk about this attack. The American president
there is no deviation from our side to go into the military attack. Definitely.
There is very clear signaling from America. They will strike you again if you do not negotiate, if you don't give up your nuclear ambitions. Will you do that? What would it take for you?
Excuse me, Laura. We were in the middle of the negotiation. On Friday, that the Israeli regime attacked us, the next Sunday, it was planned to have the next round of the negotiation with Mr. Mitkov and Mr. Arakchi in Muscat. But unfortunately, Netanyahu destroyed this diplomacy. There is no any pretext to do that the Iran, making some problem for the diplomacy. No, it's still that the Iran, wherever and whenever that we reiterated regarding for our, intention, our strong desire to have a diplomacy, to have a negotiation, to reach the one compromise, and according to the mutual benefit for both sides. That, unfortunately, now we are facing with the one aggression raised by and made by Israeli regime against our national sovereignty, our people, and our civilian population.
And indeed, many of your civilians have been killed here and they are in danger. But you have a choice here. You could stop your attacks on Israel and you could say, yes, let's negotiate.
We are defending. According to the United Nations Charter, Article 51, the one regime like Israel attacked us, very armed attacked, and so according to the inherent and legitimate right that we are offending. We are not attacking, only defending ourselves, our people, our civilians, our scientists. Unfortunately, the barbaric regime of the Israel making a lot of, defamation and something false and misinformation, disinformation to evade all of the issues regarding to the Iranian legitimate rights. Unfortunately, it makes a lot of problem not only for himself and Iranian, but for the region, for the global, for non-proliferation treaties mechanism, for the reputation and dignity of IEA, all of them going to be destroyed, maybe destroyed now.
In terms, though, of your retaliation, Iran has said if there was an attack like this from America, with or without UK help, you would retaliate. What will your retaliation be?
Regarding for our reaction for this wrongful and wrongful acts of the American regime, our authorities are considering how the quantity and quality of our reaction, maybe for regard for retaliation. And so everything is going to be considered according to our rights, or there is no doubt, only defending face, not going to be making some problems for, the region. Everything should be monitored, everything should be calculated according to our national, regional, and global interests.
Iran has said previously, if the UK were to help Israel or America in terms of going after Iran, that you would retaliate. But isn't the truth actually that the Iranian regime is already a grave danger to this country? The Director General of MI5, for example, has said in public there have been more than 20 Iranian-backed plots, some of which sought to be lethal against people here in the UK. Our Home Secretary has said that Iran is a national security threat.
Yes, let me regarding for this issue that has been, I had a meeting with Mr. Minister Jarvis and as well as other people in the FCDO regarding for this misunderstanding and misinformation. Early May in this year, that the two groups of the Iranian has been arrested. One group consists of 5 people, has been, alleged and accused.
And alleged have been charged.
No, let me. You are not being updated, but unfortunately, I asked Mr. Jarvis to update the public. After the 2 weeks that the arrest, and 5 people has been charged for activities to doing some terrorist activities against the specified premises, according to the speculation was Israeli embassy, all of them released. All of them released without any charges, without any bail. And unfortunately, the UK Parliament has not been updated. The public opinion of the United Kingdom has not been updated regarding for the release of the people, because making a lot of coverage, making a lot of noises regarding for that this group of the Iranian going to commit some criminal activities in your country. Excuse me, this is very important. The Iranian government, Iranian nations has not threatened the British government, British people. We have a very constructive and respectful diplomatic relations with the United Kingdom. Me and Mr. Hugo Shorter, your ambassador.
Mr. Ambassador, we are running out of time, but I must put this to you. The Iranian government has committed human rights offences against its own people. You lock up women for not covering your hair. Same-sex relationships are illegal in your country. Political critics of the regime are locked up and often persecuted. And there is plenty of evidence of Iranian activities against this country, including going after journalists and their families. And you're asking our viewers this morning to take your word for it rather than the Director General of MI5.
You see that if you want to go to regarding for the human rights situation in Iran, I think that we have we have a very important matters in nowadays, the aggression made by the Israeli regime and American regime to the Iranian people. It is a very important, Laura. It is. If you want to go to this human rights situation in the United States and as well as in your country, there are a lot of problems. Nobody perfect. Now, this is a priority to address the aggression to something action made by the Israeli regime and American regime against the nuclear non-proliferation regime. It's very important. If you want to go to the human rights, okay, we have the same own problems. You have the same problem, and every mechanism during the human, within the Human Rights Council, UPR, and something like this. Okay, we normally we're going to address and regarding for the different people has been violated the human rights. No, in Iran, that we are very decisive regarding for the enjoyment of all of the rights. But you see that maybe sometimes we have some problems regarding for human rights matter.
Now, just to bring you some news that's breaking to us as we've been watching Laura's interview there, the Israeli military, the IDF, confirming that it has recovered the bodies of 3 individuals from Gaza. It says 2 hostages and a soldier. It has recovered their bodies from Gaza in an operation. We'll bring more on that to you as soon as we get it, but just wanted to bring that breaking line to you on that as we are in our rolling news coverage following the announcement from President Donald Trump that the US had launched strikes on 3 sites in Iran overnight. As a response, Iran has launched a barrage of missile strikes on Israel, and we've been watching some of the damage caused there a little earlier. Here at the BBC, we're not allowed to report from inside Iran, so we don't have any pictures to bring you from what's going on inside Iran at this moment. Now, speaking to Laura Kuenssberg earlier, the Israeli President Isaac Herzog said Iran's nuclear program has been substantially hit. Let's have a listen into what he said.
I commend President Donald Trump for his brave decision, correct decision, historic decision. I think this serves the national security interests of many nations in the world, nations who are potentially threatened by the Iranians, both terror, missiles, and nuclear program.
Did you know this was going to happen, and did you ask America to take this action directly?
So we were very cautious all throughout, as you could see. We decided to leave it to the Americans and to the president if he wants to carry out the strike, because the strike was aimed on very specific installations where the Iranian nuclear program was very much advanced, and it was actually a clear and imminent threat to the free world. I didn't know about it specifically. I was woken up when it happened, but I can say that what's really is important here is the fact that it can open a new venue in the Middle East, because I think there's a potential for a different Middle East, as President Trump said in his statement.
And yet, many people, and Iran certainly disputes that they presented an imminent threat to your country. But do you believe this morning that Iran's nuclear capabilities have been eliminated, that they have been obliterated, as President Trump suggested?
So we don't know yet the exact details, and me as a head of state without executive powers, I will await my discussions with the Prime Minister later on. But I can say that it's quite clear to me that the Iranian nuclear program has been hit substantially. I don't know exactly in detail, but I think all the facts prove, because that comes in addition to the Israeli strikes throughout the week, which were very vital and important in respect to this threat. Let's understand, for 80 years the world has been very clear that a combination of nuclear capability with a very, very extreme ideology, such as a jihadist ideology of Iran, is a very clear and present danger to the world. And that is why, for decades, the international community has taken very strict decisions that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. However, the Iranians kept on working underneath, clandestinely, all the time, in a very elaborate system of development of nuclear capability, which is clearly a threat, and a huge threat, to nations in the Middle East, nations in the world, and of course to Israel. And let's be very clear. I'm always asking everybody, and they don't have an answer. Why would Iran have missiles all the way to London?
Iran, of course, has denied those ambitions which you claim, and we are speaking to them in the programme as well this morning. But in terms of what Israel's plan now is, if you believe the nuclear facilities have been damaged, they have been removed to an extent, will Israel stop its attacks on Iran that have carried on overnight?
So the attacks are focused on the Iranian nuclear program, and of course on the fact that Iran is launching ballistic missiles against us. in the last hour, we suffered heavy damages in cities around Israel, very heavy damages. So far, thank God, without losses of life. But we have to do whatever it takes to defend ourselves against those missiles. These are huge missiles of hundreds of kilos, and also missiles that scatter bombs all over in 7-kilometer perimeter. So we are doing whatever it takes to eliminate them and delineate the capabilities of Iran.
You began this attack on Iran 10 days ago. Now the Americans have taken out, it appears, at least most of the nuclear facilities. Will you stop your aggression towards Iran? If your goal was to damage the nuclear facilities, America has done that on your behalf. Surely then, to bring peace and safety for your own civilians, it's time to stop.
So the way to do it is, of course, to deal with it in the international level and make sure that there is an exit strategy that contains and limits the capability of Iran to spread havoc, terror, missiles, and move to its nuclear program. I think this is exactly where the international community meets and discusses in a very serious way. What President Trump has done is really protect and defend the free world in this very important step tonight.
There, the Israeli President Isaac Herzog speaking to my colleague Laura Kunsberg a little bit earlier. We are in some live rolling news coverage here following the announcement by the US President Donald Trump that the US had hit 3 sites in Iran overnight with the intention of destroying nuclear facilities there. We'll get more details on that from the US a little later in the morning. The Secretary for Defense, Pete Hegseth, due to give a press briefing in about 3 hours' time. Now, while we're keeping an eye on that story for you, some other breaking news coming to us from Israel. The Israel Defense Forces confirming that it has recovered the bodies of 3 hostages from Gaza. We understand at least one of those is the body of a soldier, a member of the IDF. It was understood that about 53 hostages were still being held in Israel. 31 of them had been confirmed deceased by the IDF before now, but this news coming to us from the IDF that they have recovered the bodies of 2 hostages and 1 soldier. And we'll have more on that for you as we get it from the IDF. In the meantime, we've been covering the news with Iran retaliating to those US strikes. It's launched a barrage of rockets on Israel in the last few hours since those strikes from the US on those 3 sites in Iran. There have been calls from the UN, from the UK, from the EU, from many countries in the region for calm at this point, for a return to negotiations, for a de-escalation of a situation at this point in the region. Of course, the most recent talks ended in Geneva on Friday with the hope for further diplomacy. Hello, I'm Katrina Perry. This is BBC News. We're continuing coverage of our breaking news. President Trump says the US has carried out massive precision strikes on 3 key nuclear facilities in Iran, obliterating them, he says. We've seen a number of explosions over Tel Aviv, Jerusalem and Haifa in the past few hours after Iran launched a missile attack. Sirens sounded in several regions as Israel's defensive systems operated to intercept the threat. These pictures here show some of the damage from those Iranian attacks. Israel says a number of areas were hit in the north and centre of the country, with Israel's Ministry of Health saying at least 86 casualties have been reported. Now, we've heard from Iran's foreign minister. He's condemned the attacks on the nuclear sites by the US as lawless and criminal, and he said Israel and the US have blown up diplomacy. Well, let's hear from President Trump as he announced that those strikes had taken place. During an address at the White House, he said future attacks would be far greater and a lot easier, he said, if Iran does not make peace.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue.
Well, in that address from the White House, President Trump said that 3 key sites had been hit. So let's take a look at them, where they are. So they're at Fordo, Natanz and Isfahan. President Trump said that Iran's facilities had been obliterated, was the word he used. Isfahan is a uranium conversion plant, while Natanz is an enrichment plant. And even before the US strikes, the International Atomic Energy Agency had said that Natanz had sustained severe damage. But the main site to be hit was Fordo. The uranium enrichment site is situated about 60 miles, 100 kilometres south of the capital, Tehran. It's located in a mountainous region, and it's thought to consist of 2 main tunnels that house centrifuges used to enrich uranium, as well as a network of smaller tunnels. So reaching this underground installation, about 60 metres below ground, required the more powerful so-called bunker-busting bombs, which only the US has. Now, the official name for that is the GBU-57, Massive Ordnance Penetrator. The only planes that can carry these kind of bombs are the B-2 stealth bombers. Senior Department of Defence officials confirmed that this is the bomb that was used in those attacks, with 2 being deployed for each of those nuclear targets. Now, we don't have pictures from inside Iran of the damage, nor do we have details of the Iranian casualties. And that's because BBC journalists are currently unable to report from inside Iran due to the restrictions put on us by the Iranian government. But Iranian officials have denied that the country suffered a major blow. They've said that nuclear material had already been removed from the targeted facilities quite some time ago. The UN nuclear watchdog says there has been no increase in radiation levels. Now, Sir Keir Starmer has called on Iran to return to the negotiating table following those US bombing of those nuclear sites. Iran's nuclear program is a grave threat to international security, he said. Iran can never be allowed to develop a nuclear weapon, and the US has taken action to alleviate that threat, he said. He continued, the situation in the Middle East remains volatile and stability in the region is a priority. He said, we call on Iran to return to the negotiating table and reach a diplomatic solution to end this crisis. The European Union has echoed that call, with EU Foreign Policy Chief Kaja Kallas posting on X something similar, urging all sides to step back and return to the negotiating table. Now, we also have some news coming to us from the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, where he has said the Foreign Office is now going to work to repatriate British nationals and their immediate family, calling on individuals who are in Israel who wish to leave to register for those repatriation flights, and they do plan to leave from Tel Aviv's Ben Gurion Airport. Now, joining me is Tony Bonsignori, our political correspondent. Tony, talk to us first of all about this development, this decision to repatriate British nationals and their immediate families from Israel.
Yeah, just breaking this story as we speak. We'll get some more details. We're in, as you can imagine, close contact with Downing Street. this morning. We've also heard in the last few minutes from the Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, who said that the government has been preparing for all eventualities this week. Remember, of course, that the focus from Sir Keir Starmer and the UK government has been on de-escalation, on negotiation, but he was saying that the government was preparing for all eventualities, presumably including this, because we also know that the UK was told in advance. We're not told how far in advance, but we do know the UK government was told in advance of these strikes, and so presumably that planning included the repatriation of British nationals from Israel.
And talk to us a little bit more about the Prime Minister's response to this, because there was some level of hope, wasn't there, on Friday after those talks in Geneva?
Yes, and the message from the Prime Minister, from the Foreign Secretary, has been consistent, that we need de-escalation. And he, to an extent, he repeats that in this statement this morning. But obviously things have moved very quickly. And the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, of course, has been in Washington, he's been in Geneva, a frantic week of diplomacy and an attempt to try and head off the sort of action that we've seen over the past few hours. But that statement and what we've heard as well from Cabinet Minister, the Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds today, in a sense, what the message is that Iran is a direct threat to us, that it understands why the US has taken the decision, but not explicitly supporting the way it's gone about it. I think that's the general message from the UK government here. As I say, we're expecting more as the day progresses. We're also told that the Prime Minister will be talking to his allies as well.
There had been some conversation, Tony, when these strikes were being considered over the last few days as to whether these bombers would leave from the Diego Garcia base. But it would appear, from what we know, and to your point that we'll learn more as the hours go on, it would appear that that base was not used on this occasion.
No, and I got confirmation, we got confirmation of that pretty early this morning, actually, because that was a key question. Some of the key questions we didn't have answered first thing this morning was the UK told in advance? Was the UK involved in any way through its bases? And if not, was it asked to participate? And what we know now is no, there wasn't any UK involvement at all, including UK bases. It was told in advance, but we also understand that the UK wasn't asked for any involvement as well. So in a sense, I think you could say that spared the Prime Minister what was potentially a very tricky decision. But we don't know, as we've heard over the past few hours, we don't know what went into that calculation, that decision from President Trump.
Is there any expectation now that the Prime Minister, the Foreign Secretary or anyone else may try to restart that diplomatic process?
The honest answer to that is we don't know. It's, I think, a little too early to say that. As I say, I'm sure in Downing Street this morning they're digesting this news, considering their next steps. Jonathan Reynolds, the Business Secretary, was asked about that and didn't have an entirely clear answer. But what was clear, and the message was consistent with what we've been hearing this week, they do want to see a de-escalation. They do want to see negotiation. What's not clear, and what he wasn't able to answer, is what that would look like in practice in the coming hours and days. I'm sure the Prime Minister, if we hear from him today, the Foreign Secretary too, will be asked exactly that question.
OK, Tony Bonsignori there, our political correspondent. Thank you very much for bringing us up to date with that. Now, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke after the strikes as well, praising the US President Donald Trump for the decision to do those strikes and for the general US support for Israel.
Congratulations, President Trump. Your bold decision to target Iran's nuclear facilities with the awesome and righteous might of the United States will change history. In Operation Rising Lion, Israel has done truly amazing things. But in tonight's action against Iran's nuclear facilities, America has been truly unsurpassed. It has done what no other country on earth could do. History will record that President Trump acted to deny the world's most dangerous regime the world's most dangerous weapons. His leadership today has created a pivot of history that can help lead the Middle East and beyond to a future of prosperity and peace. President Trump and I often say, peace through strength. First comes strength, then comes peace. And tonight, President Trump and the United States acted with a lot of strength. President Trump, I thank you. The people of Israel thank you. The forces of civilization thank you. God bless America. God bless Israel. And may God bless our unshakable alliance, our unbreakable faith.
Well, Iran has also been responding to those US strikes. The Iranian Foreign Minister Saeed Abbas Araghchi condemned the US strikes and said Iran was reserving all options to defend its sovereignty. In a post on X, Araghchi added, "The events this morning are outrageous and will have everlasting consequences. Each and every member of the UN must be alarmed over this extremely dangerous, lawless and criminal behaviour," he said. Well, the Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency, Rafael Grossi, has also responded to the strikes, posting, "In light of the urgent situation in Iran, I am convening an emergency meeting of the IAEA Board of Governors for tomorrow." The United Nations General Secretary Antonio Guterres has also issued a statement about the strikes. He said, "I am gravely alarmed by the use of force by the United States against Iran today. This is a dangerous escalation in a region already on the edge and a direct threat to international peace and security." He continued, "There is a growing risk that this conflict could rapidly get out of control with catastrophic consequences for civilians, the region and the world." Well, here is an Israeli official speaking about one of the Iranian retaliation attacks in Haifa.
What we have over here is a rocket attack on Haifa city. Our ambulances and intensive care unit rushed to the scene. We discovered over here 4 minor wounded and 2 people with anxiety reaction. That's it. Our EMTs and paramedics rushed them to the hospital within 10 minutes. And thank God, that's everything for now. One of my volunteers lives over here in the building behind us. He was minor wounded. He left everything, gave first aid, and only after the event, he went to the hospital to check himself. Other than that, everything is okay.
Now, we are expecting further response from Iran. I can show you the live pictures here of the location there where we are expecting to have that press conference from the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. We will bring that to you live as soon as it gets started. Interested to hear the Iranian response to those US strikes on 3 sites overnight. So we'll keep an eye on that. We'll come back to it as soon as it starts. But for the moment, let's go live to Jerusalem, to our correspondent there, Dan Johnson. Dan, we were just hearing from an Israeli spokesperson there about the situation in Haifa. What can you tell us about what's going on in the rest of the country right now?
Yeah, there are emergency teams responding to missile strikes right across Israel. About 30 ballistic missiles that were launched by Iran early this morning, presumably in response to what the US and Israelis did overnight. So just as Israeli citizens were waking up this morning and absorbing that news that the US had conducted those strikes, the alerts came through mobile phones, the air raid sirens sounded, and people were told to go to shelters for safety. And then we heard the interceptions of Israeli air defense intercepting the Iranian missiles over Jerusalem and over many other cities. But some of those missiles have got through. They've caused significant damage to some buildings that we've seen pictures of. We've got colleagues who are going to some of those sites to check out the situation on the ground now. We know that perhaps 80 or 90 people have been injured in those attacks, and emergency teams are still going through some of the wreckage, the debris, the damaged buildings at those sites to check whether anybody else has been hurt or whether indeed anybody's been killed. So I think the awareness was there that this escalation overnight was going to mean a greater threat to this country in the short term, and that seems to have played out already on the ground. What happens next is the key question that Israelis are considering in terms of further Iranian response, and will that just mean Israel coming under further attack, or will that be something wider that affects more countries.
And the airspace had been closed down, but we're hearing that that's to reopen to allow for some repatriation flights of those who want to leave Israel at this time.
Yeah, Israel's airspace and its airport have been closed since the start of this conflict 10 days ago now. They don't officially reopen the airspace, but do allow limited repatriation flights to come in to evacuate either Israelis who want to leave or foreign citizens who may be working here and have been advised to leave by their home states. So we are expecting further evacuation flights when that is safe and possible, including flights that the British government is chartering to get British citizens out of here. But exactly when that will be possible is a big question, because we know Ben Gurion Airport came under attack by Iranian missiles this morning, and there's other options for getting people out. They can use the land border crossings, but it's difficult for people to know exactly when the next attack is going to come, how extensive it may be, and what the damage and impact may be. Although the immediate threat passed this morning, there are still restrictions in place on people's movement, and gatherings are banned. People have been told not to go to school, not to go to work. They're not allowed to gather in public spaces to try to keep them safe. So some level of restriction still in place, and an awareness that further air strikes could be possible. They're expecting the sirens potentially at any time. But that is the big question of what Iran now is capable of doing in response, and where it chooses to target that response.
Given how things have escalated in the last 9 or 10 days, Dan, what is the level of support like amongst the Israeli public for what's happening?
It is pretty strong amongst Israelis. They're very supportive of their military and the airstrikes that have been launched against Iran. I think there was also a large amount of public opinion in support of the US getting involved. I was speaking to some people who had their homes destroyed by an Iranian missile just the other day. I said, what do you think should happen next? And they said the Israeli military should continue and the US should get involved to make sure that the threat they perceive from Iran developing a nuclear program could be eradicated. Now, Donald Trump is saying that the strikes overnight have achieved that. The Iranians, in response, initially have played that down, saying that actually the damage from these strikes has been limited, that the nuclear sites had been evacuated, and that material had already been moved somewhere else to a safe location. So they've downplayed the impact of this on the ground, but at the same time they've responded in strong terms politically, saying that this is an outrageous act, an escalation, a breach of international law and UN charters, and they've promised retribution. It's now just a question of exactly what form that will take, what they have left in terms of missile stocks, what they're able to launch, because the Israelis have been very successful over the last 10 days in eradicating missile launch sites. About 2/3 of those have been put out of action by the Israeli Air Force. So Iran's capabilities are depleted, but it still has missiles, it's still capable of launching them, and it showed this morning that they can still get through Israeli air defences and cause damage and injury on the ground in this country. Will Iran carry out more of those attacks, and will it target those attacks on US potential targets around this region, either US military bases where troops are stationed, or the sort of diplomatic sites, different consulates, embassies, American companies that are based in the Middle East, American shipping in the seas. Those are the sorts of sites that could now be vulnerable if Iran chooses to do that. But the big question is, what is Iran capable of? What does it calculate in terms of the appropriate response to this? Are we going to see further escalation? Certainly everyone in this country and across this region is braced, holding their breath to see what comes next.
Okay, Dan Johnson there in Jerusalem, thank you for that. Just going to dip into the scene in Istanbul here. This is where the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi will soon be holding a press conference to talk about just what Dan's been describing there, how Iran is going to respond to this. We're expecting to get a bit of an update as to what damage the US strikes have actually wreaked on those 3 sites. We heard President Trump use the word obliterated. We can't obviously independently verify that, but we'll keep an eye on that press conference scene there. You can just see everybody getting organised there and awaiting the arrival of the Iranian foreign minister, which, judging by the level of activity there, might be quite imminent. So we'll keep an eye on that for you. In the meantime, let's go live to Washington, D.C. and speak to our Chief North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue. Gary, the last time we heard from President Trump on this was he was going to make a decision within 2 weeks. He was going to give a chance to negotiations to take place. What happened between Thursday and last night where he greenlit the strikes on these 3 sites in Iran?
Well, it's a good question, and it's something we don't know the specific answer to. There are only really 2 possibilities. One is that this was something of a feint, of a ruse, a red herring, this 2-week deadline, although it's something that the president does like, these deadlines. They do sometimes come and go without much happening, and certainly something happened this time around. The other option is perhaps the more obvious one, which is that once this has been set, then the foreign minister of Iran met the Europeans in Geneva and came out and said, look, we're not going to talk until you stop bombing us. And there was that was repeated yesterday, and obviously there are back channels going on as well. So, it's perfectly possible that the president took the view that, look, this is not changing in any way, despite my ultimatum. So why wait? He will be asked this, and I'm pretty sure he'll answer it actually when he is asked it, and we'll see what the workings were. But it did come as something of a surprise, if not a shock. I think that would be the way I'd put it.
I suppose he did say within 2 weeks, so technically any time from an hour after that was within that deadline that he had set. But it was quite interesting to watch, Gary, wasn't it, when the president came out to speak and make that announcement that he had the vice president with him, Secretary of State and acting National Security Advisor with him, and the Defence Secretary, very much putting forward a united front, which is not what we had seen from the Republican Party on this issue in the past few days.
No, and I think that is significant. I mean, Donald Trump is not someone who naturally wishes to share the limelight. And while they, had non-speaking parts, they were there, and I think that was some sort of message that this is a unified position, because we know that among those 3 there isn't necessarily always.
Gary, sorry, I'm just going to interrupt you there. We'll get back to you a little bit later, but that press conference of the Iranian Foreign Minister in Istanbul, Abbas Araghchi, is just starting to speak on the stage. So let's have a listen to what he's saying.
Very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so glad to be with you this morning. Actually, we invited you yesterday for a briefing on the latest developments on the ground, and of course on diplomatic process. Because I came here from Geneva, where we had our first ministerial meeting of Iran E3, and then I had here yesterday lots of useful, important meetings with the foreign ministers of our region, and we discussed about different initiatives and ideas existed for a peaceful settlement of this question. But as all of you know, we suddenly faced with the aggression by American forces to our nuclear facilities. The Islamic Republic of Iran condemns in the strongest terms the United States' brutal military aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities. It is an outrageous, grave, and unprecedented violation of the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations and international law. The warmongering and lawless administration in Washington is solely and fully responsible for the dangerous consequences and far-reaching implications of its act of aggression. The US military attack on the territorial integrity and national sovereignty of a UN member state, carried out with genocidal Israeli regime, carried out in collusion with the genocidal Israeli regime has once again revealed the extent of the United States' hostility towards the peace-seeking people of Iran, who will never compromise over their independence and sovereignty. The Islamic Republic of Iran continues to defend Iran's territory, sovereignty, security, and people by all means necessary against not just US military aggression, but also the reckless and unlawful actions of the Israeli regime. While President Trump was elected on a platform of putting an end to America's costly involvement of forever wars in our part of the world, he has betrayed not only Iran by abusing our commitment to diplomacy, but also deceived his own voters by submitting to the wishes of a wanted war criminal who has grown accustomed to exploiting the lives and wealth of American citizens to further the Israeli regime's objectives. The US act of aggression against Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities constitutes not only a flagrant breach of the UN Charter, especially the prohibition of the use of force under Article 2, Paragraph 4, and the obligation to respect the state's territorial integrity and sovereignty, but also a violation of UN Security Council Resolution 2231. It cannot be emphasized enough how much of a devastating blow that the US, a permanent member of the Security Council, has dealt to the global non-proliferation regime. The Islamic Republic of Iran reminds the United Nations, the Security Council, the UN Secretary General, the International Atomic Energy Agency, and other relevant international bodies of their duty and responsibility to take urgent and decisive action in response to this breach of international law. Silence in the face of such blatant aggression will plunge the world into an unprecedented level of danger and chaos. Humanity has come too far as a species to allow a lawless bully to take us back to the law of the jungle. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls on the Security Council to convene an emergency session to unequivocally condemn the criminal act of aggression by the United States against Iran and to hold the administration in Washington accountable for its violations of fundamental principles of United Nations Charter and of norms of international law. The responsibility of the IAEA and its Director General, who through evident bias in favor of warmongering parties paved the way for the current violence and bloodshed, is now clearer than ever. We call on the IAEA Board of Governors to immediately convene and carry out its legal responsibility in response to the dangerous US attack on Iran's peaceful nuclear facilities, all of which have been under the agency's full safeguards and monitoring. The world must not forget that it was the United States which, in the midst of a process to forge a diplomatic outcome, betrayed diplomacy by supporting the genocidal Israeli regime's launch of an illegal war of aggression on the Iranian nation. Not content with such malign actions, the United States itself has now also opted for a dangerous military operation and aggression against the people of Iran. In doing so, the US administration holds sole and full responsibility for the consequences of its actions, including the Islamic Republic of Iran's right to self-defense under the principles of the United Charter. In accordance with the UN Charter and its provisions allowing a legitimate response in self-defense, Iran reserves all options to defend its security, interests, and people. Thank you very much.
We will now be taking questions. We'd like to start with the Associated Press.
Sayın Bakan, müzakere kapıları hala açık mı görüyorsunuz?
Doors for negotiation are still open.
Şimdi ses geliyor mu?
Can you hear me now?
Sayın Bakan,
Distinguished Minister, the question is as follows. Is the door for negotiations still open?
adedi mi?
No translation. Interpreter, please speak.
Can you hear me, sir? Can you hear me, sir? In the English channel, can you hear me?
We're just watching here a press conference in Istanbul with the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. He has made a statement there, very strongly worded, describing the US attacks on the 3 sites in Iran as outrageous, grave and unprecedented. He said this act of aggression will have far-reaching implications. He accused the US of betraying diplomacy, of breaching international law, and said the US holds full and sole responsibility for the consequences. He's taking questions now. Let's listen in.
Intermediary country like Turkey, like Saudi Arabia, like Qatar, are you continuing your such activities of mediation? How do you see the process? Thank you.
Well, I have been in touch with Tehran, of course. I still do not have exact information about the level of damages, but I don't think it matters how much damages have been made. Attacking a nuclear facility by itself is an unforgivable violation of international law and should be condemned. Yesterday, as I said, I had discussion and talks with a number of foreign ministers of the region. Almost all of them are very much concerned and interested to play a role to end this aggression by Israel, of course. They were worried about a possible attack by the United States, but yesterday we were all talking about how to stop the Israeli aggression. Well, of course, the door for diplomacy should be always keep open, but this is not the case right now. My country has been under attack, under aggression, and we have to respond based on our legitimate right of self-defense. And we will do that as long as needed and necessary.
We'd now like to take a question from Al Jazeera.
Thank you very much, Minister. So you say that you need to respond right now, but we know that Iranians are known for their talents in negotiations, in diplomacy and trade. What would be the conditions after responding for Iran to come back to a negotiation table, maybe with the US as well? And Turkey has been offering that Ankara can mediate for a trilateral between Turkey, US, and Iran. What would be your response to that? Because right now the US is technically involved in this conflict. Thank you.
Well, I think it is irrelevant to ask Iran to return to diplomacy, because we were in the middle of diplomacy. We were in the middle of talks with the United States when Israelis blew it up. And again, we were in the middle of talks and negotiation with Europeans, happened only 2 days ago in Geneva, when this time Americans decided to blow it up. So we were in diplomacy, but we were attacked militarily. So it was not Iran, but the US who betrayed diplomacy. They betrayed negotiations. When at the middle of negotiations with us, they gave green light to Israelis, if not instructed them to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. I think they have proved that they are not men of diplomacy, and they only understand the language of threat and force. And this is very unfortunate. The United States showed that they have no respect to United Nations Charter. They have no respect to international law. They have no respect to any international law regarding, managing the world and facing challenges of the world. There is no red line that they have not crossed. And the last one, and the most dangerous one, happened only last night, when they crossed a very big red line by attacking nuclear facilities. I don't know how much room is left for diplomacy. We are now calculating the damages. And as I said, the damages are not only for our nuclear facilities, the damages are for the United Nations Charter. It was not only Iran's facilities which was bombed, it was also the United Nations Charter. It was also non-proliferation regime and NPT, which was bombed last night by Americans. And it was the rule of law and international law which was bombed. So now we have to see how much room is left for diplomacy, and we will decide.
I'd like to hand over to TRT World.
Mr. Minister, the US President Donald Trump warned that Iran must now make peace, otherwise the future attacks, he says, would be far greater and much easier. So how is Tehran responding to that threats from Washington? Thank you.
I think it's not up to Iran to respond to that. The whole international community should respond of such a clear threat against the United Nations Charter. Iran has done nothing wrong. We do not understand why Iran should be attacked for a false accusation that Iran is seeking nuclear weapons. It's now more than 20 years that we are trying to prove that our peaceful nuclear program is in fact peaceful and would remain peaceful. We negotiated for a long time with the so-called P5+1, and we came to a deal which the whole world celebrated as an achievement of diplomacy. And then it was the US who withdrew from that deal and reimposed their sanctions and restarted their threats. Again, we were negotiating with the same administration, then all of a sudden they decided to attack us, first by Israelis, then by themselves, and now they are threatening us for more attacks. So it's not up to Iran, but it's up to international community to condemn this, to prevent this. Otherwise, there would be nothing left for the international law, for the security at the world level. The Security Council should play its role, should play its responsibility to prevent, to condemn and prevent these kind of threats. We will certainly defend our interests. We will certainly defend our territorial integrity, our sovereignty, and our people. And I'm so glad that our people are now fully understand what injustice they are doing against the Iranian people. They are united and in solidarity with the government, and we stand firm against any aggression.
Next, CNN Türk.
Mr. Minister, how do you assess the West's stance on Israel massacres? No one seems to mention Israel's allegedly illegal nuclear weapons. The German Chancellor even said Israel is doing the dirty work for us. So what is your response? Thank you.
Well, what should I say? You said everything. That Iran is under attack by a nuclear-armed superpower and a nuclear-armed regime. And Iran, as you know, is a non-nuclear-armed country. That should be certainly condemned. If not, the whole non-proliferation regime would be undermined and would be defeated. Iran is a committed member of NPT. But NPT is not able to protect us. So why a country like Iran or other countries who are interested to have a peaceful nuclear energy should rely on NPT for their peaceful activities? It is very unfortunate that Israel is doing, as the German Chancellor called, a dirty job. And by the way, they supported that dirty job. It's a shame. They know that Israel is doing a dirty job and they support it, and they give it every right to do it, and they call it defending itself. It's really a shame. Pardon? Well, I think I'm not in a position to reveal what we are going to do in response to what Americans did last night. I just talked about the fact that NPT failed to protect Iran from and its peaceful nuclear program, and this is a serious challenge.
Next, we'd like to take a question from IRIB. IRIB, if I can get a question from IRIB.
Yılmaz Parlar, Türker Gazete, Türkiye Cumhuriyeti'nde çıkan gazete.
I'm from a Turkic newspaper and also representing Net News Agency.
İran'a destek verdiği söyleniyor.
It is indicated that China is supporting Iran.
Tarafından caydırıcı olmak konusunda nasıl
How do you evaluate its deterrence power vis-à-vis USA and Israel? And can we learn your expectations about your relations with the Russian Federation?
Well, there was a problem with the translation, or I think with the device, it doesn't work properly. I understood the last part of your question. Well, I'm going to Moscow this afternoon, and I have a meeting with President Putin tomorrow morning. Russia is a friend of Iran, and we enjoy a strategic partnership, and we always consult with each other and coordinate our positions. Russia has been a part and the participants of JCPOA, so they have been always a party to nuclear negotiations. And even in the past 2-3 months that we were negotiating with the United States, we always briefed our Russian friends about the latest about any progress or lack of progress in our talks. Well, I will have serious consultations with the Russian president tomorrow, and we continue to work with each other. Russia is also a permanent member of the Security Council, and we know that they were trying, together with China, to introduce a resolution to the Security Council for the cessation of hostilities. Obviously, now the situation has been changed, and I will have a discussion with them that how it should be proceed.
The final question from IRIB, if we can hand over the microphone to the gentleman right there. Thank you.
خسته نباشید آقای عراقچی. عرض به خدمتتون که دیروز آقای اردوغان صحبت‌هایی داشتن در مورد میانجیگری. فکر می‌کنید نقش ترکیه در این رابطه به چه ترتیب خواهد بود؟ میتونه ترکیه
Thank you. Yesterday, President Erdogan mentioned a mediation instrument. Can Turkey handle such a
من دیروز ملاقات
diplomacy
بسیار
or
خوبی رو با
mediation
جناب آقای
activity?
اردوغان رئیس جمهور محترم ترکیه داشتم. هم ترکیه
I had very productive meetings with the President of the Republic of Turkey yesterday, and I also had contacts with some of the countries of the region. Some of the countries of the region, such as Turkey, are indicating that they could be mediating so that the attacks from Israel could stop. I do believe that I'm going to start some actions and discussions about this to prevent this American aggression. Turkey very definitely has condemned the Israeli attacks, and also the countries of the region have also condemned these attacks. Now all the countries of this region and the Islamic countries are condemning the massacres and the killing of Israel. We, as members of the OIC and the foreign ministers, we had a special meeting on the situation in Iran. Turkey was the chair of this session, and in relation to condemning Israeli attacks, a statement was shared to end this attack, and they indicated that they were on our side. The attack last night was a big murder. It was not just an attack against the Iranian people, but also the laws and the provisions of the United Nations were also violated. And the NPT was also damaged. Thus, This was a big blow to international security and to peace by America. We believe that the United Nations should see this as a threat. The behavior of America is threatening the world peace, and it is also a serious bottleneck for the international system. And we have important problems and pain in our region because of this, creating an important damage. The attack last night showed once again that the Zionist regime of Israel has not actually reached its targets and aims in Iran, and they have been harmed, and they have actually been in a crisis because of the heroic defense of Iran. And vis-a-vis this defense, they have received support from America. And this direct intervention of America is actually to save the Zionist regime, and maybe to save the prime minister specifically of the Zionist regime. This was the reason why America acted this way, and this shows that the White House is under the influence of this individual called Netanyahu, and this is a shame for the all American citizens. We continue to defend our country in a heroic manner. Our armed forces are ready. Our people with high level of self-confidence and with high level of motivation is ready to defend itself. The Iranian people's national honor has been damaged, and to win this back, they will defend themselves. We will never take a step back from our own law, from our honor, from our territory, and from our people.
To Bloomberg Habertürk.
Mr. Minister, thank you very much for doing this. And I'll come from Habertürk and Bloomberg HD. You said attacks at nuclear facilities are red line, and you are calculating your response. So here is the question. What are the options? Are you going to retaliate at U.S. bases in the region, or are you going to considering to close the Strait of Hormuz? And one more question as well. 2 times while you are at the table of negotiation, Israel and U.S. attacked your soil. So do you still have the same level of trust to Western diplomacy? Thank you.
There are a variety of options available to us, and that's it. We never trusted Western countries when we negotiated them, and there are now even more reasons why we shouldn't trust them at all. Of course, the way for diplomacy should be always remain open. But, as I said, we are not in the situation right now to decide how to engage in diplomacy once again and with whom. So let's wait for our response first. And when the aggression is ended, we decide how to engage in diplomacy once again.
Next, over to NTV.
Mr. Minister, thank you. I would like to ask a quick question. You had many dialogues with Mr. Steve Witkoff, the U.S. representative, during the negotiations. Did he call you after the attack? Who you talk with? Did you ever talk with any Western countries or United States? Did they call you? Thank you.
Well, my talks with Mr. Witkoff was indirect through the Omani foreign minister as intermediator, to whom I'm very grateful. And when the talks were stopped because of the US aggression, we are still receiving messages from Americans through different channels, Oman in particular, and there are also others who are passing the messages of the United States to us. And if needed, we respond to those messages through intermediators. Well, thank you very much, everybody. I think we are done.
Yes, we've come to the end of that press briefing. We'd like to thank the Foreign Minister for holding that briefing after the latest developments in his country, Iran, and in the wider Middle East region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you indeed.
So we've just been watching there the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi talking about Iran's response following those strikes from the US on nuclear sites in Iran overnight, which he described as outrageous, grave and unprecedented. He said the US holds full and sole responsibility for the consequences. Iran has the right to self-defense. It's reserving all options in response. He also said that the US had crossed what he called a very big red line in bombing those nuclear sites. He said, I don't know how much room is left for diplomacy now. And he said, let's wait for Iran's response. And when the aggression is ended, then we'll decide how diplomacy proceeds. Joined in studio here by our chief international correspondent, Lise Doucette. Lise, we've been listening there to the Foreign Minister for the last 20 minutes or so. What stood out for you from what he said?
Their position has not changed. The Foreign Minister was in Geneva. We were there as well, where the European diplomats were saying to him, you've got to talk to the United States. He said not while there are Israeli attacks on the country. Now they've been attacked by the United States, and his position is exactly the same. We will not negotiate under fire. It's clear that messages are going back and forth, and no doubt there'll be a lot more messages today. This is not just an attack on Iran. This is something which is having already repercussions across the region. There's been condemnation from states in the region, including Saudi Arabia. They will want to prevent a further escalation. But he was also, Katrina, very adamant that Iran will respond. He wouldn't go into, not surprisingly, because there was an observation that even though President Trump said that Iran's nuclear facilities were completely obliterated, as the foreign minister said, they don't know yet how much damage was done, and if there's not that much damage, they could find an off-ramp. But the message from him was it doesn't really matter how much damage was done. Symbolically, they have, as you've just mentioned, crossed a very red line. This is a very, very delicate balancing act for Iran. If it doesn't do anything, it loses face. If it does too much, it loses everything. Because if they provoke President Trump, the commander-in-chief of the United States and Israel, they could come back with all of the weight of the American military might.
He also mentioned he was going to Moscow today to meet President Putin.
President Putin has been trying to intervene in this crisis. Of course, he will have many motivations for doing so. He's long wanted to be seen as a peacemaker in the Middle East. He had a statement earlier this week saying that he did not believe there was intelligence saying that Iran was developing a bomb. So he will try to maximize this opportunity. Iran is very much like other states in the region. They look east and they look west, trying to maximize their position. You also heard him saying he's obviously had talks in Turkey with the Turkish president, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, he's a member of NATO. He has very strong alliances. He wants to be seen to be mediating. Many will want to be seen to mediate. But right now, it all rests on what Iran does next.
And the foreign minister as well, very keen to say that this was an attack on international order, on international law, not just on Iran. It's very keen to widen out the viewpoint.
Well, factually, he's correct. There was diplomacy going on when Israel unleashed its strikes that Friday morning. There was meant to be a 6th round of talks with Steve Witkoff and the Iranians in Muscat. It's a violation of the UN Charter to attack another state. Israel described it as a preemptive strike for self-defense. Rafael Grossi, the Director General of the IAEA, has said repeatedly that nuclear sites should not be attacked. So Iran is trying to find strength in going back to United Nations laws and resolutions and the laws of war. But it's not working against Israel, who basically says you're an existential threat to us. And you've heard from many of Western foreign ministers, most of all Germany, saying Israel has a right to defend itself. His line, too, is that there's been a betrayal of diplomacy. They want the doors open for diplomacy, but not when this is happening.
And very clear as well, using language about American collusion with Israel, that they now see this as essentially a joint mission, it would appear, US and Israel united in the attacks.
No, I interviewed the Iranian Deputy Foreign Minister last week, Saeed Khatibzadeh, and he said that they heard, in private, they received messages indirectly, as we just heard, from the Americans saying we were not involved, this was an Israeli strike. Marco Rubio said that also in public. But then you got President Trump coming out and saying we have superiority over the skies of Tehran. And President Trump almost seeming to take credit for what he described as the excellent Israeli strikes. So both in diplomacy as well in war, the Iranians keep saying they don't understand what the message is from the United States. And as you know, Katrina, there are different messages coming out. Most of them from President Trump, who a little more than 10 days ago was telling Israel, stop threatening Iran militarily. You're getting in the way of my diplomacy. Now he seems to have really put on his commander-in-chief hat and really wants to be seen as the one who is now, and he is, directing the course of this war.
For those who have grave concerns about regional escalation here, what will they have taken from what the foreign minister said there?
He was asked specifically whether Iran would block the Strait of Hormuz. That's a very critical waterway where a lot of the oil freighters pass through. That would have, if that is closed, it would have a huge impact on oil prices worldwide. It would have an impact on economic activity worldwide. He refused to be drawn on whether he would do that because Iran has to balance carefully. It doesn't want to infuriate Iran's Arab allies in this fight. They also do not want a wider escalation of this war. There aren't any good options for Iran. If it attacks US military bases in the region, there's at least 8 bases, plus many other US military targets that they could possibly look at. They will draw the United States in more directly. If they take economic action, that will backfire on Iran. So again, he was adamant there will be a response, but they have to calculate carefully. But as always, Katrina, in this kind of an escalating tension, it's not just what you do, but how the other side perceives what you do. And therefore, whatever Iran does will be regarded as being threatening from the United States and Israel, who are likely to retaliate. I'm sure we saw last year where there were these direct strikes between Iran and Israel, that behind the scenes there were people saying, okay, right, you've responded, let's leave it there. Restraint. But we are in a totally new game now.
And it appeared from what we heard from President Trump last night that he was kind of saying, oh, this is the only thing we're doing. But of course, can't say that for sure until we see the Iranian response.
Yes, he said you have to come to peace. And as always with President Trump, you don't know what come to peace means. He wanted Iran to effectively negotiate a new nuclear deal in 60 days. And when that didn't work, Israel attacked on the 61st day. It took 2 years to negotiate the last Iran nuclear deal. A new one shouldn't take that long. They can build on the old one, but they were, even though both sides said they were close, it could not have been done in 60 days. And President Trump, as you know, Katrina, likes to do things quickly, a deal in a day. It won't take a day to do a deal. that everyone, the message from the Europeans in Geneva was only diplomacy can find a way forward. We've seen time and again in the Middle East that military action does not provide a long-term solution.
Okay, Lise Doucette, thanks for that. We're just going to go live now to the statement being made by the IDF. So let's listen in to what they're saying.
Massacre. Staff Sergeant Shai Levinson was 19 years old. He was a tank commander who bravely fought against terrorists on the morning of October 7th. He fell in battle, defending Israeli communities until his last moments. His body was then taken to Gaza. 50 hostages still remain in brutal captivity. We will not rest until every hostage is home. We will continue to act with resolve and determination to protect the citizens of Israel. Thank you very much.
Hang on.
So we've just been watching there a statement from IDF Brigadier General Effie Defrin talking about a story separate to the strikes on Iran, but linked all the same, that the IDF has recovered the bodies of 3 hostages from Gaza. We'll have more for that from that for you in a little moment. But of course, we're in our rolling coverage here of the latest development in Iran. The US striking 3 nuclear sites in Iran overnight. Let's hear from President Donald Trump as he announced those strikes had taken place. In an address at the White House, he said future attacks would be far greater and a lot easier if Iran didn't make peace.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahan. Everybody heard those names for years as they built this horribly destructive enterprise. Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror. Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. Iran, the bully of the Middle East, must now make peace. If they do not, future attacks will be far greater and a lot easier. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. They have been killing our people, blowing off their arms, blowing off their legs with roadside bombs. That was their specialty. We lost over 1,000 people, and hundreds of thousands throughout the Middle East and around the world have died as a direct result of their hate. In particular, so many were killed by their general, Qasem Soleimani. I decided a long time ago that I would not let this happen. It will not continue.
President Trump there speaking from the White House, flanked by the Vice President, by the Secretary of State and Acting National Security Advisor, and by the Defense Secretary. Now, during those remarks, President Trump said that 3 key sites had been hit in Iran. So let's have a look at just what those sites are and where they are. So they're located at Fordo, Natanz and Esfahan. President Trump said these sites had been obliterated. That's the word that he used. Esfahan is a uranium conversion plant, whilst Natanz is an enrichment plant. But even before the US strikes, the International Atomic Energy Agency said that Natanz had sustained severe damage. But the main site hit was Fordo. The uranium enrichment site is situated about 60 miles, 100 kilometres or so south of the capital, Tehran, in a mountainous region. It's thought to consist of 2 main tunnels. Now, they house centrifuges used to enrich uranium. There's also a network of smaller tunnels in there. Reaching this underground installation, which is located about 60 metres below ground, required more powerful weapons, so-called bunker-busting bombs, which only the US has. Its official name, the GBU-57, Massive Ordnance Penetrator, and the only planes that can carry such bombs are B-2 stealth bombers. Now, senior US Department of Defense officials confirmed that is the bomb that was used in these attacks, and 2 were deployed for each of those nuclear targets. Now, we don't have pictures from inside Iran of the damage, nor do we have details of Iranian casualties. BBC journalists are currently unable to report from inside of Iran due to the restrictions that are imposed by the Iranian government. But Iranian officials have denied that the country suffered a major blow. They said nuclear material had been removed from the targeted facilities some time ago. And we've just been hearing from the Iranian foreign minister, who said the extent of the damage is still being assessed, and they hope to update on that a little bit later. The UN nuclear watchdog says there's been no increase in radiation levels in the area. So let's talk a little bit about these bombs, these B-2 bombers, and the weapons that were used. I'm joined by the Security Brief's Mikey Kay, a former senior officer and assault helicopter pilot with the British military. Mikey, thanks for being with us here. Sure. Now, we're awaiting an in-depth briefing from the Defence Secretary and the Joint Chiefs of Staff from the US a little bit later on. We'll get more information there. But it does seem to be the case that these bunker busters and B-2s that we've been discussing all week were what was used. Tell us what they are.
Yeah, so we called this on the security brief last week in terms of how the US was going to potentially get involved and where it could support. And in military parlance, we talk about courses of action. So you identify where the loopholes or the vulnerabilities are in the IDF's capability, or basically what it can't do. And then you look at how the US can plug that gap. So when you look at what the target sets were for the Israeli Defense Force, we were seeing facilities targeted that had surface-to-air missile systems, ballistic missile systems, and there was high-value leadership targets that were taken out. The chief of the IRGC, the Iranian Guard Corps, for example. The gap in the IDF's capability was having some form of capability that could penetrate deep underground and go after the enriched uranium facilities. So you mentioned them earlier on, Fordo, Natanz, and Esfahar. So that was where the gap was. And then we look at what the US has that can plug that gap. But as importantly, the ease in which politically that force can be used. That's called the Authorization for the Use of Military Force, which was basically passed by Congress on September the 18th in 2001, which effectively gave the president, without congressional approval, the ability to use military force under the guise of the war on terrorism. So you've got a diplomatic loophole, if you like, under the AUMF that can effectively launch a strike on anywhere. And then you have a capability, which is the GBU-57 that you mentioned earlier, which is the massive ordnance penetrator. That carries a 13,600 kilogram warhead, and it's a precision-guided munition. That's about 30,000 pounds. The IDF do not have that. The B-2 stealth bomber is the only platform that is capable of delivering that GBU-57. So it comes as a complete entity, if you like. It's not like the US could give a GBU-57 to the IDF and then the IDF could use that. It has to come with the B-2.
And there's questions of control then in that case.
100%.
Anyway.
100%. Now, those B-2s are about $2 billion a unit. So in terms of the expense of this happening, it's huge, and only the US has the ability to deliver that. Now, what the US is going to be thinking about in the use of the B-2 and the GBU-57 is the vulnerability of that B-2 platform. There aren't very many of them, and so any form of vulnerability, any form of Iran being able to strike that with a surface-to-air missile system is a risk. And there's lots of downfall for the US on a B-2 being targeted. So this is why we saw Donald Trump last week tweeting about air superiority. Very unusual words used by Donald Trump, but air superiority is a doctrinal term, which means that any person trying to get dominance over another country will try to take out its ability to be able to hit the air power, right? So if you take out the surface-to-air missile systems,
Which we heard Israel talking about.
Exactly,
it had taken out at least 50% of those.
Exactly that. And so the strategic plan was to attrit Iran's air defences, and it's not just surface-to-air missile systems. We saw F-14 Tomcats being targeted. The IDF came out with a video of that. 2 of them were hit at Tehran airport. Anything that can put risk on a B-2 bomber being used went after. And that's what Donald Trump was talking about, was gaining air superiority. So the strategy was basically attrit Iran's air defences down to a certain point, which made the risk of using a B-2, putting a B-2 in the region, in an area where it can drop that GBU-57. It's going to do it from range, but there's going to be a maximum range that it can, or minimum range that it can launch from, and reduce that risk in order for these strikes to happen. So that's effectively the strategy of what we've seen. And then it was just about the decision on whether this was going to go ahead.
So we were talking about the use of the Diego Garcia base at one point last week, but it seems that was not used and these came all the way from the US. So given, I think we were talking about flight journey times of about 15 hours. President Trump would have given the green light for this early yesterday.
He would have had to have done. Diego Garcia is coming up because the B-2s were deployed to Diego Garcia when we were seeing the strikes on the Houthis in Yemen. So Planet Labs had a satellite image which showed, I think, around 6 to 8 of them on the runway, and they were being used. That's about a 4,000-kilometer one-way journey to strike Yemen and to strike the Houthis. That's also a message to Iran, which basically says we can put our strategic assets here. We can hit a target 4,000 kilometers away. You're 5,300 kilometers away, and we've got an asset that can air-to-air refuel and get there and back, without a problem. I think the big question for me is that if they were launched from the US, they could go direct to the target, but would they go back to the US, or have they landed in Diego Garcia, or have they gone back to a base in Europe, for example? And I think that's the big question, because if these strikes are going to be frequent, then you don't want to be going from the US to a target over Iran and back to the US again. But at the same time, you want to forward base those assets where they're out of a range of Iran's ballistic missiles, Fata-2, hypersonics, which are really hard to defeat. So, there's this big sort of military strategic plan of balance of risk versus efficacy on what they're trying to achieve militarily.
And just briefly, Mikey, because the Iranian foreign minister, we were just listening there, was quite clear that there will be a response from Iran to this, and very, very threatening language towards the US. What is the US posture like in the region in terms of what may be potential targets for Iran that it would see as retaliation for this?
You've got massive presence by the US in the Middle East. You've got 40 to 50,000 troops. The biggest base is at Al-Udeid. You've got over 100 US aircraft based there. And you've got what's called the CAOC, the Combined Air Operations Center. The Combined Air Operations Center is a facility that provides the US and all allied forces what's called a common operational picture. So it's this huge facility that looks all the way across the Middle East. And it tracks what's going on in Syria, Iraq, anywhere that there are operations going on. We have these things called Blue Force Trackers, BFTs, which are the ability to track anything from a strategic aircraft, a warship, a tank, all the way down to an individual BFT being on an individual soldier. So it gives what's called the common operational picture across the entire Middle East. That's a huge base. Would the Iranians target that? It would be a very, very bold move. Yeah. And it's based in Qatar, and Qatar are an ally of Iran. You've got US naval facilities.
Qatar has been warning, though, about how dangerous this is for the region.
Yeah, escalatory-wise, yeah.
So it's a big concern.
So it's a really interesting question on where Iran goes next with this. Of course, we've got RAF Akrotiri, which is at the southern tip of Cyprus. There are strategic intelligence US assets based out of that, as well as obviously UK-based assets. The UK put additional Typhoons in there. What their role is still under question. And I think it's important here, Katrina, to mention that any involvement by the UK, should the Prime Minister want to go down that route, should be voted on in the Houses of Parliament. So we've seen strikes on Syria, all the rest of it. That has to be voted on. So the UK does not have the authorization for the use of military force that the US has.
Yeah.
And I think that's an important distinction to make.
Yeah, and indeed, just to point out, there's been no suggestion of that at this point either. It's not under consideration. Okay, lots to talk about. I'm sure we'll be talking to you again very soon about all of this. Mikey, thanks so much for coming in to us and telling us all about what's going on there. But let's go back over to Washington, D.C. now. We can speak to our Chief North America correspondent, Gary O'Donoghue. Gary, thanks for being with us. Sorry, I cut you off earlier. We were going to a live event there, but just picking back up the point of what this is going to mean for President Trump. There had been so much toing and froing about getting involved in this. Of course, he campaigned so much on being the president to take America out of wars. And as we've been discussing there, this may not be a one and done, as President Trump describes it.
Yeah, I mean, that's absolutely right. I mean, he said in his statement, didn't he, that if we have to go back, we can hit other targets. We've got plenty of other targets, he said, and it would be a lot easier. So he's leaving that door very much open, while at the time trying to message that this is, a one and done, which is a confusing message, to be honest. It's going to be a confusing message for his lieutenants to sell on the Sunday shows in the next few hours, where all of them are being paraded to try and make the case and to persuade his supporters that this is he's still in control of this situation, because what we're hearing from everyone is that the response, the potential response from Iran, is something he can't control, and that can determine how much of a success this operation is seen. There'll also be a lot of pressure to produce evidence to back up his claim that this was a complete and total obliteration of these facilities, which he said, barely less than an hour after, well, less than a couple of hours, let's say, after the actual bombings themselves. And a lot of people will think, well, how can you possibly know at that stage? So that's what we'll be looking to the Pentagon briefing later on to provide some. And bear in mind, when they do these strikes, there's a lot of data, a lot of camera footage, a lot of GPS data, a lot of satellite imagery, of course. And the Pentagon's all has produced this stuff in the past to make the case to the public and to the media. And let's see if they're prepared to do it this time around. So still lots and lots of questions will unfold in the next few days as everyone waits to see what will happen next.
And Gary, I mean, it's not only the president who had spoken about not wanting to get involved in more wars. There have been many, many polls, particularly in the last week and a half or so since Israel launched that first strike on Iran, showing that the American public from both parties really did not want to get involved here either.
That's right. I mean, to most American voters, this seems like a very, very long way away. And they cannot understand, despite the fact there's strong support for Israel here, and there is, they cannot understand why America is so concerned and getting involved beyond the sort of traditional support it has for Israel in terms of money and weaponry and that kind of backing. They think, a lot will think that's enough. Why do we actually have to send our forces into harm's way? Now, of course, that's one of the arguments they'll be making on the talk shows today. We were the only country in the world that had the capacity really to take out these facilities. Israel doesn't have it. No one else has it. We're the only ones. This is American exceptionalism in very concrete terms, if you like. But it's an argument that's only going to land if they can prove quickly that this has been a success. And if it starts to get messy, or they have to go back for a second try or a second round, then that argument becomes harder and harder to make each time.
Okay, and as you say, Gary, we'll learn a little bit more in about an hour and a half's time or so when we hear from the Defence Secretary, that briefing at the Pentagon. I'm sure we'll be speaking to you later on. But Gary O'Donoghue, our Chief North America correspondent there live in Washington, D.C., thanks for joining us. Well, let's go now to Baghdad and we can speak to BBC Persian Service correspondent Nafisa Konavard, who's joining us live. Nafisa, we've been listening there just a short time ago to the Iranian foreign minister talking very specifically about how there will be a response, not giving details of it. But what is the concern like in terms of regional escalation here? How tense a moment is this?
Well, what we feel here in Baghdad, the feeling is quite tense, given the fact that now the U.S. Embassy has verified and confirmed that they have evacuated most part of their personnel, and they have evacuated massively from 21st and 22nd of June. It started last night. It seems that just before the U.S. attack, they evacuated a large number of their personnel, and also they raised the security measures for others who are staying, the limited number that are staying. Behind me there is a U.S. base, and also in front of it is the U.S. consulate. So it shows that there is a concern that Iran or Iran-backed groups are going to retaliate this attack or simultaneously and attack U.S. bases, which they have threatened multiple times, that if the U.S. entered this war that Israel has started, as they say, then there will be consequences for U.S. presence in the region. And also right now, I see that even Kuwait and Bahrain, specifically, they have now ordered their organizations and employees to start working from home due to the concern of a massive escalation in the region. So it is expected that Iran's response will come, although Mr. Araghchi still emphasized that they haven't closed down the room and the door for the diplomacy.
Indeed, he mentioned he had been speaking to foreign ministers from the region just yesterday. Where do those regional foreign ministers see this moving to now? Where is that small bit of room that you mentioned?
Well, right now, whole region, I think they are trying to convince both sides, especially the U.S. and Iran, to sit and talk to each other. But the fact that Iran's foreign minister today emphasized on that, it wasn't Iran who left the negotiation table. Iran's foreign ministry was about to go to Oman just before, like on Sunday, but 2 days before Israel started to attack Iran. So it put Iran in a very difficult situation, and Tehran wouldn't really accept to negotiate, as they say, under fire. That's why all the region now trying to convince that, first of all, Israel should stop the attack, which it's very doubtful, and Iran and the U.S. resume the talk. But after U.S. direct attack on Iran, that has become quite difficult. Although right now I can see that Saudi Arabia foreign ministry, Qatar foreign minister, and Bahrain, Kuwait, Turkish foreign minister, and Oman, that was going to host Iran and U.S. talk on Sunday before U.S. attack and Israeli attack. They are trying still to see that if there is a hope for negotiation. But here in the region, the feeling is that this build-up and the atmosphere is so similar to 2003, just before U.S. invasion against Iraq and removing Saddam Hussein from its power.
That is our colleague Nafisa Kunavard there, BBC Persian Service. Nafisa, thank you very much for joining us live from Baghdad. We'll check in with you a little later in the day. But just on that notion of the international law here, let's speak to Professor Donald Rothwell. He is indeed a professor of international law at the Australian National University. Thanks for being with us here on BBC News. We heard the Iranian foreign minister just in the last half an hour using very strong language about the US, how it was in breach of international law with these strikes on Iranian sovereignty without an antagonistic position in advance. And it said it would respond and that it had the right to do so under the international law provision for self-determination. What do you say to his arguments there?
Well, look, I guess the basic position is that the United States, of course, has a right of self-defense, but the United States has not been subject to an armed attack by Iran in this instance. And your correspondent just was alluding to the events of 2003, and there are indeed some similarities in terms of the United States effectively exercising what the US would probably say is a right of preemptive self-defense in this case with respect to Iran's nuclear facilities and capabilities. But the problem with that is that there's no real evidence, A, that those facilities had developed a nuclear weapon at the moment, or indeed that Iran might have been developing those facilities to directly target the United States. So the other aspect of that argument is, of course, that the United States would say, well, we're coming to the aid of our ally Israel in this instance, and then we go back to the whole legality of the Israeli actions on the 13th of June, which in themselves are very weak legally.
Iran would also say that because diplomacy was underway, that the US has breached diplomacy and breached another tenet of international law in not letting that process play out.
Well, indeed, and indeed, we saw multiple instances with respect to the US-led attacks against Iraq in 2003, where diplomacy played out over many, many months in an effort by the United Nations and other actors to try to bring about a resolution of that particular situation. So the fact that the United States has effectively turned its back here on the peaceful settlement of this dispute, a critical tenet of the United Nations Charter, is just a further undermining of the principles of the UN Charter and further indicates the egregious nature of the US action in this case.
Indeed, and that's similar language to what we're hearing from Iran, calling it outrageous, grave, unprecedented. But also the foreign minister very clear that Iran has the right now to take a retaliatory action, to take a response because of this attack that it has had. What is the legality around that, and do you expect that that amounts to direct attacks on either the US personnel, US military in the region?
Well, if we take the view that Israel was the original aggressor in this conduct in terms of its actions originally on the 13th of June, and the United States has joined and is complicit now in that Israeli aggression, well, of course, Iran has a right of self-defense, and arguably that's exactly what it's been doing over the course of the last 8 or 9 days in terms of its exchange of missiles to and from Iran and Israel. So, yes, Iran does have a right of self-defense against US aggression, but ultimately that's a decision that Iran will need to make, and your correspondents have been highlighting, of course, the potential military and other consequences that could flow on from that. And of course, we know that President Trump's statement made it very clear that if there was any Iranian response, well, then they could expect the United States to return with very heavy fire.
And how does that work out when you look at a response directly from Iran versus one coming from one of its proxies?
Well, Iran, of course, can itself exercise collective self-defense and get others to come in its aid and its assistance. But we will quickly move beyond this situation as to who was right or wrong in terms of originally launching and commencing this conflict. And we will quickly move into a situation of many, many actors in the international community, of course, including the United Nations Secretary General, really trying to de-escalate this matter and to get all the parties around a negotiating table to really get a ceasefire and ultimately a long-term peace.
And indeed, as we've seen at the United Nations in recent years, discussions there often bear little impact on what is happening on the ground. Professor Rothwell, we've just lost you there, but thank you very much for joining us anyway with those comments on international law. Well, the President of the International Committee of the Red Cross has issued a statement on the matter and has said the intensification and spread of major military operations in the Middle East risks engulfing the region and the world in a war with irreversible consequences. The world cannot absorb limitless war. Upholding international humanitarian law is not a choice, it's an obligation. Well, let's go live to Jerusalem now to our correspondent Dan Johnson, who is on the ground there. Dan, what can you tell us about the latest situation in Israel? We saw, of course, that barrage of strikes from Iran a few hours ago.
Yes, there are emergency teams still dealing with the aftermath of those missile strikes. At least 10 of those missiles managed to get through Israeli air defences early this morning, and a number of buildings have been hit. We've seen pictures of quite extensive damage, and the casualty numbers are above 80, perhaps 90 people who've been hurt this morning at different sites across the country. So emergency teams still at work, and people warned that there could be more of that to come. The air raid alerts sounded early this morning. They've now been lifted, but there are restrictions in place on people's movements and gatherings. People have been told not to go to work today, not to go to school. There are gatherings banned. The airspace, the airport is still closed. So people know that the threat is still real and that Iran could launch further strikes against Israel. The question is when that comes, how intense it is, and whether it goes further, whether Iran chooses to hit other sites, potentially in other countries as well. Iranian state media apparently has declared that all US citizens or soldiers in this region are now a legitimate target. What does that mean? How vulnerable are US citizens? We know that diplomats are being evacuated, and the UK government is trying to arrange charter flights to get some of its citizens out of this country and out of this region beyond the reach of Iranian missiles. Certainly the threat is alive and clear to everyone here.
Indeed, and we just heard from the foreign minister there live on the programme here that there will be a response to those attacks. Has there been a response this morning from the Prime Minister, from anyone in the administration there?
They've vowed that they will keep up attacks on Iran, that they will continue to try to eliminate the ballistic missile threat. The Prime Minister declared early this morning that those US strikes had eradicated the nuclear threat, but Iran still has missiles, as it's shown this morning. It still has active launch sites. Israel's air force over the last 10 days of this conflict has managed to wipe out about 2/3 of Iran's missile launch sites, but clearly some are still in use and are still capable of launching attacks that can reach this country and presumably others in the region. What Iran's supply of missiles is like and how far they can accurately fire them, what targets they can hit, we're probably going to find out in the hours and days to come. There's a calculation here for the Iranians about how they calibrate this response and where they target it.
Dan, there have been calls from many countries in the last few hours for a return to talks, for a return to diplomacy. Is there any suggestion that Israel is prepared to do that?
There's no talk of that here. Israel doesn't seem interested in talks or diplomacy. They have used military force, and they've been able to get the backing of the US to conduct the sort of airstrikes that they said were needed to eradicate the threat of Iran developing nuclear weapons. But they are going to continue their airstrikes, and the air defences here are going to have to continue to be on alert for more missile strikes coming from Iran. There was another wave of drone attacks overnight as well. And then there's the question of what Iran's allies in this region do. Other countries potentially in support of Iran, but also those militant groups, those proxies like the Houthis, like Hamas, Hezbollah too. What capability do they have left to attack this country if they decide to do that in support of Iran in the position it now finds itself in? So the threat level here, although the Prime Minister's talked of what happened overnight, bringing peace and prosperity for the future, the threat level in the immediate coming days is heightened here. Everyone is on alert.
Okay, Dan Johnson there in Jerusalem. Thank you for that. We'll speak to you a little bit later on. Well, in a press briefing within the last hour, the IDF has blamed Iran for fueling terror within the region and reinforced its commitment to bringing the remaining hostages home who are currently held in Gaza.
Last night, in a joint operation by the IDF and ISA, the bodies of 3 Israeli hostages were recovered from the Gaza Strip. Ofra Keidar, Jonathan Samerano, and Staff Sergeant Shai Levinson. All 3 were brutally murdered and abducted by the Hamas terrorist organization. Ofra Keidar was 71 years old, a mother of 3, from Kibbutz Be'eri. She was married to Shmuel Keidar. Both were murdered brutally in their kibbutz. Jonathan Samerano was 21 years old. He was celebrating life at the Nova Music Festival when Hamas opened fire on him. He was then dragged into Gaza by Hamas terrorists. Even more disturbing, one of the terrorists was an UNRWA worker. Let that sink in. UN workers took part in the October 7th massacre. Staff Sergeant Chai Levinson was 19 years old. He was a tank commander who bravely fought against terrorists on the morning of October 7th. He fell in battle, defending Israeli communities until his last moments. His body was then taken to Gaza. 50 hostages still remain in brutal captivity. We will not rest until every hostage is home.
Well, on that matter, the Pope has been speaking this morning and he has urged the world not to forget Gaza's need for humanitarian aid, as conversations are now moving to what happens with Israel's situation with Iran following the launch of strikes by the US on 3 nuclear sites in Iran. Well, let's go live to our South Caucasus correspondent, Reyhan Dimitri, who's in Megri in Armenia, which is close to the Iranian border. What is the situation like there at the moment? Of course, since Israel launched those strikes a week and a half ago, we have seen many Iranians trying to get out of Tehran, trying to get out of Iran.
Well, we've been here for 3 days, and today we definitely see a bigger number of people crossing the border, larger groups of people, and it's just visibly more people who are leaving Iran. People are traveling from the capital, Tehran, many hours, up to 15 hours to get to the border area with Armenia. And most people are telling us that they have further destination, they have passports or residency in other parts of the world, and they are using Armenia as an escape route and are hoping to use the airport in the Armenian capital, Yerevan. Earlier, we spoke to a dad who was traveling with his 4-year-old son. He said that he left Tehran last night at about 5 p.m. He said that there were sounds of explosions and that he had to tell his son that it was just people were just playing with each other, because I asked him whether his son was scared from all of those sounds. And other people have also told us that since the US strikes on Iran, there's definitely now more people on the move, and they're moving to Iran's border with Turkey and also Iran's border with Armenia, where we're now.
And has there been any official response in Armenia there, as we have heard from other countries in the region?
Yes, we are hearing that the Armenian government is helping to evacuate certain nationals. We've heard today that buses were sent to help evacuate Indian nationals. And it's not just Iranians who are living through this border. Earlier, I saw Chinese nationals also coming through this border. So there is a response from the Armenian government, and they're helping. I guess they're talking directly to the countries, and with India, it's not the first case that they're helping to evacuate citizens of India.
Mm. And the people that you've been speaking to who are coming across the border, do they have an expectation that they will go home soon, or are they seeing this as something a little longer?
Well, it's interesting because, as I mentioned, we've been here for the past 3 days, and I have met and spoken to several people who were so kind of outraged by what's happening now in their country, that Iran is under attack. And they told us that they're planning to go back to their country, that they felt it was their duty to stay in the country. One man comes to my mind. He was traveling to Germany, and he said that his aim was to bring more of his countrymen. And he told me that the army of Iran does not need them, but he felt that it was his duty to be in the country. So there are those. The movement is happening both ways, but definitely the number of people who are coming from Iran is way, way bigger than those who are going back into the country.
Okay. Rayhan Dimitri, there, our South Caucasus correspondent in Megri, close to the Iranian border. Thank you for that. Well, let's speak to Hamidreza Azizi now, who is a visiting fellow at the Africa and Middle East Research Division at the German Institute for International and Security Affairs. Thanks for being with us. We heard just a short time ago from the Iranian Foreign Minister that there will be a response and that there are options being considered. For obvious reasons, he didn't detail what those options are, but what options do you see that Iran has open to it now following these strikes from the US?
Well, based on what I can see from official statements, from what Mr. Araghchi said, and also from the statement by the IRGC, they still, hesitate to mention any direct retaliation against the United States. I think, based on the tone and also the content of Mr. Araghchi's message, it seems that there's still no clarity at the top level in the Islamic Republic on what exact options they are going to resort to. What we do know is the range of options that Iran actually has. For example, people have been discussing about the potential closure of the Strait of Hormuz to impact the oil prices or to target US bases. But the thing is that the last night attacks were somehow limited compared with what could have happened in terms of, for example, the United States also targeting other infrastructure in the country. So now the concern seems to be in among the Iranian leadership that if they escalate against the United States at the moment, there might be even a bigger war. So what they might do at the moment is to continue escalating against Israel by using new missiles. For example, they said that they have used a new type Khaybar Shekan ballistic missiles against Israel to put pressure on Israel and to put Donald Trump in a kind of situation of choosing between continuing to support Israel without Iranian provocation or to just wait this war of attrition to decide on its own terms.
Given what Israel is saying about how it has degraded the capabilities of Iran already at this point, what kind of appetite do you think there is within Iran, within the regime, to actually take on the United States in the way that you're describing there?
Well, it's very complicated because there are pressures from the public and also from the hardline supporters of the regime. For the Islamic Republic and its leadership, this is a war of survival. This is a war of regime change in their perception waged by Israel and the United States. And that's where the main dilemma lies because, they know that, as I said, if they do escalate beyond a certain extent, it might be a matter of time before the United States, starts bombing, for example, even the Supreme Leader's shelter, wherever he is, or other actually economic and energy infrastructure even of the country. But at the same time, and of course, this is a war that the Iranian people do not want. Despite the patriotic sentiment, despite the support for the country, not for the regime necessarily, this is not a war that they want. But at the same time, I have already seen, kind of arguments by the supporters of the regime that, look, regardless of the extent of the actual damage that the U.S. might have inflicted to Fordo in terms of whether there's still, capability for enrichment, there's still enriched material accessible. Regardless of that, the fact that, in a matter of 10 days, the image of Iran as a strong country, as a regional power has shaken so dramatically, it requires a response. So this is the dilemma where, this is the dilemma that the Iranian leadership faces at the moment.
Okay, Hamdreza Azizi, Fellow at the Middle East Council on Global Affairs. Thank you very much for joining us. I just want to bring some breaking news as we're following this story in Iran. British Airways has put out a statement to say it's making some changes to its flight schedule as a result of the situation there and the uncertainty. They say as a result of recent events, we have adjusted our flight schedule to ensure the safety of our customers and crew, which is always our top priority. We're contacting our customers to advise them of their options while we work through this developing situation. So British Airways, they're indicating it's going to make some changes to the flight paths in and around the region there. We're also hearing from Russia. It has now condemned what it calls irresponsible US strikes on Iran. That coming to us from the Russian Foreign Ministry. And we know there will be a meeting between the Iranian Foreign Minister and his Russian counterpart in the hours ahead. The Foreign Minister speaking in Istanbul a little earlier and saying he was going from there to Moscow, and indeed that he would have a conversation with President Putin when he gets there. Now, Iran's ambassador to the UK, Saeed Ali Mousavi, has been speaking to my colleague Laura Kunsberg, and let's have a listen to what he had to say in response to these attacks.
During our interaction with the IEA, there were and there are some ambiguities regarding for the nuclear activities. With the same procedure with the other countries as their own ambiguities, and so the IEA inspection come to that country and as well as to my country has a different monitoring, has a different inspections regarding to remove any misunderstanding, to remove any ambiguity.
There is no
through the diplomacy.
There is no misunderstanding of the evidence, and I want to ask you about what happens next after these attacks. But before we do that, why on earth does Iran require 60% enriched uranium if it has no interest
this
in
enrichment
building a nuclear weapon? Yeah. Any security expert you ask will tell you there's only one reason to have that.
Regarding for our enrichment, that that we should mention this activities within the JCPOA and as well as with our inherent rights regarding for the peacefully using of the nuclear energy for generation of the fuel, electricity, medicine, and every R&D activities.
There's no requirement for uranium
you see that regarding for the enrichment of the 60%, according to the technical experts, they believe that this level of their enrichment, first of all, would be one part of the R&D activities regarding to different issues related to the nuclear activities, and all of them has been monitored extensively and comprehensively by IAEA.
Well, any security expert you speak to and you ask about this would tell you that there is no need for that kind of level of enriched uranium for anything other than building a weapon. But I want to talk about this attack. The American president
there is no deviation from our side to go into the military attack. Definitely.
There is very clear signaling from America. They will strike you again if you do not negotiate, if you don't give up your nuclear ambitions. Will you do that? What would it take for you?
Excuse me, Laura. We were in the middle of the negotiation. On Friday, that the Israeli regime attacked us, the next Sunday, it was planned to have the next round of the negotiation with Mr. Mitkov and Mr. Arakchi in Muscat. But unfortunately, Netanyahu destroyed this diplomacy. There is no any pretext to do that the Iran, making some problem for the diplomacy. No, it's still that the Iran, wherever and whenever that we reiterated regarding for our, intention, our strong desire to have a diplomacy, to have a negotiation, to reach the one compromise and according to the mutual benefit for both sides. That, unfortunately, now we are facing with the one aggression raised by and made by Israeli regime against our national sovereignty, our people, and our civilian, population.
It's the Iranian ambassador to the UK speaking to my colleague Laura Kunsberg a little earlier. Well, the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, has been giving his reaction to all of this in the last few minutes. Let's have a listen.
Well, we've long had concerns about the Iranian nuclear programme and been very clear that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. The US has now taken action to alleviate that threat. it is important that we now de-escalate the situation, stabilise the region, and get the parties back around the table to negotiate. And I've been speaking with international leaders this morning to that end. So I want to reassure the British public that we're doing everything we can to stabilise the situation, to de-escalate the situation, and to get to a negotiated outcome. But I'm very clear in my own mind that Iran cannot be allowed to have a nuclear weapon. That is the greatest threat to stability in the region.
Your solution to no nuclear weapon, though, was diplomatic routes, not strikes. The UK's been clear no military action can put an end to Iran's nuclear capabilities, and the language on both sides this morning is worrying. President Trump has said future attacks would be far greater and a lot easier. There will be either peace or there will be tragedy for Iran, greater than we have witnessed over the last 8 days. Iran has said the events overnight will have everlasting consequences. Do you agree escalation seems very real, and are you prepared to offer military support, UK military support, if needed?
Well, my focus is on de-escalating the situation. I accept your challenge that there is a risk of escalation. That's a risk to the region, it's a risk beyond the region, and that's why all our focus has been on de-escalating, getting people back around to negotiate what is a very real threat in relation to the nuclear programme. In relation to the UK, we were not involved in the attack. We were given due notice, as we would expect as close allies to the US. And we have been moving assets to the region to make sure that we're in a position to protect our own interests, our personnel and our assets, and of course those of our allies.
Prime Minister, if Iran attacks the US, that would be an attack on a NATO ally. If they attack bases, etc. in the region, it could trigger Article 5. Are you prepared for that, and would the UK become involved?
Well, I'm not going to speculate about what may happen because all of my focus is on de-escalation. But I do want to reassure the public we have taken all necessary measures to protect UK interest, UK personnel, and to work with our allies to protect their interests as well. That's what you would expect. But my focus is on de-escalating this situation, dealing with the threat that is that nuclear programme, but getting the parties around the table to negotiate an outcome to this.
On Tuesday morning, you said how important de-escalation was. This was at the G7. You told me you didn't think a US attack was imminent. You sat next to President Trump at the G7 dinner of leaders. You said nothing the president said suggests he's about to get involved in this conflict. On the contrary, here we are. He has struck Iran. He's done exactly the opposite of what you said you thought he was going to do. Do you feel foolish, frustrated that he's not listening?
Well, it's clearly a fast-moving situation, and there's been a huge amount of discussions in the days since the G7 ended, and the US has now taken the action to alleviate the threat that Iran's nuclear programme poses. My position throughout has been as calling for de-escalation, to get people around the table to negotiate a better outcome diplomatically. And I've been talking to international leaders in recent days, but particularly intensely this morning. We'll continue to do so during the course of today.
And just final question, Prime Minister, what's your message to British citizens? Are you getting them out of the region now?
Well, for British citizens, we've been saying for some time to register their presence. And so far as Israel is concerned, just as soon as we can get charter flights off, we will do so. But I urge all citizens to make contact with the Foreign Office so that we can facilitate whatever support is needed.
OK, Prime Minister, thank you.
Sir Keir Starmer there in the last few minutes. Well, let's go live to our political correspondent, Tony Bonsignori. Tony, what did you make of what the Prime Minister said there? I suppose broadly in line perhaps with what we might have expected.
Yeah, and broadly in line with the statement that we got around 7 a.m. This morning. And with what we heard from the Business Secretary, Jonathan Reynolds, when he was talking to the BBC. The Prime Minister, I think, sticking to this line that Iran's nuclear capability is a threat to global security and a threat to us here in the UK, and that the US has taken action to alleviate that threat. And also the message there, and it's consistent with what he's been saying in recent days as well, the Prime Minister saying that the way through this is de-escalation and also a negotiated, diplomatic solution. Of course, that's not what we've seen in recent hours, but the Prime Minister clearly is convinced that that is the way through this conflict.
And confirmation as well that the UK did not have any involvement in this.
Yeah, and they were the questions that we were asking, of course, first thing this morning as this news broke and as we started to talk to Downing Street. Some key questions. Was the UK involved, including, of course, that airbase in Diego Garcia? The answer came back very clearly, no. Confirmation too that the UK was given advance notice. We're not been told how much advance notice, but the message being that they, we were given the information that it would be happening, and of course plans were made accordingly. And crucially as well, we understand that the UK wasn't asked to be involved. That wasn't a request from the White House. And of course that's important because, well, we don't know the reasoning for that, of course, but the practical consequence of that is that Sir Keir Starmer has been spared what could have been a very difficult decision.
The other point of interest to British nationals as well here, Tony, will be this notion of repatriation flights for the nationals and their families who are in Israel at the moment. What do we know about the plans there?
Yeah, and we've had an update from the Foreign Office on that. So there is a system now being put in place online. You can go to gov.uk and there you can register your presence and register your interest in a repatriation flight. That's for